It is a clear and warm day. Pleasant birdsong can be heard around. A dark-haired guy, dressed in a patterned jacket with a hood, stretches lazily. Around his waist is tied a belt, the patterns of which are similar to the patterns on the jacket. The guy's name is Arata Todo. He is currently enjoying the good weather, which awakens very pleasant and warm feelings in him. And the anticipation of a sunny day also causes a pleasant thrill. Suddenly a little girl with fluffy ears calls him. Her eyes are shining with joy. The girl is wearing a beautiful hunting dress, which also has patterns on it. She has 9 tails on her back. The girl herself resembles a cute fox. She is clearly not human, and so she asks the guy to look at something. As soon as he turns around, the following picture opens up before him. A fragile girl holding a huge bull above her. It would seem so small and fragile. Moreover, she holds the animal as if it weighs nothing at all. In the girl's opinion, food should look delicious. The huntress herself is called Luna. She belongs to the tribe of divine beasts. On her head, cute ears help her to catch sounds at great distances. Arata happily greets Luna and is very happy with the young girl's prey. Another long-haired guy in hunting clothes appears. He has a black headband on his head, which makes him look even more like a serious hunter. The guy's name is Aluga, and he is a divine beast like the others. On his shoulders he holds a huge bear, which surpasses him in size. But despite this, the guy did not stop defeating the ferocious predator. Aluga also admires the results of little Luna, so she decides not to miss the opportunity to praise the young hunter. Arata Todo is happy for his friend Aluga. Together they make a great team, where everyone tries to support each other. A girl also returns from the hunt and transforms into an ancient dragon. Her name is Teltu. She says that she has also returned from hunting with good prey. Teltu flies up to Arata and buries her face in his shoulder. The guy hugs her. The girl says that she managed to find a flock of rock birds. As soon as she saw them, she decided to catch them all. She succeeded. The girl is very proud of this and expects praise from Arata. The guy praises her too. He cannot help but note the contribution she made to them. Reina, the archmage girl, appears. She is happy that they caught so much, but will they be able to eat it all? The catch is very large and will be enough to feed themselves for several months. And that is if the guys do not deny themselves anything. The boys happily claim that they can handle any food. Reina thanks her breadwinners and asks the boys to wait while she goes to cook. They are ready to wait forever in anticipation of their friends' wonderful dishes. For a while, everyone does their own thing. Arata steps aside to enjoy the beautiful views and warm weather. The others chat happily among themselves and share their impressions of the hunt. Here they are. Animals, a dragon, an archmage. The greatest creatures live on this island. Despite the fact that they are all different, this does not prevent them from getting along together. At first glance, one might say that Arata is one of these creatures, but it was not always so. Let's go back to the story of Arata Todo a month earlier. Once upon a time, the guy was a 30-year-old Japanese worker of a black company. He lived like everyone else. He was killing himself at his job and suffered from a lack of time. One day, a god spoke to him. It's hard to put the whole story into a few words, but if you try really hard, you can say this. Somehow, God accidentally caused Arata to die. At first glance, this may seem cruel from the god, but as it turned out, he did not want the boy to die at all. Therefore, realizing his mistake, in return he promised to fulfill his wish and send him to another world. So the boy wished to live a peaceful life on an island where no one else lived. This wish was based on exhaustion. All the speaker dreamed of was simple peace. Once on the island, the first thing he did was sit down on the ground and look out at the sea. When Arata saw his reflection, he realized that he had a very young body here. He was already fed up with life in the real world. So this offer was like a ray of light that gives hope. In addition to this, Arata wished for a body that would not get injured or sick. To all this, he also added a skill that could copy the skills and magic of any creature he saw. It would seem that this is all he needs. However, the boy doubted whether this skill would be useful in that place, because he was on an island where no one lived. But God assured that Arata's life would be more exciting from now on, thanks to this skill. After some thought, Todo agreed. He was quite happy with the idea of not having to worry about illnesses or injuries. Almost everyone dreams of this. And here he was being offered to make it a reality. Then the young man turns back and freezes for a moment. Arata has no experience at all in survival, since in his past life he was a simple worker who never even really got out into nature. He rests his hand on his hip and thinks that it won't be difficult to survive here alone. He thinks about his daily routine at the office from morning until late at night, and then Todo hopes that it won't cause him any problems. After all, the guy thinks that it's pointless to think about it now. He confidently clenches his fist and raises it up, then shouts that he will move forward, assuring himself that he will do everything in his power to live a peaceful life here. Then he goes deep into the dark forest. He climbs a high hill, deftly stepping on slippery stones and jumping over small streams. Walking a little further into the forest, Todo notes that his body moves better than before his reincarnation. He does not get tired and moves easily in the right direction. However, he takes his attention away from his hands and looks monotonously into the depths of the forest. Still, although the guy subconsciously hopes to meet someone here, it seems that there really is no one on this island. Arata, looking at the animal tracks left on the trail, decides to find out what this island is. But first, looking at the claw marks left on the tree, he thinks that he needs to find food and water. With his arms crossed and his fingers pressed to his chin in thought, the hero thinks that if he wants meat, then he will have to catch some kind of animal. However, the boy doubts his abilities. Suddenly, he hears something moving next to him and turns around in fear. His attention is drawn to a small rabbit that jumps out of the bushes. The young man looks at the small, fluffy lump in surprise. Arata didn't think that there would be animals like those in his previous world. He leaned towards the animal and beckoned it slightly with his hand. Todo, arms crossed over his chest, understands that rabbits are not only valuable fur. Looking at the uncomprehending animal, the hero understands that it is possible to get meat from it, but it will need to be cooked properly. However, looking at him again, or rather at his sparkling big eyes, the young man realizes that he is very sorry to kill such a cute little animal. The hero, kneeling, extends his hand to the rabbit and quietly asks for forgiveness for having to take its life. Suddenly, the rabbit jumps on the hero, hitting him in the stomach. This maneuver left Arata confused. He looks at the rabbit with confusion. He says out loud that he suddenly attacked him because he realized that the young man was trying to catch him. Suddenly, the hero starts chasing the rabbit and screaming that it will become his lunch. Suddenly, Arata hits the rabbit with his fist. However, the rabbit makes a very strange maneuver. He flies towards the tree at high speed. Then he crashes into him and loses consciousness. The young man does not understand what just happened and why the rabbit flew to the tree. Arata is surprised. He didn't know that rabbits could move like that. Perhaps this is some special feature of the rabbits of another world. The boy approaches the animal. The fact that the rabbit has lost consciousness makes the hunt easier for Todo, since he won't have to catch it. Everything is going well until a wolf appears on the horizon. The animal notices the guy and, baring its teeth, moves towards him. Arata gets scared and stands rooted to the spot. The guy is afraid of making a mistake, because if he runs, the predator might chase him. Suddenly he notices the wolf's gaze, which is directed not at the young man, but at the rabbit lying on the ground. After thinking for a bit, the guy decides to use a special tactic, thanks to which he copes with the animal. Todo takes the rabbit's body and throws it as far as possible so that the wolf runs after its prey. He himself, just in case, decides to run away to a safe distance. Thus, Arata and the wolf run in different directions. For some time, the guy runs without stopping. He runs behind a tree. He realizes that no one is pursuing him anymore. He exhales calmly, clutching his shirt. It was scary, and for a second he even thought he was going to die. Now the boy understands what it is like to live in solitude. He looks into the depths of the forest and feels all its grandeur. There may be many animals in the forest, so he decides it would be better to stop at the beach. It is already getting dark, and tomorrow Todo will need to look for a source of drinking water. The guy finds a secluded spot and decides to sit down and rest on the seashore. Arata goes behind a pile of stones and sits down on the ground. He made his way through the wilderness, but still does not feel tired. He wonders what it is. Is it the strength that does not allow pain and injury? Despite this, Arata does not regret asking God to live alone. He wonders if he will be able to live like this. The boy lies down on the ground and closes his eyes. Suddenly, he opens his eyes very wide and sees above him a stunning night sky with a sea of shining stars. This view is mesmerizing. He gets up in surprise and, after a while, grinning, tells himself in his thoughts that everything will be fine. If he admires such views every day, he will definitely be fine. He clenches his fists and screams, rejoicing that from this moment on, the guy will no longer have any gray, everyday life. He will live on his own and long live his new cheerful life. Morning comes. Arata wakes up, gets up, and goes to the edge of the cliff. The guy remembers his thought from yesterday, which flashed through his head. It seemed to him that after waking up, he would return to his native world. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the guy wakes up. He understands that everything that is happening is not a dream and all this is really very cool. He has no pain, even though he slept on rocks. A body that is not injured or sick is truly wonderful. Todo feels great. The guy decides to take a walk around the island today, hoping to find some food or a source of water. Arata decides to walk along the shore. The sea breeze pleasantly caresses the guy. He thinks about how wonderful it is to live a calm and measured life. No more work that was slowly killing him, taking away all that was most valuable. Suddenly, in the distance, Arata notices something lying on the shore. He comes closer and sees a young girl lying unconscious. Most likely, she was washed ashore by the waves. Arata runs up to her excitedly, thinking about how to act in such a situation, because he had never had to provide first aid to a person before. The guy puts his hand on her neck to feel her pulse. He understands that if he does nothing, the girl will die. But the problem remains a problem. Todo has only seen first aid in movies. He doesn't understand if he will be able to save her. Taking another look at the unconscious girl, he made a decision. Without wasting any time, Arata decides to give the girl artificial respiration. He presses his lips to hers and exhales air, trying to fill her lungs. Arata tries his best. After artificial respiration, he tries to massage her heart to pump the water out of her. He still hopes to hear the girl's complaints later. But the whole process of providing assistance does not take that long. All these actions helped her to come to her senses very quickly. All the water came out of the girl's lungs. She started coughing. This is the first sign that Todo managed to save her. Arata exhales and leans back. Even though his body shouldn't be tired, at this moment he feels a slight exhaustion and trembling in his body. The guy looks at her again and notices that now the girl doesn't look so pale. Arata glances at the girl again. As he looks closer, he realizes that she is very beautiful. She has long red hair. She has a good build and a very pretty face. But he doesn't understand how she ended up here at all, because there shouldn't be other people on this island. Time passes, but the girl remains unconscious. Arata looks at the stranger and thinks what to do, because he can't just take her and leave her like that. For a while, he simply admires her appearance, looking at her beautiful face. But after thinking for a while, Todo decides that she needs to get rid of the clothes that prevent her from breathing normally. He unbuttons the top of her dress, a little embarrassed. The guy understands that he has no right to take and undress her like that. However, in this case, it is a forced measure. Arata also justifies his actions by convincing himself that he is doing all this only to save her life. After removing all the girl's clothes, Todo carefully folds them and places them on the stone. After the girl ends up wearing only beautiful lace lingerie, Arata pushes all his dirty thoughts away, turns away, and hurries to dress the stranger. He puts his jacket on her. Then he exhales. He finally finishes and hangs the rest of the clothes out to dry. The clothes were hanging on a rope. The young man approached them. Looking at the girl, the guy is once again convinced that he has entered a fantasy world. Such strange clothes are worn only in unknown worlds. Here the girl finally comes to her senses. Opening her eyes, she begins to look around and tries to understand where she is now. When the stranger notices Arata, she is a little embarrassed. The girl asks who he is. The guy tries not to scare the girl, so he speaks as carefully as possible. He gives his name and tells how he found her on the shore. Todo thought that the girl was in trouble. He decided to help her. The girl gets up and sits more comfortably. The stranger notices that she is wearing different clothes. This embarrasses her even more. Arata apologizes for this, saying that her clothes were wet so he had to change her. She looks at the jacket and starts to get a little angry, but then her anger quickly passes. Arata continues to mumble something in his defense, but the girl interrupts him and, smiling, thanks him for saving her. This briefly throws him into a stupor, as he expected to hear a slightly different answer and reaction. However, the guy is glad that she is okay. A little time passes and the clothes dry. The stranger gets up and gets dressed. The guy approaches her and says that she never told him her name. A little taken aback, she apologizes. The girl introduced herself as Reina Mistoral. Arata asks why a girl like her would end up unconscious in the sea. It's not every day that you meet a fragile girl in such a remote place. She replies that she was ordered to go to an island, also known as the farthest island in existence. As they sailed towards it, a violent storm hit them, and Reina thought every single member of the crew would die. She decides to ask if Arata lives on this island, but the guy is in no hurry to answer. Now he is in a difficult situation because he does not want to say that he died in another world and that God sent him here. Instead, he simply says that he does not remember how he ended up here. The girl decided not to ask him unnecessary questions. She believes that there are many different people with their own stories. It's enough for her that Arata saved her. The young man smiles and thanks her. Todo suggests that Reina should look for food and water after she is rested. After all, they still need to try to survive here somehow. The girl agrees, as it is a completely reasonable idea. A little time passes. The boys go searching. They make their way through the bushes and trees in the forest. Reina is not used to long walks, so she gets tired quickly. Despite this, she tries to keep up with him. The girl notices that Arata is quite resilient. He himself is surprised by this, since he used to be completely different. Reina doesn't understand why he's surprised. Everything seems to be going according to plan. He says that this island looks a little strange. Reina thinks so too. They and their crew didn't sail that far from where they were sent. But she doesn't understand why no one noticed this huge island. How could the king not know about it? And while the girl is delivering her clarifying monologue, wolves are approaching them. The animals are hungry and ready to pounce. The predators bare their teeth. These wolves are the same as the one Arata saw. The situation is clearly not good, as the animals are aggressive. The guy tells the girl to run away. But she is not going to run anywhere. The great sorceress Reina Mistolar never runs from the battlefield, so this will not happen. The girl decides to use something, because if nothing is done, they may die. And so, with the help of her magic, Reina attacks the wolves. From her magical power, the animals fly in different directions. Arata looks at Reina in surprise. Everything is illuminated by a bright light, and the satisfied girl is ready to demonstrate her skills to her new acquaintance with pleasure. Despite all her magical power, one of the wolves manages to survive. The animal runs up to Arata at high speed and bites him on the arm. The guy can't hold on to such speed and flies back a little. Since Reina is standing behind him at this moment, she gets a push and barely stays on her feet. The girl did not expect such a development of events at all. She starts screaming at him in fear and anxiety. She would not have been able to forgive herself for such a blunder for a long time if Arata had not said that he was fine and that he did not feel any pain. At some point, there was silence and calm, which was only broken by the wolf's growl. Reina decides to make sure that Todo is okay. The guy assures that he is safe. He even enjoyed watching this whole situation a little, feeling superior. Arata believes that the wolf is already weakened due to the previous use of Reina's magic. The girl, surprised by what is happening, simply agrees. She simply latched onto the predator hanging on her hand. Todo thinks that if a guy as weak as he is tries to fight off a wolf, nothing will happen. As soon as the guy pushes the formidable predator away a little, it flies away a long distance. Arata is starting to underestimate his own strength less and less. He certainly didn't expect this. As for Reina's surprise, it could be said that it reached its peak at this point. The girl was having a hard time recovering from the fact that the wolf had not killed the guy during his first attempt to pounce on him. And then this. Naturally, Reina is very surprised by such power. Silently looking at the broken tree, she even feels a little uneasy. But at this time, the guy is deep in his thoughts. He remembers that the rabbit he met yesterday flew like that. In order to break the silence, she decides to ask who the hell he is. Coming out of his flight of fantasy, the guy begins to look around to understand what is happening. At this moment, he sees the worried face of his friend. Her behavior becomes worrying, so Arata asks if everything is okay. The girl tells Toli that when she gives him the signal, he should run as fast as he can. Arata still doesn't quite understand what's going on. There is a crunching sound of a broken branch. Reina realizes that someone is approaching. Suddenly, a huge wolf pack leader jumps out from behind the bushes. In a long flight, he bares his sharp teeth, the sight of which sends shivers of horror through the body. The animal is much larger than the previous wolves. The boys feel that they won't be able to handle it, because the beast is on a completely different level. And here the friends are standing in the open, so vulnerable and tiny, compared to the monster. Usually in such moments, life flashes before your eyes. Reina yells at the boy to run away. The girl uses magic to somehow fight back the monster. This magic is much stronger than what was before. Arata doesn't understand it well, but he can see that it certainly looks stronger. However, even this magic does not work on the pack leader. Reina is surprised by this and says that this simply cannot be. In an instant, a huge wolf's mouth appears right next to the girl. The wolf knocks her off her feet, causing her to fall to the ground. A little more, and the monster's mouth will be the last thing Reina will see in her life. But at that moment, the guy runs up at full speed and grabs the girl. Because of this, the wolf tastes the grass with damp earth. The girl is in shock, trying to come to her senses. Arata asks if she is hurt. But instead of an answer, a sea of indignation is poured out on him. Reina gets to her feet and starts yelling at him, asking why he didn't listen to her and run away, and what the hell he's doing anyway. To say that the guy was stunned is to say nothing. Arata understands everything, however. Even if he ran, the wolf would catch up with him. But the girl says that this is exactly why she was going to detain him. It turns out that Reina planned to save Arata, despite the risk that she herself might get hurt. The guy notes her kindness. Ignoring the wave of indignation, Todo now sees her as a pure and kind angel. He has decided for himself that he will not allow this girl to die in such a place. Inspired, Arata begins to shout at the leader of the wolf pack, challenging him to a duel. This makes the monster even more ferocious. Todo understands that the animal wants to kill him, but the guy is not going to give up so easily. After his death, God gave him a second chance and allowed him to live here. Having come this far, he cannot die. The monster starts running straight at the guy. Reina starts screaming in horror for him to run away. However, Todo doesn't even hear her. Right now, it's just him and his opponent. He doesn't care what the outcome will be, but even if Arata can't win, he will make a way for Reina to escape. The wolf should not underestimate people. With this thought, he swings with all his might and attacks his opponent. With only one blow, the boy throws the wolf back. He just disappears into the distance. Arata looks at his fist and begins to think. It turns out that the gift of God is a body that does not get sick and does not get injured. This gift makes Arata much stronger than he was before. Seeing the guy's full strength, Reina loses her voice for a while. The girl stands rooted to the spot. The guy understands that he will have to explain everything. He thinks that from now on, his life will become much more interesting. God accidentally killed the main character, and he was reincarnated on an island in another world, starting his new life. The boy was told that he could wish for anything he wanted, so he asked for a body that would not get injured or sick, as well as the ability to copy someone else's skill simply by watching them use it. Thus, Todo began his peaceful life on an island where no one else lived. But unexpectedly, he met Reina. The powers that God gave the boy are too great. The boys have already seen this when they fought the leader of the wolf pack. Reina is still in shock. It's the first time she's seen a person throw monsters so far away without much effort. Reina tries to turn all this into a joke, and with a sweet smile, asks if all this is normal for Arata. And in order not to give himself away, he answers that it is something like magic. Yes, Reina of course won't fall for that. She decides to smile even wider and remain silent. A little more time passes, and the girl decides to continue the topic. She claims that even if she uses body reinforcement, she won't be able to do anything like the trick Arata pulled off in battle. Jokingly, the girl pretends to be indignant and asks if Todo really means to say that he is stronger than her, the Mage of the Seven Stars. The guy falls for this trick and feels some excitement. In his defense, he says that it's just a joke. and in fact, he didn't even know that magic existed. The guy doesn't know how to get out of this, because he can't tell Reina the truth about God reincarnating him into this world. Moreover, the girl is unlikely to believe in such seemingly nonsense. Seeing her friend's confusion, she realizes that she went a little too far. She asks him for forgiveness, but Arata doesn't understand why. The girl says that she didn't even think about interrogating the guy. Reina is acting like this because she was simply too surprised. Todo saved her on the beach, and now again, only this time from a ferocious wolf. The guy waves his hands, trying to dispel all the tension in this prevailing atmosphere. Arata does not blame the girl in any way, and believes that in her place, he would also be suspicious. However, Todo does not want the young and beautiful girl to be so sad. Since he is mentally older, he must somehow lift her spirits. Arata takes a step closer to the girl, smiles, and asks Reina not to make such a sad face. He assures her that he is not angry at all. Moreover, there is no reason to be angry. Sadly, Reina asks if this is true to make sure, but then she changes her expression because she feels like she's being treated like a child. The guy starts denying it and says she just imagined it. Reina believes his words and starts laughing. However, Todo is glad that it helped cheer her up a little. Arata decides to change the subject a little and asks the girl what it's like to be a mage of the 7 stars. But when he sees the change in the girl's face, he immediately understands that he asked too much. Reina is perplexed, as she was sure that everyone knew about the magicians of the 7 stars. By asking such questions, Arata introduces himself as a man who has crawled out of some wilderness. Todo begins to wriggle out of it and says that he has ordinary lapses in memory. But inside, he feels that he has messed everything up again. The girl notes that the excuse he used is very convenient, so Reina agrees to tell him everything. 7-star mage is a title given to the strongest mages in the country, and they are so strong that they can even fight a dragon. Their fame thunders throughout the continent. Reina is the youngest mage of the 7 stars in history. Arata listens to her with his mouth open. But even if she had used her body's fortifications to their full potential, she would not have been able to even come close to repeating the blow that the guy had delivered. That's why she was surprised when she saw it. The girl gets distracted and looks somewhere into the distance. At this time, Arata thinks, because if he were on the mainland, he could be kidnapped. Reina turns to him again and says that she has already gained strength, which means she is now ready to move out in search of a source of water. Todo remembers that this is what they went for. He puts his hand to his ear and listens. As soon as the boy hears the murmur of water, he chooses one of the paths. Todo points the way to Reina, who looks in his direction, wondering why he chose this particular path. Arata replies that he thinks he hears the faint sound of running water there. The boys decide to go this way. Overcoming obstacles from stones, they make their way to their goal. The guy, like a gentleman, helps the girl climb over the stones. After walking a little further, they actually find a stream. The girl confirms that the guy was right. The boys have walked quite a long way. Reina is surprised that he heard the sound of water at such a distance. The guy feels that he has screwed up again, but the girl does not develop this topic. Now all they have to do is check if the water is drinkable. But another problem arises. Since Arata's body can't get sick, it's unlikely that anything will happen to him if he drinks dirty water. But Reina might have problems. The guy decides to give it a good try. Taking a sip, Todo feels the water is very refreshing, and it seems to him that the water is quite suitable for drinking. Arata tells this to his friend, but as soon as the guy turns to talk to the girl, he sees the following picture. Reina is standing at a wooden table and cooking something. Kitchen utensils are laid out in front of her. The girl cuts vegetables on a board and puts them in bowls. Reina doesn't even pay attention to what's going on. The girl is so immersed in cooking that she doesn't even hear Arata. She is completely concentrated, and Arata notices her gaze, which looks like an expert's. He asks the girl where she got all these items, to which the girl notes that she uses storage magic, and then asks the boy if he has heard of her. From the expression on the young man's face, the young lady realized that he clearly didn't understand anything. Reina explains to the boy that storage magic is when you can put away and take out anything, anytime, anywhere. She continues and says that the storage space varies depending on the user's magical power. Since Reina is a great mage, she has about the same amount of storage space as a mansion. Reina, confident in her cooking skills, assures Arata that she will cook everything herself. She also gives the guy the opportunity to rest for now. Todo approaches the portal that the girl recently formed. Watching this distortion of space, the guy understands that storage magic is a very cool thing, and he also wants to have such magic. Arata peers into the portal and an idea comes to his mind. Todo moves closer to get a better look. Then Arata puts his hand inside and realizes that he now has that magic. Thanks to the power that God gave the boy, he manages to use storage magic, even though he only saw it once. Reina sees that the guy is carried away by something and does not pay attention to anything else. The girl decides to hint to him again that he can go and rest and not stand here over her soul. So in order for the girl not to suspect anything, Arata hides his hand, after which the portal disappears. Surprisingly, Reina does not notice anything at all. When she sees her friend's puzzled look, she decides to ask if everything is okay with him. Arata isn't ready to tell the girl everything yet. If she saw that he can also reconcile magic like Reina, then maybe he'd have problems. Seeing that the guy has nothing to do, the girl decides to keep him busy, so she asks her friend to hold the pot while she sets the table. Arata gladly helps her, hoping that the girl really didn't notice anything. Since the boys are no longer in the ordinary world, the methods of serving food are also different here. For this, Reina uses magic, thanks to which a new table appears in an empty space. In principle, you don't even have to strain yourself, since after this, all she has to do is get the dishes. It doesn't take a minute for everything to be ready. If it were like that in real life, people would live easier. Perhaps Arata wouldn't have to kill herself at work. Arata is delighted when he sees how everything is happening. As an S-rank adventurer, Reina is used to eating outdoors. Therefore, the girl usually finds different and interesting places for her to set the table there. The girl made tomato soup. It looks very appetizing. Just the sight of it made Arata's mouth water. The aroma is not even worth mentioning. This makes the guy's stomach make a telltale sound, indicating that it's time to put something in it and fight hunger. This makes Arata a little embarrassed and asks for forgiveness. Reina says that he is acting like a child, that he has nothing to worry about. After a moment of embarrassment, the guys finally decide to sit down at the table. Suddenly, a very interesting event occurs. Just as the guy is about to sit down on the chair, he notices that someone has already taken it. Taking a closer look, he realizes that it is a little girl who appeared out of nowhere. On her head are beautiful and fluffy white ears. Under her dress are 9 white and beautiful tails. Without asking anyone, the guest starts eating with great appetite. She feels at home, and the presence of the guys does not bother her at all. The little guest tries the prepared food and is delighted. She really likes the taste. This makes the girl jump up and down with joy, as if she had won the jackpot. She calls Reina sister and says that she made an amazing dish. Arata stands there in confusion, not understanding where this girl came from. Reina sits silently opposite the guest and simply watches all of this. Todo understands that things won't progress this way, so he decides to ask his friend what this strange situation is going on now, and why she's acting as if she knows this girl. Reina starts to shudder. Out of nowhere, her whole body starts shaking. Arata starts to worry that something bad has happened to his friend. Todo decides to ask if everything is okay with her. The guy is surprised by this. Everything is fine. Obviously, if everything was fine, the girl wouldn't be shaking like she had some kind of fever. She still claims that she is fine, and the guy looks at the girl and understands that Reina already knows her. Besides, this little sly one has already emptied the entire bowl of soup, although not even 2 minutes have passed. And if you leave everything as is, she will eat not only his portion, but also her friend's portion. Therefore, Arata approaches the girl, pulls her out from behind the table, and tells the child that she cannot eat someone else's food without permission. Reina assures him that everything is fine. If the girl is hungry, then let her eat as much as she needs. But the guy insists that children need to be brought up properly. This is a habit he has retained, and he is convinced from his past life, since he saw what happens if you do not engage in raising children. Arata tries to take the girl away from the table, but his friend asks him to let her go. The guy does not understand why the girl encourages this self-will. But after a little hesitation, he decides to put the child in her place, saying that she can stop kicking. Putting her down on the ground, Arata asks her name. It turns out that this is Little Luna. Taking on the responsibility of a parent, the boy decides to talk to Luna. Todo calls the girl by name and says that they were about to have lunch, but she ate his soup. Adults don't do that. Arata hopes that he can carry out the educational operation smoothly. Luna is a little confused, and realizing that she acted rudely, she asks him for forgiveness. The guy strokes her head and says that everything is fine and that he is grateful for her apology. This is exactly what he expected from the girl, so not all is lost yet. Happy Moon already thought that she would be punished for such behavior, but the girl learned her lesson and decided that she would not do it again. Arata asks Reina if there is enough food for the three of them. The girl looks into her storage and says that she planned and calculated everything for the journey to a distant island, which will last about half a year, so they have plenty of food. Arata apologizes for his impudence. After this, the guy asks his friend to cook something for this child. The girl's kind gaze falls on the girl. Looking into Luna's eyes, she is simply powerless to refuse her. The girl happily agrees. The girl now feels a little awkward because she just came and ate a portion of soup without asking. And now they are going to prepare more for her. She asks again if the boys are sure they don't mind her company. Reina gives her a bright smile and says that Luna won't bother her in any way. On the contrary, she'll be glad if the girl tastes her dish. The girl thanks Reina, calling her sister. Luna has a habit of calling everyone brothers and sisters. The girl, on the contrary, finds it very sweet. She smiles happily and says that everything is fine and the girl does not even need to thank for such a thing. Everything is in order with its own things. Reina asks the boys to wait a little while the food is being prepared. A joyful Luna jumps with happiness. She hasn't eaten so deliciously for a long time. Arata watches her friend leave and thinks about how kind Reina is. This girl is ready to bring joy to everyone. She doesn't hold a grudge against anyone. But Arata knows that it wouldn't be nice to put everything on her fragile shoulders. If he doesn't do anything, he could end up as a secondary character. And that goes against his moral principles. But Luna snaps him out of his thoughts by asking his name. As mentioned, the girl has a habit of calling everyone brother or sister, so she was sure that the guy was definitely called Brother. This amuses Todo. He laughs and says that his name is not really Brother, but Arata. The girl is a little surprised at first, but then the surprise is quickly overshadowed by joy. Arata exhales and begins to think. He asks God that this island would be suitable for living alone, which means that it has everything necessary for survival. All he needs to do is learn to cook to reduce the burden on his girlfriend. Todo does not want to become a freeloader in any way. Moreover, for some unknown reason, he has a wild desire to protect Reina and do everything possible to keep her safe. As we already know, Arata got to an island without people. It would seem that everything should be so. However, in addition to animals, the guy managed to meet a beautiful and kind girl Archmage and a little animal-like girl Luna. Arata is very curious about how life is organized on the island. Perhaps he will be able to meet someone else, since it can't be that the girls are alone here. Todo turns to Luna and asks the girl if, since she lives on this island, it means that someone else lives here. The little girl looks at him with sparkling, cunning eyes and nods, smiling. She says that she belongs to the tribe of divine beasts, but there is also a tribe of demons, a tribe of ancient dragons, and a tribe of vampires. She says that, in general, there are many different tribes here. The girl talks about them for some time. After the conversation, Arata steps aside and silently looks at the forest. The guy begins to put all the information he received on the shelves in his head. He already knows that several types of tribes live on the island. However, there is no human tribe here. At this time, Reina finishes preparing a new soup. In her hands is a pot with a new aromatic dish, the smell of which can be smelled from afar. The girl comes to the table, takes the plates, and fills them. For some time, the guys eat. When the meal is over, the girl says that she needs to go home. She is very grateful to the guys for the warm welcome. After that, Luna gets up from the table, says goodbye to her new friends, and goes back to her tribe. Evening falls. During this time, Arata and Reina have pitched a large tent. Now this is their base. The boys stand and look at their new home. Since Luna is gone, Reina thinks it's time to offer her friend a chance to talk in a calm environment and without prying ears. As Reina said earlier, being one of the 7 stars, she went to the most isolated island. The island is rumored to have a cure that makes a person immortal. This cure was the goal of Reina's team. She set out with several knights, but given the severity of the storm that engulfed them that day, she doubts that the crew survived. An awkward silence fell in the room. Arata thinks, because if Luna told the truth, most likely they are on that very island. And the tribes the girl mentioned sound pretty menacing. Chances are you won't get much good out of them. However, Luna seems like a normal child to him. She didn't show any aggression towards the boys. Moreover, she even listened to Arata's comments. Reina doesn't quite agree with him. The girl says that if Todo used magic, he would understand everything. She explains that she means that this child has many times more magical power than she does. Arata now understands why his friend was shaking at the table. To be honest, the moon is a real monster. If it appeared on the continent, it would lead to global destruction. Even though the girl doesn't seem evil at first glance, it's impossible to assume that destruction won't happen. Of course, Reina doesn't think the moon would do that, but she's just telling her friend about her real power. Divine beasts and demons are nothing more than a myth to ordinary people. Although they lived on the continent even before the appearance of people, there are also tales of dragons that destroyed entire cities. Nowadays, no one believes in vampires anymore. So when they called the girl a monster, they were not wrong. This island is by no means ordinary. It is home to many unknown creatures, so no one knows what powerful monsters they will encounter next. Reina says that until they have properly explored this island, it is better for them to stay out of sight of others. Because no matter how strong they are only people. We must be careful until they figure out a way to get off the island. Arata thought the girl was here to find a cure. The girl says it's okay. First of all, they weren't even sure if this island really existed, and now the entire expedition team has been wiped out. To properly assess the situation on this island, they will need real knights. But Todo has already decided to live on this island, so he does not want anyone else to come here. So he says that they will need a boat in order to leave this island. After thinking for a while, Reina supports the guy's idea, but her facial expression indicates that she has something in mind. After that, the girl says that the guy will have to work hard. It is not hard to guess that this idea did not please Todo very much, since he did not intend to become her personal slave. But then he changes his mind, because the guy also understands that in order to live a peaceful life on this island, he simply cannot do without the help of his girlfriend. In some ways, it is much easier and safer for him to be here, because his body will not allow him to die. Moreover, he can use the skill that was given by God, with which Arata can copy the skills of other people with one glance. A pacified Arata looks at Reina and thinks that he still plans to live on this island for the rest of his life. However, his friend has a different view on this. So until she leaves this island, he plans to work with her. They need to try hard to at least slightly ease the girl's burden. The next morning comes. The night was very restless for the guy. That is why the morning is no better. Arata wakes up with difficulty. The first thought that pops into his head is that he never expected to sleep in the same tent with a girl. Because of this, all sorts of thoughts flash through his head all night, preventing him from falling asleep. As soon as the root gets out of bed, he sees a cheerful girl who has already woken up before him. Reina is standing near the mirror and preening herself. The girl notices her friend's listless appearance and the dark circles under his eyes. She probably guesses what's going on, but for the sake of decency, she decides to ask if everything is okay. Arata stands up and smiles, waving his hand, saying that he is fine and that such an awakening is normal for him. Todo goes towards the exit and says that he will go to the shore to wash in the river. Reina accepts this information and asks him to be careful. Arata goes outside. The morning sun rays fall on his face, leaving a pleasant warmth on his face. Everything around is illuminated by the sun. Birds sing joyfully, from whose singing it becomes pleasant in the soul. Despite the difficult awakening, the guy enjoys the wonderful weather, which food did not let him down and gave him a good mood. Yes, a lot happened yesterday, but Arata hopes that today will be a quiet day. But all his hopes are dashed as soon as a familiar child's voice is heard behind him. "Hello, brother." Not so cheerfully, the boy greets the girl. But as soon as he turns in her direction, he sees that Luna has not come alone. Next to her stands a long-haired guy with a headband. He also has ears like the girl, but they are slightly different from each other. With his whole appearance, he shows that he does not trust Arata. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy gives Todo a displeased look. Arata stands silently for a while. But when the boy realizes that the young man is not going to start a conversation, he starts the conversation first. Todo asks who the boy is. The stranger calls out to the boy and asks if he is the newcomer to the island. It seems that Luna told him a little about Arata. Todo closes his eyes and tries to cope with the growing tension. While he was thinking about how best to answer Aluga, the thought flashed through his head that this day would definitely not be calm now. Arata looks at this beast man, and from his posture alone he can tell that he is very strong. Next to him stands a worried Luna. From the girl's reaction, it can be said that she thought that Aluga would be more friendly towards the newcomer. Aluga himself, like Luna, is a representative of the tribe of divine beasts. In his dry tone, the guy asks what Arata's name is. The guy introduces himself in response, showing that he doesn't want any trouble. Aluga also dryly pretends to understand this. He then asks what about the girl who is storing her magical power in the tent. The beastman's appearance hints that he is ready to fight at any moment. He is clearly not happy with the fact that a representative of the mages is using magic here. Otherwise, he advises the girl to stop doing it. As soon as Reina heard the voice, she began to listen carefully to the conversation. The girl hears Aluga addressing her, claiming that, with such a level, Reina will not be able to do anything. She does not intend to tolerate being humiliated, so the girl decides to leave. As the girl pulls back the curtain and steps out, Arata notices that despite being a 7-star mage, she has no face. From all this, Todo concludes that this Aluga must be incredibly powerful, which means it's time for him to intervene. Todo steps forward, ready to stand up for his friend. Reina is flattered by this action. She is very pleased to feel as if she is behind a stone wall. When things start to get heated, Luna decides to step in. She quickly approaches Aluga and stops him as he decides to go towards Arata. The girl is outraged because the guy promised her that he would not fight if she brought him here. The guy remembers his promise but is sure that the guy started it first. Now he looks like a little child who points his finger at others and blames them for everything. Luna says that the boys have such a reaction because he has a scary face. After all, when she came here, they treated her to delicious food and were not negative. This embarrasses Aluga a little, as he can't do anything about his face. Arata now understands that the guy is not their enemy. He tries to be polite and calls the guy Mr. At the same time, Todo wonders what Aluga is doing here. Such formality is repugnant to him, so he says that they should not call him Mr. but simply Aluga. Arata simply says that he understands and will take this into account. Aluga ignores the guy's previous question and says that they are on their territory. Todo apologizes, saying that they didn't come here on purpose and didn't plan to stay here. Naturally, they don't know whose territory they are on. Aluga understands that people cannot purposely get to Arcadia, the divine island. The guy talks about the most isolated island that Reina was talking about. As long as they don't cut down the forest or do other bad things, he doesn't really care about them. But he also warns the boys that they must be careful. The Beastman tribe is very aggressive, but the Demon tribe, or the Dragon tribe, will happily give chase to them. Judging by the stories of the guys, Arata assumed that there are hot-tempered races here. Therefore, it is necessary to find out a little more information about the inhabitants in order to ensure their safety. He asks Aluga to tell more about this island. At first, the guy takes this with a degree of irritation, warning that he is not going to tell anything about the residents. But then, after thinking for a bit, he agrees. And since Aluga doesn't want the boys to wander around this island without any sense, the guy decides to bring them a map so that they can better navigate the area. The guy asks the guys to wait a little, and he himself runs away like a bullet after the map. Arata is surprised that the guy is trying so hard to get them a map and help them somehow. Despite his coldness, Aluga is a good guy. Luna says that he always talks nonsense and acts like a tough guy, but still, he is reliable and not an evil person. Arata thought so he was not angry at the guy in the first place. Suddenly, Reina, who is standing near the tent, staggers and almost falls. In order to somehow hold on, the girl grabs the tent. An excited Arata runs up very quickly and manages to catch his friend. Despite the fact that Reina is holding her head in pain, she says that she is fine. The girl says that she has this reaction after feeling a huge amount of concentrated magic. That's what happened this time. Unfortunately, she can't do anything about her body. Arata looks at the girl and feels sorry for her. It's very hard for mages. Just think, the girl got worse just from talking to a resident of this island. Luna looks at the girl with sad eyes. The girl guesses that such a reaction could have happened because of communicating with her. Because of this, the little girl feels guilty. But Reina tells her that no one is to blame. The girl strokes Luna's head and assures her that Aluga has nothing to do with it either. Her magic is too weak for them, so she's the only one to blame. Reina sees that the girl is very sad about this, so in order to cheer her up, she asks the girl not to be sad. She also changes the subject and suggests that the girls start preparing for breakfast. Despite the fact that the girl is the owner of such strong magic, she does not blame anyone and takes responsibility upon herself. Arata is surprised by his friend's behavior, because in fact, she is younger than him. Despite this, he involuntarily wants to follow her example. Some time passes. Aluga returns and tells Tom that he found the map. At this moment, the guys are eating. Satisfied, Luna savors every bite of food prepared by Reina. Arata also sits contentedly. After he tasted Reina's food, his mood immediately improved. When Aluga sees this, he gets furious, because he spent an hour preparing the map. He is very angry that the guys are enjoying the food. Such is the injustice. In fact, Aluga, like a grown man, and for the second time he behaves like a child, building such grievances. Kind Reina notices the guy's indignation. Therefore, she decides to soften the situation and invite him to join. The girl approaches Aluga, holding a frying pan in her hand, on which flatbreads lie appetizingly. As soon as Reina invites him to join, the guy immediately softens and happily agrees. Aluga sits down next to Luna at the table. A plate full of food is placed before him. As soon as the boy tries it, he is delighted by how delicious it is. Aluga can't contain her emotions, so she shouts it out loud. Luna is pleased with this reaction. She knew it would work and soften the guy. Arata watches this delight and wonders if all representatives of the beast tribe scream while eating. Maybe it's their etiquette, so it's worth sticking to it. Or maybe it's just emotions. The feast was a success, so everyone was satisfied. Having eaten their fill, Luna and Aluga fall onto the grass with full bellies. The guy hasn't eaten so well for a long time. Luna is overeating for the second time. But eating food that Reina has prepared is a pleasure. Reina goes to wash the dishes. Todo and Reina are sitting on the shore and washing dishes. The guy does not miss the opportunity to help his friend. Besides that, Arata just watches the boys from afar. He wonders what kind of relationship the moon and Aluga have. The girl looks like a fox, and the boy looks like a wolf, so Todo doesn't think they are related by blood. However, they act like brother and sister. Reina and Arata wash the dishes in silence for a while. They enjoy the peace and quiet. Only the sound of the dishes and the murmur of the water echoes in their ears. This sound is very calming and relaxing for them. At some point, Reina simply says thank you to her friend. P. At first he thinks that the girl is thanking him for helping her with the dishes. So he says that there is no need to thank him for that, because he just wants to help her from the bottom of his heart. The girl sighs and says that she is not talking about that. Reina smiles and says that earlier, when Aluga started threatening her, Arata stepped forward to protect her. That's what she thanked him for. But ultimately, he had no animosity towards them. So it was a small misunderstanding. Reina never thought there would be a time when someone would protect her. That's why she was very touched by her friend's action. The girl stands up, turns around, and suggests that the guy go back to the tent. He thinks this is a good idea, since they haven't questioned Aluga yet. Aluga places a map of the divine island of Arcadia in front of them. The guy talks about the territory of the beastmen, as well as the places where demons and dragons live. They don't get along very well with each other, but if there was a war, both races would suffer greatly, so they only fight occasionally. Arata listens carefully, because this information will be very useful to him. Aluga also shows where the high elves live. Although these guys usually don't go beyond their territory, for some reason they often run into them. Thus, the species living on this island still get along with each other, despite temporary disagreements. But despite this, there are a lot of problems. It's not that they have to get along with each other to survive, it's because they've lived so long that they're simply not interested in fighting. At first, Todo was scared that he would have to fight a bunch of strong monsters, but fortunately, he was able to relax a little. He wants to continue living on this island, so he asks Aluga if there is a good place to settle down. This surprises the boy. as he did not think that any stranger would want to stay here. The guy replies that there is no place where the human race is as weak as here, but the guy says that he can live here if he wishes. Arata is sure that with this strong body that God gave him, everything will be fine. However, the guy does not know how to explain all this to the guys. Suddenly, a muffled sound is heard. This brings Arata out of his thoughts. In a way, he is glad about this, because he does not have to touch on the topic of his reincarnation at this moment. Aluga's keen hearing picks up the sound and identifies what kind of animal it is. The boy reports that it is the sound of the Emperor's boar approaching. Surprisingly, he is not scared at all, but on the contrary, inspired. If Reina and Todo do not understand what is being discussed, then Aluga and Luna see this event as a huge advantage. The guy decides to explain briefly and says that a large animal is approaching them, from which they can get a large amount of meat. In addition, it is a very tasty catch. Despite its mass, it usually lives underground, making it very difficult to find. Reina calls out to Arata and says she doesn't quite understand what this is all about. She asks if it could be a monster called the King's Boar. If this monster were to appear in the city, the country would call upon all the knights to defend it. The sound of approaching footsteps becomes louder and louder each time. The tension and readiness to attack increases. And then comes the moment when the animal appears from behind the bushes. The boar jumps over trees and bushes, aiming straight at the boys. To say that the animal is huge is to say nothing. Arata and Reina are horrified by its size. Luna and Aluga stand in front of the boys. Despite being the closest to the boar, nothing bothers them. The boy just laughs, and the girl calmly notes that the animal looks hungry. Everyone is amazed by its size. Aluga tells the moon that she is still small, so she needs to stand aside. The girl's indignation knows no bounds. She has no intention of retreating. Luna is full of energy and readiness to join the fight. She is not going to listen to Aluga, because adults always talk like that, and then keep the best and most delicious pieces of meat for themselves. The boy again acts like a child, thereby contradicting himself when he says that only adults can appreciate this taste. Arata and Reina, watching this whole picture, cannot say anything. The guys stand in a daze. Luna and Aluga challenge each other. The boy says that if the girl wants to eat the best pieces, then she will have to defeat the boar before him. That's the way the world works. Luna is not going to back down, and so the boys race to get into the fight. The boar is now right in front of them. Luna and Aluga scream with delight and a surge of adrenaline. Arata looks at them and thinks that both seem strong, so they shouldn't lose. But despite this, he worries if the guys can handle it. Because if they don't stop him, soon everyone will be in danger. In that case, there can be no talk of victory. However, the animal runs at great speed and has no intention of stopping. Arata thinks that Aluga and Luna usually just ride on the boar's back. But at this rate, no one will stop him. Todo understands that if nothing is done, Reina could get hurt. So he decides to shield her with his body. The guy doesn't think about the consequences at all. All he wants is to protect his girlfriend. Todo will believe in her, believe in the power that God gave him when he first incarnated in this world. The girl is horrified. She doesn't understand what her friend wants to do now. She tries to bring him to his senses, saying that they need to run. If they can't stop even this boar, they definitely won't be able to live on this island. Only the strongest live here. Here comes that very moment. An excited Reina is screaming with all her might to bring the guy to his senses. But the boar is already very close. Everyone is terrified, because it seems that no one else will help them. However, when the boar comes close to Arata, he stops. At this point, no one understands anything at all. The guys don't believe that this is possible. Their surprise knows no bounds. Aluga now doubts whether Arata is a human, because his strength clearly shows that he is some kind of divine being. And now, without even making any special effort, he simply stopped the animal that was about to kill him a minute ago. Arata puts his hands on the animal's nose. It doesn't move at all. Now Todo feels superior. Since Arata stopped the boar, the meat is now his. It's just the law of the jungle. The guy wasn't afraid, he tried, and earned himself a great dinner. Now he feels like a breadwinner. Moreover, he thus protected Reina. And now Todo decides to add the finishing touch. The guy swings, and delivers a fatal blow. Arata shouts triumphantly that the boar emperor is now his. He still doesn't understand what he's just done. The surprised boys are speechless. They look into the distance and realize that they've lost sight of the emperor's boar. At this point, it dawns on Arata that when he struck, it was not his human strength that was at work. Everyone except Reina starts to panic. Aluga screams that you've lost his meat. Luna screams that she's lost her lunch. Arata just screams. Aluga can hardly believe that such a rare delicacy has disappeared. Luna is simply angry at her friend. Todo tries to apologize with his front. There is an indignant roar. The boys still can't calm down. They look at the broken trees that outline the path along which the boar ran. Aluga is sure that Arata threw away the emperor's boar on purpose. Luna just thinks he's mean. Enraged, Aluga is already going at the guy with threats. That's it, and he's ready to start fighting. Reina tries to calm the boys down, but they don't even listen to her. Arata realizes his mistake. He asks for forgiveness, but words won't fix anything. Reina still does not despair and tries to fix the situation. The girl says that they will cook something for them later, and in return, she asks the guys to forgive him. And it seems to work, because the guys instantly fall silent and begin to listen attentively to the girl. Aluga puts on an air of importance and says that they have no choice. Luna also joins in and says that since their little sister asks them to forgive Arata, they will forgive him. In fact, they just want to eat something delicious. Todo is grateful to Reina for her help. It is unknown what would have happened if her friend had not intervened. Since the situation has improved, the guys decide to continue their conversation. Aluga tells Arata that if he really wants to settle on this island, he can live in this area. There are quite a few fields here, so he won't have to look far for food. The hero is surprised by this, because he thought that Aluga was not very happy about his presence in their territory. However, Aluga says that it was all because he thought that Todo was a human. The guy doesn't believe Arata, because he thinks that a human wouldn't be able to stop the emperor's boar and send it flying with one blow. Todo understands that in this case, arguing is useless. He himself knows that he is a human. He feels a little offended, and to overcome this feeling, he simply closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. At the same time, Aluga adds that he is fun to be with. This sudden change of mood brings the guy out of his sadness. The friend also adds that it seems that the moon has liked Arata, and this affects many things. Arata can't contain his joy, so he thanks the guys. His soul feels light and good. Now he has officially received permission from the locals to continue his life in this interesting place. The guys look at Reina and ask what the girl has decided. She says that she won't be able to go home now anyway. She also doesn't think she can survive on this island alone, so she'll stay with Arata for now. This news makes Luna very happy. The girl starts jumping for joy and hugging her friend. From now on, they have the opportunity to spend more time together and play. Before this, Luna was a little lonely, as she was in the company of adults who did not really want to play with the child. Arata is also happy, looking at the girls. The guy really likes this kind of atmosphere, when everyone is having fun. But suddenly, Arata feels that something is wrong. He raises his gaze to the sky and sees something flying there. Reina notices her friend's anxiety. She also looks up at the sky and sees some kind of silhouette. Todo asks Luna what is flying there, but the girl doesn't have time to answer, as Aluga's surprise and indignation interrupts her. At first, the boy doesn't believe it, but then he realizes that the silhouette of a huge dragon is emerging in the sky. Now Reina also notices the creature's huge wings. And now the dragon appears in all its glory. The boys scream in unison. Things are getting tense. Not only is this a dragon tribe, but he's also a child of Bahamut. The dragon itself is small in size, compared to the animal that holds it in its paws, the emperor boar. Just recently, Arata sent this boar to the sky. And now, at this moment, the dragon flies closer and hangs right over the boys. Now they are covered by a huge shadow. They do not know what to expect. Everyone freezes in one place, raising their heads upward. At this point, Arata realizes what's about to happen. The boy shouts for everyone to duck as the dragon drops a carcass that flies straight at the boys. The thought is spinning in his head that this game was as if it were specially created by God. At this moment, Todo easily catches a huge boar, thereby saving his friends. Todo asks his friends if everything is okay. Reina gives a sign that everything is fine. Luna says that her brother never ceases to amaze her, and Aluga is now convinced that Arata is clearly not human. The boy looks out from under the boar and sees that a dragon is now flying straight at them. The boys don't have much time. Todo yells again for everyone to duck. He starts thinking, and an idea comes to mind: to throw the enemy's boars to delay him a little. Aluga asks if the boy can stop the dragon. Arata is almost certain that he can stop his opponent. The guy asks him to hold back the dragon and takes care of the rest. And now comes the moment that anticipates the fight. Aluga roars, thereby showing that he is ready to fight the enemy. He is ready to show that he has a power that should not be underestimated. The dragon continues to descend, and a complete mess begins to happen. Luna wishes the guys luck. She is madly waiting for the battle. Perhaps it is in the blood of divine beasts. But unlike her friend, Reina is simply silent. Suddenly the dragon turns into a cloud of smoke and flies straight into the guy's arms. She is not embarrassed at all, and she acts as if she has every right to such self-will towards Ara. After hugging Todo, she lifts her head and looks him straight in the eyes. After a short silence, she says that the guy acted very bravely, making such an offer to her on his part. Arata and the boys open their mouths in surprise. At first, they thought they had misheard the girl. However, they then realized that all three of them couldn't be imagining things. Now Todo doesn't quite understand what she means. The girl is not at all embarrassed by this, and she hugs him again, saying that her husband's body is quite strong and perfect for hugging. Arata doesn't even know what he should say in this situation. And now he's walking on thin ice, since the stranger's reaction can be simply unpredictable. Therefore, he decides to just thank her for the compliment first. Arata also looks at her closely and realizes that the girl doesn't seem to have any bad intentions. Todo turns to Rain, smiling, asking what they should do about this problem. Before the girl can answer, she feels sick again. Luna runs up to the girl and tries to understand what is happening to her. The frightened Arata breaks away from the dark-haired girl's embrace and writes to his friend. Reina says she's fine, she's just feeling a lot of magical power again. Arata realizes that this is not normal at all. The magical power of Aluga and this girl is probably too much for the girl. They need to move away. Todo picks up her friend in his arms and tries to carry her to a safer place, where she will be away from the magical energy of other creatures, which has such a detrimental effect on her. Finding herself in Arata's arms, the girl was about to say something, but the guy interrupts her, saying that she will complain later. Now they need to get as far away from here as possible. So Todo runs as fast as he can into the forest. Todo runs as fast as he can. He is worried about Reina, so he tries his best. The girl screams from the pain that pierces her entire body. Arata decides to stop. He puts the girl down near a tree and asks how she feels. The guy hugs the girl and asks her to calm down. Arata advises her to take a slow, deep breath. So Reina breathes deeply for a few minutes, and it helps her. At this moment, the girl is very happy that she met such a wonderful friend. Todo notices that Reina looks very tired. The girl closes her eyes and, out of helplessness, falls into a short sleep. Arata sits her down more comfortably so that the girl leans on her back. A lot has happened today, so it is not surprising that she needs some sleep. Suddenly, the moon appears. The girl modestly looks out from behind the bushes, afraid to come closer so as not to harm her friend. From her worried expression, it can be seen that she is worried about Reina. Arata calls the girl, thereby allowing her to approach. Todo asks her to move very slowly and carefully, so that the magic does not start to cause discomfort to the girl again. Luna approaches her sleeping friend. The girl watches her with sad eyes. Her fluffy ears rise and fall with excitement. Luna is old enough to know that when the girl and the other boys get too close, Reina gets sick. Arata encourages the girl and strokes her head. He says that there is nothing to worry about. The guy also notices that Reina likes spending time with Luna. So most likely, if the girl says that they need to stay away from each other, she might get upset. Arata tells Luna that if she is truly that worried about her friend, then she should try to suppress her magical power whenever possible when she is around. This is enough for the girl to be completely fine. A wide and joyful smile appears on the girl's face. She is glad that she will not have to part and limit herself in communication with Reina. Luna promises that she will do everything as the guy said. Arata smiles. This condition makes him feel calm, because being with his friends is very pleasant for him, and seeing them happy is even more so. Todo remembers that they still have one unresolved issue, because just recently, the guy thought that the fierce dragon was the last thing he would see in his life. Arata asks Luna to keep an eye on Reina for a bit, and he himself goes back to the guys in order to find out why the dragon flew to them. When Todo returns to the others, he notices Aluga trying to hold the dragon girl back as she tries to run to the boy. The girl waves her arms and orders him to let her go. Aluga holds her firmly and says that if he lets her go, she will run to Arata. Despite the girl's liveliness, Aluga finds a moment to ask how Reina is, to which Arata replies that she is fine. Todo approaches the girl and asks her to introduce herself. He bends down to be on the same level. Her eyes are a little wild, her hair is disheveled. Just by her appearance, you can tell how eager she was to get to Todo. The girl says her name is Teltu. She is a descendant of the great Bahamut, and part of the great ancient dragon tribe of this island. Arata had heard the name Bahamut somewhere before, either in a game or a manga. The boy looks at Telta and notices her tail, pointed ears and horns on her head. The girl looks pretty cute. All these elements emphasize her uniqueness. Todo thinks that Teltu is some kind of higher dragon. Despite the fact that she is still small, the girl has incredible strength. It is enough to remember how she dragged a huge boar, which is twice as big as her, alone. Arata feels that their acquaintance has dragged on, so he decides to give his name. The guy also adds that he only started living on this island yesterday. Even such a story delights Telta. The girl says that her husband's name sounds powerful and has strength. Arata timidly thanks the girl. He does not quite understand how he should behave next to her. The guy decides to ask why she calls him her husband. Teltu is surprised when he hears this. Now the girl looks like she heard something that is beyond her comprehension. She thought that her behavior was quite obvious and would not raise questions. Teltu claims that Arata proposed to her himself, and she happily accepted. Arata didn't even expect that he could propose to a little girl. Did his principles change when he started life in a new world? In that case, God decided to test him. On the one hand, it's interesting, but on the other, it's unfair. The guy gains maturity and asks the girl to remind him at what point he proposed to her. The girl runs forward in indignation and goes straight to Arata. She thinks that he is just laughing at her. How can he forget that he personally proposed to the girl? She asks if he really didn't give her the emperor's boar. The girl's discontent is understandable, since their tribe has one tradition. A man must defeat a truly powerful monster, spend his magic power on it, and give it to the girl. This is how representatives of the ancient dragon tribe propose. And so Arata, the girl's husband, sent her an amazingly strong monster. She had no choice but to accept his proposal. At this point, Todo understood everything for himself, and decided to explain to the girl how everything really happened. Deep down, he feels insecure, because he understands that Teltu may misunderstand everything again, because they have already had disagreements. But the girl still does not listen to the guy and interrupts him, saying that she wants to figure everything out. Todo understands this, so he chooses the right moment and decides to ask the girl why he assumed that he gave her the emperor's boar. And so Teltu begins to tell how everything happened on her side. She was going to take a nap after a hard day. Suddenly, right next to her, a huge boar emperor falls from the sky. At first, Teltu thinks that she is just sleeping. However, after making sure that this is not a dream, she decides to come closer. After she examines the boar, the girl decides to fly to the place from which he flew. And so, flying over the dense forest, she looked for the place from where the boar was delivered to her. Thus, the girl found her husband, Arata, who, in her opinion, prepared such an unexpected surprise for her. It is their custom that they can only choose a husband who is stronger than them. That is why she was so excited when she met a man who was stronger than her. Todo also wonders if she really had good intentions. Why didn't she think about their safety? Teltu says that it's all because she accepted Arata's offer, and she threw the boar away because in doing so, she made it clear that they could eat together and raise a family. The guy doesn't see the logic here, but decides to bring this topic to an end, since he understands that there is nothing more to discuss here. Arata looks at the girl and understands that, in her opinion, the girl obviously didn't have bad or evil intentions. She's just young, so she perceives everything differently. In that case, he should be responsible for what's happening. Since Arata had no intention of proposing to Telt, he believes that this misunderstanding is entirely his fault. Therefore, he needs to explain everything to her carefully. The guy takes a deep breath and tells it like it is. It turns out it was just a coincidence. Yes, that happens. And in their case, the Emperor Boar landed in the place where Teltu sleeps purely by chance. So Teltu says that the guy is just misleading her. At that moment, he realizes that another misunderstanding is happening. The upset girl picks up a stick of earth and sticks it in. She squats down and begins to draw patterns on the ground. Teltu mumbles to herself that even among the ancient dragons, they are so strong that no one wants to approach them. Teltu was so happy when the chance arose that she could get married. The girl begins to feel even sadder. Now she is sure that there will be no other man who will want to marry her. She believes that she can only accept this and that she is doomed to loneliness. Todo, looking at the sad girl, begins to think about what caused such confident self-criticism. Maybe she is considered an outcast in her tribe, and he just went and plunged her into the abyss of harsh reality. Arata feels like he did something wrong. Looking around, he remembers the prey. The guy decides to use the boar as a tool to cheer up the girl. He offers her to eat this emperor's boar together. However, Teltu looks at him with sad eyes, then turns away and continues drawing patterns on the ground. She thinks that Arata wants to deceive her and then drive her away again. There is a lump of sadness in her throat that does not allow the girl to speak without a tremor in her voice. But Arata takes her hand and assures her that this won't happen. All he wants now is for Teltu to believe him. He doesn't want this little child to suffer because of some misfortune. It's one thing for adults, who, due to their experience, do not take such things seriously. But children are sensitive to such things, so a special approach is needed. The guy smiles and joyfully exclaims that he, Reina, Luna, Aluga, and Teltu will all eat the boar together. Arata gives her a kind smile in return and says that she can become their friend too, and they will start this joyful event with a joint dinner. Teltu is delighted. All her sadness has been replaced by joy and happiness. She realizes that everything she thought about was just her thoughts. The girl no longer feels lonely. She accepts the invitation and says that she can cook the food herself. To convince his friends of this, Teltu demonstrates his fire skills. The girl's behavior makes Aluga and Arata laugh. Of course, they don't doubt Teltu's abilities, but they still decide to ask Reina the best way to cook it. The girl has a fair amount of experience behind her. Arata returns to Rain with his friends, giving the moment a magical atmosphere. By this time, the girl has already woken up. She is very happy to see everyone, even Aluga, despite the fact that he overdid it a little, which is why his magical power affected the girl's condition. The awakened Reina happily greets each of them. The girl does not hold a grudge against Aluga. After all, they all just continued their normal lives, and no one is responsible for this. Aluga, seeing how strong Arata is, couldn't help but ask if the young lady is just as strong. Todo confirms this, saying that he admires his friend. At this moment, Reina notices that in addition to her friends, a little girl has also come to her. Reina then lost consciousness, and did not notice how the dragon transformed into a humanoid form. Teltu smiles and confidently introduces herself to Reina. The girl also does not miss the opportunity to say that she is one of the most powerful dragons on this island. This speech is so convincing that Renana began to worry a little and doubt her abilities. The girl knows how strong dragons are, and looking at the girl, she has no doubt that she has great power. Arata decides to emphasize all this and make it absolutely clear that Teltu is the dragon that almost killed them. Of course, he decides to keep quiet about the latter. Joyful Teltu runs up to him and hugs Arata very tightly from behind. His poor bones make a treacherous crunch. The girl also considers it necessary to tell me that the guy is her husband. A confused Reina doesn't quite understand what's going on. She just looks at them with a puzzled look and says that she's taken note of the information. Todo tries to explain everything to her, worried that the girl might get it all wrong. Reina still asks her friend to explain everything, hoping that she was simply mistaken in her unspoken judgments. After Arata tells her everything as it really was, Reina asks if he by any chance has a blessing from Loki, a god who brings trouble to the people he blesses. The girl herself does not expect an answer to this question, since it is rhetorical. Then the girl's behavior becomes no less strange. Teltu runs up to Reina and says that since they are in love with the same person, they should definitely stick together. Arata doesn't know what to do with this child to calm him down. He thinks that this little naughty girl is just making fun of him. The girl's recklessness simply surprises Reina, but despite this, she considers it necessary to explain to her that only 2 days have passed since she met Arata. According to her principles, there can be no talk of any development of a romantic relationship in such a short period of time. They are just friends, and not lovers. But even here, Teltu stands his ground, saying that Arata actually met his wife a couple of hours ago. Doesn't a girl's true nature demand a strong guy who can protect her? The girl asks. Having heard this conversation, Luna now decides to intervene, who thought that since Todo was carrying Reina in his arms, they were at least dating. Arata just wants to disappear into the ground. The guy is tired of making excuses, so he simply prefers to stick to his opinion. It is very difficult to convince girls, so it is easier to ignore. Aluga has also become a passive victim of sorts. He is already tired of listening to his friends sort things out. The guy calls out to his friends. To their surprise, they hear him the first time. He apologizes for interrupting such an intellectual conversation and tells the guys that it's getting boring here. Aluga suggests that they return to the Emperor's boar. Reina is the first to remember that it still needs to be cooked. The girl thinks that it would be better to spend this precious time cooking the meat rather than sorting things out. The others also picked up on this idea and decided to hurry. The girls overtook Arata and went to the tent. At this point, the guy stops, falls behind to catch his breath. He begins to feel tired from all this talking. Alas, even the divine gift is powerless here, and here the guys are standing in front of a huge boar carcass. Teltu transformed into a dragon to move it closer to the tent. For a while, everyone just stands there and stares at it. It's so big you don't even want to start cutting it up. Of course, it's great that there is magic in this world, which makes life much easier. Since the animal is huge, the guys divided the responsibilities. Each is assigned to do something specific. Reina feels useless since she came to this island. The girl thinks that she needs to maintain her reputation as a mage of the 7 stars. Teltu transforms into a dragon and lifts the boar's carcass into the air. Reina uses her hovering saber magic. The rest is up to Aluga. The guys do a great job together. Aluga is the best hunter of their tribe. He does a great job of cutting. After that, Reina offers him to dry himself with a towel. Thanks to the butchering, they can now eat delicious meat anywhere. The question remains, where to put such a huge amount of meat? They clearly won't be able to eat it all, but the boys don't have to worry at all. Arata suggests using storage magic to keep the meat from spoiling. However, Reina doesn't have enough storage space right now. Todo takes full responsibility. In order for the magical storage to open, it is enough to wave your hand. When the portal appears, it remains to transfer the product into it. Arata had never used this skill before, but his intuition told him that he should first visualize the storage facility separately, and then the pieces of meat. The guy does just that. Todo simply imagines the boar meat falling into the magical storage. This image helps move the pieces into the storage. He notes that this skill is really very useful. Since the move is going well, this cannot but please the guys. Their main problem has just been solved. Now they cannot worry that the food will not spoil, and such supplies will last them a very long time. While everyone is rejoicing, Reina stands silently behind and watches Arata. It is clear from the girl's face that she is unhappy about something. In order not to waste time, Reina calls out to him and asks since when can he use storage magic, since only a girl had this skill. Besides, not even every 7-star mage has his storage capacity. The guy rubs the back of his head in embarrassment and understands that the day will be long. The girl has many questions for him. A long-awaited moment has arrived. The meat is already being roasted on the grill. The aroma is carried by the wind over a decent distance, so if someone comes to visit them, don't be surprised. Surrounding the grill, everyone stands and salivates. The meat turned out simply magnificent. A pleased Reina reports that the meat is completely cooked. The girl puts it on a plate and serves it. They greedily pounce on the dish and begin to devour it. Their appetites are seriously aroused after everything that happened to them. The girl doesn't feel sorry at all, but she asks them to take their time, to at least somehow make the meal safer. Sometimes, it seems that hunting is less dangerous compared to eating hungry hunters. Even at this point, a small rivalry has arisen between Arata and Aluga as the boys aim for the same piece of meat. Aluga looks his rival in the eye and says that he is not bad. Arata does not lose his head and replies that his friend has a keen eye too. Reina has prepared a sweet sauce for the meat, which perfectly complements the taste of the dish. Luna and Teltu dip their pieces in it. Reina also reminds the kids that in addition to meat, they also have vegetables that they need to eat. At this point, she fries the fillet, the best part of the fatty pork. It is the softest part of the boar, and the most delicious. It should melt in your mouth. Todo's eye falls on a fillet of the highest quality. The guy snatches it with great speed and, while the guys don't understand what's happening, takes it for himself. Reiga laughs and says that they should share. Arata doesn't argue with the girl. Whether he wants it or not, you can't fool around with Reina. The boys are eating, and it seems like each of them is in their own universe. Some time passes, and everyone lies down on the grass to ensure comfortable digestion of food. And then they go home. Night falls. Everyone has already gone to bed. Only Arata and Reina are awake. The boy and girl are sitting in front of the fire and talking. The night is very warm and starry. The pleasant and calming crackle of the fire is heard. Reina starts the topic first. The girl says that today was a very hectic day. Remembering everything that happened to them, a smile appears on her face. Arata laughs and says that he would have called yesterday a hectic day, but today they had complete madness. But now it's all over, so the guys laugh, remembering all this. But then, for a while, they fall silent and just look at the fire. Everyone understands that this silence is a transitional bridge to that very important conversation. Reina starts by saying that Arata saved her again. She says all this for a reason. The girl is really very grateful to the guy. Arata turns his head and looks at Reina. He understands that they are talking about the moment when Teltu arrived. Arata is sure that this is partly his fault, because if he had not released the boar, the dragon would not have arrived. It is important for him to provide his girlfriend with the most comfortable and safe conditions. Moreover, Arata is sure that he should thank her for everything she has done for him. Without the girl's culinary skills, things would have been tough, but since they have her, they managed to eat their fill of delicious food today. Reina also set up a tent on her own, thus giving Todo a place to spend the night. Arata looks dreamily at the beautiful starry sky and says that he would like to live a peaceful life on this island and use his strong body to protect Reina. In principle, this is what he does. It gives him strength and energy. Reina is like a muse for him, who inspires him to heroic deeds. Otherwise, if Arata cannot protect her, he will be absolutely useless. Her friend's words strike her right in the heart. However, these are not sharp knives, but beautiful roses. All this is because Reina does not remember anyone trying to protect her as fiercely as Todo does. As a defensive reaction, she lets out a quiet giggle. However, Arata doesn't understand what made her laugh. Reina says she can't remember the last time anyone said that to her. Lately, she's been treated like a tool or a monster. Arata rests his chin, looks thoughtful, and says that he finds such behavior unforgivable. The girl thinks that this is normal for a mage of the 7 stars. But still, this does not mean that the girl was not taken into account at all. Despite the fact that she was still far from the strongest mages of the 7, however, this was enough to look at her as the strongest creature. That's why it never occurred to anyone to protect someone like her. The girl says that Arata's behavior and his attempts to stand up for her are further proof of how strange he is. Reina doesn't have that gift. That's another reason why Arata is always trying to protect her. Reina says that if Aluga, Luna, and Teltu were to end up on the continent, it would lead to a series of disasters, especially if the guys somehow didn't get along. But Arata is on the same level as them, maybe even stronger, and no human could do what the guy does. Todo realizes that the girl has come close to their main topic. The girl confessed that at first, she didn't want to get involved in her friend's personal affairs, but since there were already key moments, It would be stupid to leave them closed. This is why Reina wants to know who Arata really is. The guy lowers his downcast gaze to the burning fire and begins to collect his thoughts. He understands that Reina is the first person he has met in this world. They have known each other for only 2 days, but he is almost sure that the girl is a reliable person, and yet he doesn't know if it's wise to tell her about his reincarnation. The girl might think he's crazy, or that it's just a stupid joke. If she doesn't believe it, her trust in the guy will be greatly reduced. Arata is silent for a while, and then decides to tell everything. Even if his friend doesn't believe him, he will simply return to his loneliness. Besides, he doesn't want to lie to this girl. The guy leans back on the chair and inhales the blue air, and he begins to say that he was born in another world. Todo tells how he once died in his home world. Then he met a god who transported him to this island. That's when he received this power. The guy told everything as it is. Even if Reina wants to leave because of this, he will understand everything. The girl is silent for a while, and then says that it makes sense. Arata is surprised. He thought the girl would react differently. She says it's hard to believe that her friend met God. But ever since she got to this island, crazy things have been happening. She asks if he understands that normal people can't throw huge monsters into the sky. Looking at all this, the girl can believe that the guy is from another world. Now she understands the situation, and his efforts cannot leave her indifferent. She stood in front of the guy and smiled. Therefore, she is looking forward to their adventures together. In truth, Arata hadn't expected Reina to say something like that. He thought she would only partially believe it, if she did. He thanked the girl, and he says that he is also looking forward to it. Todo is very glad that he met her first. A week has passed since Arata arrived on this island, and it seems he is starting to get used to this life. He doesn't have to worry about survival. Thanks to Reina, he can live comfortably in nature. Recently, she even taught him magic, and thanks to the copying skill, he mastered various types of magic. Sometimes the boy wonders if he relies on Reina too much, and he wants to make sure he doesn't bother her more than necessary. Arata stands there, lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar sound is heard. Todo tries to remember where he has heard it before. The boy leaves the tent and moves towards the sound. Mixed feelings fill him inside. Since Todo has a keen sense of hearing, he can detect it at fairly large distances. Thus, the sound leads him to the forest. There, Arata discovers a small rabbit, which looks at the boy with its small black eyes. This little one is the same species as the rabbit he met when he got to the island. At first glance, the rabbit seems very cute. However, what you are in his gaze is unclean. But Todo just can't understand what exactly. The guy remembers that then he used the previous rabbit as bait to save himself. Despite the fact that it was a forced measure, Arata feels a little sorry for his fellow. The boy squats down and calls the animal. It starts moving towards him. However, the rabbit's surprised look confuses him. It seems that the animal is somehow disappointed. But Todo simply refers to what he imagined. Then the little rabbit jumps up and bumps into his stomach. The boy starts laughing and hugs him. Now the boy thinks that the rabbit just likes hugs, and that's why he's acting like that. Arata picks him up and strokes his head. The guy returns to the tent. At this time, a sleepy Reina comes out. The girl notices her friend and approaches him. She did not expect him to wake up so early today. Arata wishes her a good morning and shows her a small animal. The girl froze and silently stared at the animal. This reaction confuses Arata. He asks what is wrong with her, but Reina ignores his question. She continues to stare at the rabbit without looking away. And then the guy switches to the rabbit and asks if he wants to hug her. But the animal begins to break free from his hands. The rabbit drums its little paws on Arata's chest. In order to somehow take control of the situation, he decides to calm him down. But since Todo hasn't yet learned to control his power, he goes a little overboard. The guy asks his friend what to do about it. The girl silently watches his behavior. Reina asked if Arata knew anything about this creature, but it turns out that the guy really doesn't know anything. He says that it seems to be an ordinary rabbit, and that there were similar ones in his world. Reina takes into account her friend's lack of awareness and decides to warn him that this is a disaster-class monster. At first, Arata thinks that the girl is just making fun of him. However, when he notices that her serious expression does not change, he realizes that her friend is serious. The catastrophe class includes monsters that are much stronger than humans, despite what their appearance might suggest. If such a rabbit appears on the continent, then one 7-star mage may not be enough. You will have to call a hero and a saint, who will be able to defeat it if they fight to the death. Arata can hardly even believe it. He looks sadly at the rabbit and tells it that it won't work as a pet. It looks like we'll have to forget a lot of the stereotypes from the past world. Common sense doesn't work on this island. Now he understands why the rabbits gave him such strange looks when their blows had no effect. In an instant, Teltu appears, who still perceives the guy as her husband. She hugs him. Despite all the force the girl applied to her hug, Arata does not move. This amazes her even more. Reina asks the girl what she plans to do today. She answers something like she wants to play with her husband. She notices a rabbit in the guy's hands. And then he says that the rabbits are so fast that it is difficult for them to catch them. And they are small in size. If they run away, you will not find them. Besides, they are very strong. Suddenly the moon appears and hugs Arata just as tightly. Vitya, Teltu, starts to get jealous, but doesn't say anything. She hides behind the guy's back. He asks her what happened. Reina greets Luna and notes that she is as energetic as ever. Her patience doesn't last long, and then she shouts out that she also wants to hug her husband. The girl smiles, and Reina and Arata look at her with kind expressions on their faces. A little later, the boys are going to make a competition out of today's hunt. The first team is Arata and Teltu. The second is Reina and Luna. The team that can bring back the most loot wins. Each team motivates each other, so the boys start hunting and go off in different directions. While Reina's team is seeing success, Arata's is faring much worse. Their result is 0. Reina used Windblade. The dragon notes that Reina seems to be doing well. No wonder her friend is an S-rank adventurer. She knows how to hunt monsters. And yet, it seems to the guy that all the monsters have disappeared somewhere. The creatures of this island are sensitive to strong aura. Some monsters are quite smart, so they are unlikely to show themselves in front of them. In that case, they have no chance. However, Reina is walking with the moon. It turns out that she is doing all the work. At this rate, the guy's team may lose. He doesn't have the same hunting experience as his friend, and he's not yet accustomed to magic enough to support Telta. Arata begins to think about what he could do in this case. The boy has a great idea. The inspired girl is ready to listen to everything he says. She trusts him and believes that Arata can cope with any difficulties. He asks Teltu to rely on him. At this time, the guy sits on the ground in the lotus position. He closes his eyes and goes into a trance. His new body has superbly developed 5 senses. By concentrating, he can hear sounds from a distance. And in such a balanced state, the guy begins to listen. And indeed, his hearing does not fail him. Arata catches some kind of sound. It itself resembles the patter of rabbit feet. In order not to waste time, the guy quickly gets up from the ground and runs towards that sound. Teltu doesn't immediately understand what's going on, but when she sees that her friend has heard something and is now heading in that direction, the girl quickly catches up with him. For a while, she simply runs after Arata. Teltu sees the goal they were aiming for. This goal is 6 small rabbits. But as soon as the animals sense danger, they start to run away in different directions. In order not to lose the prey, the guys need to do something quickly. Puzzles are coming together in the guy's head. The rabbits in their previous encounters attacked him because he is a human. But Teltu is an ancient dragon, so they immediately run away because they sense strong energy. Arata is not going to let them escape. He picks up a stone from the ground and throws it into the distance to distract the animals. Telta takes advantage of the moment and runs after the rabbits. She jumps out from behind the bushes, thus setting up an ambush for them. The girl catches almost all the rabbits. There is only one left. The guy wants to help her, so he starts remembering the spell that Reina taught him. This spell is called Wall of Earth. This magic shapes the earth to the desired image. All that remains is to imagine the traps. Arata succeeds. A huge wall appears in front of the rabbits. At first, Telta is confident that the rabbits will easily break through her, but the girl is wrong. So the guy catches all 3 rabbits. The girl, of course, expected that her, so to speak, husband was special, but not that much. The time comes when the boys need to return to camp. Everything is going as usual there, Reina is preparing food as usual, and Luna is running next to her, waiting for the moment when she can help the girl. Then the girl notices the guys and runs to greet them. She asks them how the hunt went. She is bursting with energy. She is like a little motor that can't stop. The guy says that everything went well and that they managed to catch a good catch. Aluga shouts at them to bring everything to him since he is doing the cutting. Arata thought that the guy would not be here. Telta stands behind Arata and says that this sacred beast is calling names. Todo notes that the girl has no problem talking to Reina, but the dorm clearly cannot talk to Luna and Aluga. Apparently, when they were preparing the Emperor's boar, she was in an elevated mood and did not notice how she joined the company. Well, it seems like she has the type of character that doesn't get along well with others. Perhaps it's just hard for an ancient dragon to make friends. Arata really wants to help the girl. Luna can talk whenever she wants. She asks the boys again how their hunt went. Todo decides to involve Telta in the conversation, asking her how their hunt went. The girl says that they caught 3 rabbits. Luna is sincerely happy for her friends. She shakes Telt's hand and asks how they were able to do that, since rabbits are quite strong and it is very difficult to catch them since they run so fast. Arata takes advantage of the moment and leaves. He tells her if she can take a step forward, she won't be teased anymore. Luna asks the girl to show her how to hunt rabbits. Teltu was embarrassed. So the girls decide to practice hunting together. Luna agreed, and they smiled. Arata mentally supports the girl. Besides this, they also decide to go play while dinner is being prepared. By this time, they should definitely have worked up an appetite. Time flies very quickly on this island, and now a month has passed since Arata found himself here. Everything continues to go on as usual. The guys are standing around the table, on which lies a map of this island. Aluga is the best one to navigate here. He advises the boys not to go to the southern part of the island. They argue that the young representatives of the dragon and demon tribe are quite aggressive. Therefore, it is better not to disturb them unnecessarily. Aluga takes into account the fact that Arata will most likely not be harmed, but Reina remains vulnerable. Therefore, they need to choose their location carefully. Todo asks his friend what he can say about the High Elves. The guy says that the representatives of this race are a rather withdrawn people, so they are unlikely to attack out of the blue. They have a peculiar principle, according to which they prefer not to attack without reason. But if someone shows aggression towards them, they will defend themselves. Besides, Aluga doesn't know how elves react to people. There are spirits living near them. If you are careful, there shouldn't be any problems. Thus, Arata learns that it seems that each tribe has its own hierarchy. In the village of Alugi live beastmen. By themselves, they are calm people. Elven villages are ruled by high elves, and spirits are ruled by high spirits. They are revered as gods. Since that's the case, the boys had better visit the village of the divine beast tribe first. Aluga asks permission to give advice. He says that in order to be greeted warmly, it is better to come not empty-handed, but, for example, with the meat of the Emperor's boar. Arata asks his friend if he knows how to leave the island. The guy doesn't answer that there is no way. The island is surrounded by a powerful barrier, so it is impossible to leave it. But it is easier to get there. You need to have strong magic. According to the elders, this island was created by God so that powerful beings would not interfere with other races. Arata himself can see who lives here. All the strongest beings are gathered here. This is the divine island of Arcadia. Once you get here, no one can get out. As long as everything is here, people can live peacefully. It is, in a way, a cradle of peace on one side, and on the other, the complete opposite. And you never know right away which side you are on. Todo understands that none of this has anything to do with Reina. When the boy came here, he was thinking about exploring the island, learning as much about us as possible, and eventually finding a safe place for himself where he could live permanently. Todo also understands that this is not the best option for the girl. She was always here taking care of him, and that's why he would like to help her leave this island. Arata wants to provide her with maximum safety while the girl achieves her goal. In the meantime, the guy has decided for himself that he will enjoy a quiet life on this island for the rest of his days. A quiet life is Arata's cherished dream. He couldn't even dream of such a thing in his previous life. There, he was accompanied only by murderous everyday life. Every time, Todo devotes his thoughts to thinking of plans that will help Rainy return home safely. For this, Arata is willing to try his best. Night falls. The moon illuminates the mysterious island of Arata. The sky is strewn with many stars, giving it the appearance of endless eternity. The lights are on in the boys' tent as Arata and Reina have arranged a night tea party. Arata asks her to discuss plans. First, they need to talk to the divine beasts to get permission to live. Reina is hesitant, so she asks if her friend is sure that they really need this. The girl is a little nervous, as she doesn't know what to expect from the locals. But after all, the guys are on someone else's territory, and using it without telling the owners. So the guy thinks it would be better if they get permission from the locals themselves. Since they have settled here, getting official permission from the locals is the best idea. It will, to some extent, protect them a little. In the end, the guys came to the conclusion that, in any case, since they live nearby, it is better to visit the locals. And start with the tribe of divine beasts. Reina agrees and says that she will keep him company. After the main issues are settled, Arata asks who will go to the bathhouse first. Reina asks to go early, as she had a pretty hard day today, so her friend gives her the opportunity. Although there are no bandits on this island, some monsters can be quite annoying. Reina can handle it herself if it is not a monster of the level of the Emperor's boar. But still, the guy decides to play it safe. Thanks to this amazing body, by concentrating, he can sense the approach of any monster. Suddenly, Arata feels something strange. It seems to him that there is something strange in the sky. Against the background of the round and bright moon, this silhouette does not bode well. At some point, an unknown creature begins to approach Todo directly. It says what interests her. A long-haired blonde girl in a black dress flies up to the guy. She assumes that he is the new guy on this island. The girl looks pretty weird. She says that a rather interesting smell brought her here. Moreover, she was lucky enough to find the source of the delightful smell. It turned out to be Arata. The wild girl looks down on the guy with her predatory gaze. Looking into her eyes, goosebumps ran down Todo's spine. The wild girl looks down on the guy with her predatory gaze. The girl is somewhat reminiscent of Aluga and Telta. She is also one of those who are at the top of the food chain. Since she spoke first, the girl decides to introduce herself. Her name is Wilhelmina Walmiran Wahaim. She is a vampire, so she has been living on this island for quite some time. Arata also introduces himself and says that he doesn't know how he ended up on this island. The girl shows pseudo-friendliness. Her ambiguous phrases do not promise anything positive. Here the girl says that she is glad to finally meet someone unusual in this boring hole. Will flies around Arata and stops near the bathhouse where Reina is washing herself. She acts as if she knows there is someone inside. Her eyes are gleaming. This gleam hints that the girl is about to do something unpleasant. Walmiran smiles and asks Todo for permission to try the new delicious flavor. Arata realizes that the situation is getting heated. He guesses what might happen now, so his whole body tenses up, preparing to fight back. The guy's fears were not without reason. The guest really does behave quite aggressively. Wilhelmina throws large fragments towards the bathhouse. Arata reacts quickly and instantly fights them off. The thought, "It started," is spinning in his head. He tells Will that she has completely lost her mind. However, the girl does not like such a rude tone, but she is more surprised by the speed with which the guy repelled her attack. She cannot understand how this pathetic little man was able to catch up with her attack. Arata stands confidently on his feet, blocking the way to the bathhouse. He says that the girl will not pass. Will notices that he is indeed too strong for a human, and since the enemy is stronger than he thought, he needs to increase his attack. So he decides to increase his attack. The girl smiles wickedly, then raises her hand and releases mini fragments. The girl understands this, but still does not miss the opportunity to laugh at the guy. She says that if he is so fast, then let them try to stop them. Arata still tries to somehow resist this, however, even with his improved body, it is too, mind you, difficult. He manages to knock off some of the fragments, but they fly very fast, so the boy's attempts are doomed to failure. Arata understands that it is useless to try, so he watches the mist fragments fall into the bathhouse. Despite their small size, they cause destruction. Thus, the building falls apart, leaving behind ruins. Everything inside Arata had already turned upside down while he was running to his friend, the guy Maulid of the Almighty, so that Reina would stay alive. Out of desperation, he shouts to her, hoping to get an answer. But when the guy hears, "Wait, don't come near!" for a second, he becomes the happiest man in the world. He can't see his friend yet, because there is smoke and dust swirling around. But when it all clears, Arata sees that Reina is completely naked. Of course, there is nothing surprising about this, because the girl was washing herself and did not even suspect what was happening outside. All that covers her is a small, thin towel. Reina presses it to herself shyly, not knowing where to go. Tears welled up in her eyes from embarrassment. She asked her friend not to look at her. Arata turned away abruptly and asked for forgiveness. Wilhelmina looks at this whole picture with a sneer, and thus enjoys all shades of shame. For her, this is real ecstasy. Todo was slightly distracted, and for a short time lost sight of Will. But it didn't take long to find her, as the girl started laughing loudly. She likes to watch the guys blush from head to toe. Shocked Reina doesn't know how to act further. She asks her friend who this girl is, and Arata assumes that the girl is a higher vampire. Floating a few meters above the ground, Will asks them to continue to be shy because she has not tasted their shame enough. The boys do not understand what she is saying. However, the girl immediately explains that ordinary vampires drink blood, but for higher vampires, it is bad form. Instead of blood, they prefer to feed on emotions. A funny association comes to Arata's mind, and he says that his mother-in-law does the same. Of course, Wilhelmina in this world does not know what a mother-in-law is, but it is certain that both of them can be called energy vampires. In other words, the girl tasted the shame that Reina had experienced. Will laughs and thanks the guys for this sophisticated taste of romantic comedy. Todo recalls that Wilhelmina's attack wasn't that strong. She could have hit harder, but it seems like she was aiming for the bathhouse. It turns out that she had no intention of harming the boys. All she needs is the shame of the young men, which is so wonderful for her. She says something that you can get addicted to. She also loves it, but she was not allowed to finish. Reina is starting to get tired of all this. She tries to use magic to take revenge on the girl, but then, and only then, enjoy to feel anger, with a subtle shade of shame. At one point, Reina thinks she is defeating the vampire as she is blown to pieces. The girl laughs and asks if the guys really thought it would be so easy to kill her. However, this doesn't last long, as Wilhelmina turns into a bunch of bats and recovers. And here she is again, standing in front of the guys. She asks if they really thought she was dead. Then she thanks them for the dessert. They both reacted so amazingly. But then she realizes that she has already received a hearty dinner from a stranger, and it is time to know when to stop. She thanks them for lifting her spirits. The girl says that next time, she can experience a little more shame, since shyness is her weakness. Wilhelmina disappears, and the guys are left with mixed feelings. Now Arata understands that he is still far from having a peaceful life. Several days pass after Wilhelmina's attack. The boys are gradually beginning to recover from the recent events that happened to them. During this time, they have already managed to reach the village of divine beasts. Everything is going according to plan. A completely unremarkable area opens up before them. Around them are small and modest houses, the roofs of which are covered with straw. Of course, Arata imagined a more fantastical landscape that would correlate with the name of the tribe. However, it turned out to be an ordinary village. A familiar voice calls the boy. When he turns to the call, he sees a joyful Aluga. His wife Livia stands next to him. The girl smiles and warmly greets the guys. Her appearance is slightly different from Aluga's. Her ears are more like bat wings. However, this does not spoil the girl's appearance in any way. But on the contrary, it complements it. When Reina and Arata learn that their friend has a wife, they are very surprised, since Aluga's behavior is more like that of a carefree teenager. Now the boys are convinced that appearances are deceptive, and even such a seemingly young Aluga is responsible for his family, in which he plays the role of breadwinner and provider. The boys even began to perceive him differently. Reina and Arata meet the girl. She says that she already knows them in absentia, because Luna told her about them. The girl says that usually her husband always takes care of her. But recently the girl began to notice small changes that made her wary. To understand the reason for such behavior, Aluga decided to follow her husband and found out that he secretly began to leave the house. At first, Livia even thought that he was cheating on her, but when everything turned out to be completely different, the girl was glad that she was wrong. Otherwise, she would have had to drown her husband in the ocean. Aluga has already gotten used to such sayings from his wife, so he decides to stop at the fact that it is not so easy to kill him. He offers to show the boys the village first, and they ask them to follow him. They are walking through the village. All the villagers look at the strangers with surprise. Reina notes that they don't seem to have their powers. Aluga confirms this. Divine beasts inherited the powers of great ancestors who lived long ago. They are proud of this power. There are also ordinary beastmen who no longer have that strength left, and it turns out that beastmen live in this village, and divine beasts live on the top of the hill. They are like nobles to them. Divine beasts do not ask to be worshipped. Beastmen themselves call them gods. Divine beasts hunt in the forest, getting meat. Ordinary people grow vegetables and rice. They just have different roles. Everyone is busy with their own business, but the most important thing is that everyone works here. Arata understands the beastmen. Since they have no strength, the only way to survive is to hide under the wing of the divine beasts. Living on this island is very dangerous. Anyone would do the same in their place. Here the guys get to the place of the higher beasts. The hero was struck by the landscape that opened up before him. The elder's huge mansion was visible in front. The beasts were born with the power of the divine beasts of the past. The elder still remembers those times. Luna says that their grandmother is very strong. They cannot defeat her even if all the divine beasts gather together. The elder herself asked to bring the guest mansion. Therefore, Aluga suggests that they go inside. They are climbing the stairs. Aluga announced their arrival. There the elder phoenix awaits them. The head of the tribe looks very strong. Magical flames curl around her. 3 phoenix feathers stick out of her hair. Her legs are bandaged like a mummy's. The woman is wearing a light cape. She thinks the boys are quite funny. Taking a drag, the elder exhales the smoke and addresses the boys, saying that they already know who she is. However, the woman has her own principles, so she thinks it would be rude of her not to introduce herself. The elder calls herself Phoenix. She is the one who unites the tribe of divine beasts. The woman's appearance is very similar to a bird, and the magical flame indicates her element. Reina and Arata greet the elder, stating their names. The boys thank the woman for the welcome. Phoenix is a peculiar person who hates unnecessary formalities. She says that since they are their guests, you have every right to relax. Reina modestly agrees. She feels a little awkward in front of the elder, but there is nothing she can do about it now. Phoenix explains that she used to be called the Divine Bird and many other names. When she appears in this form, she is usually addressed as Suzaku. The woman gives the boys permission to call her by this name. She is a little annoyed by the way the elder sounds, as if she is some kind of old woman. Aluga shows his conservativeness and says that an elder is an elder. She was one even before he was born, so he does not accept objections. Phoenix grins back and says that the boy hasn't been able to watch his tongue since he was a child. The woman asks who he takes after, to which Aluga says that he took on all the qualities from the one who raised him, that is, the elder. Arata notes that they do not look like the same races. They are most likely not blood relatives at all. But it feels like they trust each other. Phoenix ignores Aluga's caustic responses as she knows that he is a good guy, since the woman raised and educated him herself. The elder hopes that the guys will continue to be friends in the future, as they make a great team. Arata and Reina smile and agree with her. Phoenix feels the need to say that she has heard a lot about them from Luna. If the girl liked them, then they must be really good guys. The elder raises her finger, after which a small light appears above it. Emphasizing this, she says that a special greeting awaits the guys. The woman does not wait for a response from them, and at that very moment, throws a burning flame straight at Aretha. The guy automatically catches it, after which a huge flame bursts out of his hand. The guy screams in surprise. Aluga and Reina stand with their mouths open in amazement. Phoenix smiles contentedly, and Todo looks at his burning hand in surprise. The woman comes closer, starts laughing and praising the guy. Reina says she can't believe it. Arata doesn't quite understand what happened. The girl explains that there is several times more magic in this fire than in her mana reserve. and perhaps even tens of times more. Everyone is especially amazed at how calmly Arata accepted this fire, despite how casually Phoenix released it. The boy didn't think this little ball was so amazing. Reina says it's not a toy at all. At this moment, the guy clenches his fist and only smoke remains from the fire. Thus, Arata begins to like the elder even more, and the woman is not embarrassed to announce it. Aluga begins to resent such a reception of guests. Phoenix says that it's been a while since she's had to warm up like this. She looks at Arata with a piercing gaze, causing him to swallow, feeling a growing excitement inside. The elder gives a sharp laugh and says that she has a lot of noisy kids here, so she decides to leave them alone. She relies on Aluga and says that he can show the guests around the village and that they will have a party in the evening. Aluga apologizes to Arata for their elder. However, the guy has gotten used to such things lately, although the last time he was a little surprised. The boys go outside where there are a lot of people in the yard. They are all having a picnic in the yard. The residents are sitting around a large fire. Each family has a separate clearing set up. The guests are placed on the pedestal with the elder. Phoenix raises his glass and makes a toast, informing all the residents that today, the great warrior of the Aluga divine beast tribe has brought new friends. The elder doesn't miss the opportunity to mention that Arata isn't afraid of even her fire, which is why she calls the guy a monster, in a good way. Phoenix asks the villagers to give the guests a warm welcome. Todo feels a little awkward. A cheerful Luna appears, bringing the boys some delicious food on a separate plate. Smiling, Arata looks at Reina and remembers that he was worried because Reina might get sick. But for now, the girl is in a great mood and nothing seems to bother her. Todo guesses that Aluga most likely asked the divine beasts to suppress their magic in advance. After trying the dishes served, Arata notes that they taste excellent. On the table, he also notices the Emperor's boar meat sandwiches that Reina had prepared for her as a gift. The elder decides to try the much-praised treat and reaches out for the sandwich. The woman sniffs first, then takes a small bite. She hasn't eaten the Emperor's boar meat for a long time, as these animals rarely come to the surface. When Suzaku finishes her sandwich, she jumps up in delight and says that this snack went down very well with her. She also notes that the taste is even better than the Emperor's boar meat compared to what she had tried before. The woman had heard, of course, that the girl was a good cook, but she hadn't thought that she was that good. Reina thanks her for the compliment. The calm atmosphere suddenly changes to some kind of turmoil. Something very large appears on the territory. Some creature is walking straight through a crowd of people, thereby throwing the inhabitants in different directions. The divine animals simply start flying from side to side. The elder says that it is just the young people making a bit of noise and asks the guests not to worry. The hero notices that they are already very close. Then she talks about some Gaius, a name that means nothing to the boys. From the rising pillar, the silhouette of a huge monster emerges. The elder says that this is the most ferocious of the tribe of divine beasts. Then the ancestors were the divine beast hippopotamus. The beast approaches the boys and menacingly begins to ask who prepared the sandwiches. He then approaches Reina and asks if the girl cooked it. The frightened girl nods. By this thing he means Reina's sandwiches. He comes even closer to her, then points his finger at her, and he says that from now on she will be his bride. The amazed Reina could never have imagined that after 5 seconds of meeting the monster, she would receive a proposal from him. There comes a time when Arata has to stand up for her friend again. He blocks Reina with his back, which makes the girl feel safe. The ferocious monster starts screaming what he wants. Arata says that his behavior is unlikely to please anyone, because the monster just suddenly appeared and began to treat the young girl badly. Gaius holds out his hand, holding the sandwich Reina had made. He says it tastes delicious. He asks again if she really made it. Without waiting for an answer, Gaius orders her to become his wife and cook for him all his life. At this moment, the girl becomes ill, as the monster emits the strongest magical energy. Reina starts gagging. A frightened Luna asks if the girl is okay. Arata immediately understands what is going on. Other divine beasts suppress their magic for the girl, but this one, on the contrary, releases it, trying to intimidate and subjugate the poor guy. As if he thinks himself superior to the guys. In fact, he just doesn't care about Reina. The hero has a serious look. Gaius warns Arata not to stand in his way, otherwise he will throw the guy out of here. But the guy is not at all afraid of threats. On the contrary, He is ready to enter into a duel to help the girl. They are preparing for battle. This makes Gaius even more angry, causing him to begin to radiate even more of his anger-fueled energy. Phoenix approves of the idea of a duel for the girl. However, she cannot allow the guest to be thrown out, as it is not at all hospitable. Gaius tells her not to interfere. The woman tells Suzaku that he is the only one disturbing the fun here, although she can understand his feelings. The elder raises his hand and says that they will decide everything in a duel of divine beasts. Reina asked what it was. Arata asks Aluga to explain what this means. He says that they respect their ancestors, so when they can't share something, they give them an oath and then proudly begin to fight. The loser gives way to the winner. In other words, Reina will be their bet. The monster confirms. Phoenix asks if anyone has any objections. Aluga reminds them that they are, after all, their guests. Araka addresses the girl. Arata asks the girl if he can handle this. She says she relies on him completely. And now the guy is standing opposite his opponent, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. The monster tells the boy that he will take her away. Arata understands that he can't give her to such a guy. If Gaius wins, Reina will become his wife. If Arata wins, the elder promises to do whatever he asks. Within reason, of course. The woman gives her word as a divine beast. Todo realized that Suzaku had been living here since time immemorial. Perhaps she knew how to get out of this island. The best way to repay Reina for helping me is to bring her home. So the guy now has to win. The enemy introduces themselves. To avoid tarnishing their pride, competitors are asked to fight with all their might. Thus, the duel of the divine beasts begins, grasping the enemy with a death grip. Arata understands that the monster is very strong. Little Luna and Reina try to support their friend, rooting for him. The girls are very worried that something might happen to him, but the guy shouts to them from the field that he has everything under control. Todo notices that Gauss is even stronger than Teltu. However, Arata gathers his strength and, putting out all his power, he begins to move the opponents from their place. The monster is surprised. Not only did the guy stop his attack, but he was also able to attack in response. The villagers and the elder watch the duel with interest. Arata once again exceeds Phoenix's expectations. To do, step by step, the big guy, he is getting closer to the line. The crowd is delighted with this guy. Some people think he has been training for a long time. He mentally asks them for forgiveness and says that all this is not true. This body is a gift from God. He has never done sumo, but he simply must win, since his girlfriend's freedom is at stake. Arata is very angry, and all because the monster scared the poor girl. Now he will not forgive him for this. The guy thinks he has to win. The young man understands that it is time to end this, when Todo pushes the opponent beyond the drawn line. Everyone around is surprised. He wins. Phoenix announces that the match is over. There is a roar of delighted public. Inside, the boy feels proud of himself. Opposite, beyond the circle, the defeated Gaius sits on his knees. He still can't believe that some young guy defeated him. Arata returns to his friend, victorious. Reina blushes a little, but the girl is very happy that he is okay. Todo is pleased that the girl was worried about him. Their conversation is interrupted by a joyful moon. She runs up and hugs the guy, saying that he is a great fighter. Aluga also approaches him, saying that the guy does not choose the easy way. The guy thinks that Gaius isn't particularly smart, but in terms of brute force, he's number one here. Arata just went the straight route in battle. The boys turn towards the field and see the straight lines that Arata left during the fight. Aluga says that it looks like there's not much of a gap in strength between them. It would take a hell of a fighter to pull that off against Gaius. Arata rubs the back of his head in embarrassment, remembering that it's all thanks to the god who gave him such a body. At this moment, the guy feels that someone is standing behind him. Todo turns around and sees Gaius. At first, the boy thinks that he wants to fight him again, because he can't give up on Reina. But he, on the contrary, extends his hand to Arata, and then he invites them to become friends. Arata stands there in surprise for a moment, but then shakes his hand. Gaius respects the guy for defeating him. This is how they become friends. Gaius says that if something happens, he can contact him. After that, the monster offers him to start the duel again. The rest of the villagers pick up on this idea. In an instant, everyone thinks they are worthy opponents. Everyone wants to try to beat the guy, but for some reason, no one is embarrassed that the guy defeated one of the strongest opponents. A tired Arata still agrees, but asks everyone to approach one by one so that there is no complete obscurantism. In the end, the guy wins over everyone. Night was already falling, everyone was asleep. Even though they came here just to say hello. Arata is glad that at least he had fun. The day after the boys returned from the village of divine beasts, Arata was gaining strength. The guy is lying on a hammock and resting. Reina passes by and notices how sweetly the guy is sleeping. She likes to watch it. The girl understands that her friend had a hard day yesterday. Anyone would be tired of that. Reina walks up to Arata, places her hand on his head, and tells him that he looked absolutely amazing yesterday. This island is too busy. Is it really a short break? The guy opens his eyes and sees a girl in front of him. He agrees that if he sleeps twice, he won't be able to sleep at night. The girl asks how he feels. Arata replies that he felt so good that he didn't notice how he fell asleep. He hasn't rested like this for a long time. In his past life, he was always busy with work. Even when he came home, he couldn't get the thoughts of tomorrow out of his head. Reina also notices that the guy looks relaxed. He can't get enough of being on this island. The girl thinks it's great. Arata admits that at first he wanted to live alone. But now, she wants to learn more about this island and the species that inhabit it. It will be even more fun this way. The guy doesn't think that living alone is the quiet life he was aiming for. Continuing to socialize and have fun with their neighbors is what he was really aiming for. The guy wants there to be more days like this, and of course, he will do everything to help his girlfriend. He will try to make sure that Reina comes home. The girl asked him why he needed it. He says that she got here as a result of an accident. Reina does not deny it. However, the girl doubts that she wants to return home. She replied that she didn't know. They haven't discussed this with her yet. Arata had only said a few times that he wanted to live on this island, so she thought she wanted to help him. In fact, he doesn't remember the girl talking about going home. And she never tried to find a way to get out of here. It turns out he was the only one worried about this. This thought made Arata want to go and bury himself. It seems he misunderstood his girlfriend. He offers to discuss what to do next. The girl agrees. She asks her friend why he thought she wanted to go back. Todo says she was sailing to the island on a royal mission and then got shipwrecked. That's why he thought she wanted to go back. The girl says that everything was just like that. Come to think of it, she didn't tell him about the circumstances surrounding it. Arata asks if something bad happened before she got here. The girl says that she was an orphan. Until her teacher, the first archmage among the star of 7 magicians, did not pick her up, making her his student. Things were very difficult for Reina after that. She was abandoned in a wilderness inhabited by dangerous monsters. In order to survive in this place, she had to use magic until she passed out from exhaustion. She felt sick just thinking about those hellish days. Thus, she became one of the 7 archmages. After her story, Reina falls silent. The girl looks into space with sad eyes. Arata notices this and asks what happened. The girl explains that she told him that she came to the island on the king's orders in search of the elixir of immortality. But she did not tell him the most important thing. In fact, she was trapped. Shortly after she reached the rank of archmage, the duke of their kingdom asked her to become his court sorceress. However, one of the strongest mages on the continent was unable to serve a nobleman, so she refused. But as it turned out, the duke did not see her as a sorceress. He wanted to make her his woman. After her refusal, the duke began to persecute her, using all his power. Her native kingdom began to put pressure on her. They even wanted to touch the orphanage where she grew up. This created a situation where she could not say no, so Reina avoided by taking advantage of the royal decree that had been issued earlier to obtain the elixir of immortality, which was supposed to be on this island. After the shipwreck, they must decide that the girl is dead and finally leave the shelter. Besides, she was a little tired. The young man looked at his friend with sympathy. From an early age, the girl devoted all her time to magical practice, until one day she became one of the most powerful wizards. But despite her success, they saw nothing in her except a woman. This was very difficult to accept. Besides, no one on the island knows how difficult it is to achieve such a title. There is no one to reward her for all the hard work she has done. Arata tells her that the girl worked so hard to become an archmage. But in reality, she never really wanted to become a sorceress. The sisters at the orphanage were so kind, so the girl always wanted to be one of them. But the teacher said that being a sorceress, she would bring much more benefit to the orphanage. That's why she tried so hard. The young man understands her. Arata now understands that the girl does not want to return to the continent, but prefers to stay on the island. You ride quite comfortably. Reina says he shouldn't worry about it. Luna and Teltu are very nice, and she has become friends with Aluga and the others. So instead of going back home, she would like to live a second life here. Arata is happy about this news, and he suggests that the girl live as before. It is unlikely that this has any hidden meaning, but a simple handshake will not prevent them from confirming that they remain equal friends. However, the guy thinks it is very important. He is also sure that they both think so. Several days pass. Arato wakes up and invites his friend to go for a walk, but she refuses, saying that she wanted to read the magical tome. This is the same book that Wilhelmina brought as an apology for laughing at them and breaking the pain, although outwardly she showed no signs of remorse. But it's so easy to give away something valuable to someone. Whatever you say, she's an extraordinary creature. The guy asks, "What's in the book?" The girl says that this describes magic that was considered a myth. She is an archmage after all, so she is interested. Arata thought the girl didn't want to be a mage. She says you're different. The guy laughs and says if the book can help protect her, then it's useful. After that, he goes outside. The weather is wonderful outside. However, the guy immediately feels the ground tremble. One of the strongest creatures is approaching him. It turns out to be Aluga. He asks if the boys have seen the moon. She had dinner with them yesterday and then went home as usual. However, she has not been home since yesterday, and no one knows where she could have gone. Even the strongest creatures can find themselves in a difficult situation. Reina comes out of the tent to the voices and asks what happened. Arato explains that the moon did not return home in the evening. The girl says that they should go look for her. She is very worried about her little friend. Aluga is grateful to the girl for her responsiveness, but he claims that this is their problem. But the boy asks his friends to send the girl home if Luna suddenly returns to them. Reina really wants to help the girl with her squeaks, so she asks if they shouldn't go look for her. Aluga says that although the moon is a child, she is also a divine beast. Everyone knows that divine beasts have great power, so it is unlikely that there will be a monster that can harm her. The moon herself will harm anyone she wants. Todo decides to go look for the girl and asks Reina to wait for him here. The girl agrees and wishes him luck. The guy runs into the forest and starts looking for traces of the girl. He runs a certain distance, but does not find any traces. Since she hasn't returned for so long, she must have had some problems. Or the moon doesn't want to return. But yesterday the girl looked as cheerful as ever. No, she looked even more cheerful than usual. Then the boy remembers that tomorrow is Aluga and Livia's wedding anniversary. The girl told Arata yesterday that she was going to have a party for the three of them. The boy remembers that Luna is looking forward to this significant event. Besides all this, the girl said that she wanted to prepare a gift for them, so she left early yesterday. Perhaps this is true, and the girl is simply preparing a gift. However, Todo still feels a little worried about his little friend. Suddenly, Arata begins to feel the presence of the moon. It doesn't seem like the girl is weak. This immediately calms the guy down. But he doesn't understand why she didn't want to come back. After some time, the guy finds the girl. She is sitting on the ground near a tree. Luna looks a little puzzled. He asks her what she is doing. The girl is trying to hide someone, however, Arata looks behind her and sees little sleeping wolf cubs. This all explains the absence of the child at home. She simply could not leave the small and defenseless cubs alone without supervision. In order not to scare the girl, Arata slowly approaches her. The guy wants to show her that there is nothing to be afraid of. He carefully kneels down and asks her who she is hiding there. Little wolf cubs are hidden behind 9 fluffy tails. The girl looks away sadly. The fluffy ears on her head also involuntarily droop. A small tear runs down her cheek. When Luna realizes that no one will scold him, the girl decides to open up. She says that today is Aluga and Livia's wedding anniversary. And for her, this is also an important event, so the girl wants to please her friends. That is why she was going to give them something. Moreover, Livia once said that she wants a child. And since wolf cubs are babies, they can replace a child. Todo understands that the girl wanted to give him wolf cubs. While the girl was telling this touching story, Arata wondered where the wolf cubs were. but if they were to look for the wolf cubs, it could lead to big problems. After this question, she falls silent and looks somewhere far inside herself. Arata, trying to bring the girl back to reality, decides to ask again about whether the wolf cubs have parents. After this, Luna suddenly comes to life and in a raised voice says that she is sure that they no longer have parents. She knows she shouldn't raise her voice, because Todo doesn't want to hurt her. He just wants to figure things out. Luna lowers her sad gaze again and says that the thing is, when she got here, it was already too late. The girl clutches the hem of her dress in her little fist. This indicates that she is very worried. Arata notices this, so the boy takes a soft tactic. First, he calms the girl down and says that everything is fine, and then Todo smiles and assures her that no one blames her for anything. After that, the guy asks Luna to explain everything in order. Yes, she caught the moment when the wolf cubs were with their mother, and then a very unpleasant event happened. After a short silence, the girl nods and decides to tell everything that happened then. Luna says that on the day they said goodbye to each other, the girl went looking for a gift for their wedding anniversary. At the same time, she was looking for a wolf cub who had separated from the pack. She was overwhelmed with joy, as she really wanted to please her friends. The weather was great, and the birds were singing pleasantly, and the girl was impatiently waiting for the moment when she would decide on a gift. Luna noticed the wolf cub she was looking for. The girl began to follow him, and eventually he led her to his brothers and sisters. That's how she found the wolf cubs. Their mother was nearby. However, by the time the girl arrived, their mother had already been attacked by another monster. As much as Luna wanted to save her, she couldn't turn back time. Despite this, the girl drove the monster away, and thus managed to save at least the cubs. However, difficulties arose. Their mother was already mortally wounded and died soon after. All this time, the cubs did not leave her side for a single step. The mother defended her children with all her might. Despite the fact that the monster was much larger than her, she militantly defended the cubs. Yes, she died, but she managed to buy time, thanks to which the cubs remained alive. Arata listens attentively to the girl. He understands how difficult it is for her to tell all this. All this time, Luna kept an eye on them, because she believed that if she did nothing, other monsters would attack the cubs. And since they were completely defenseless, they would definitely not be able to last long. That is why the girl decided to intervene. At first, she wanted to take them with her. However, the wolf cubs did not agree to leave. Perhaps they wanted to go with the girl, but as already mentioned, they could not leave their mother, no matter what. The cubs simply lay next to her. Occasionally, they gently pushed her with their paws, hoping that their mother would wake up and everything would be as before. Perhaps the cubs were waiting for her to recover, get up, and they would all continue to live together, protecting each other. Luna tried to influence this somehow. The girl told them that their mother had died, but they did not understand. Or they simply did not want to leave. When the girl realized that talking wouldn't help, she decided to think about what else to do. Then the moon buried their mother and tried to take the animals home again. But even then they still didn't want to leave. Tears flow from Luna's eyes. The girl clutches the hem of her dress even tighter, trying to fight off all this sadness that has settled in her. The main character listens to her attentively. A little more time passed. Luna began to fear that the cubs would die without her help. So all this time, Luna protected them, trying to fill the void in their hearts from the recent loss. After hearing all this, the guy's heart just sank with sadness. He was very sad that everything turned out this way. However, Arata decides to praise the girl. The guy says that she did a great job. Not everyone can do that. Todo smiles and pats her head in praise. Others would have been scared long ago and saved themselves. But Luna showed great courage and care. Todo asks her what the girl will do now. After thinking for a while, the girl decides to try her luck again. She wants to try to talk to them again, but only when they wake up. The cubs are fast asleep, cuddled up to each other. After the loss they suffered, they are now the closest to each other. Surely, when they grow up, they will protect their pack just as their mother once protected them. Arata becomes curious about whether the wolf cubs understand the girl. However, Luna does not know this. After this, the boy decides to find out a little more about them, because the wolf cubs in this world are also monsters. The girl says that these cubs are blood wolves. When they grow up, they become very strong. They are serious opponents for many forest dwellers, Arata thinks that if the wolf cubs become very strong even by the standards of the moon, one day these cubs will be dangerous. They can be dangerous for everyone. Of course, the guy understands that they won't harm him, but Reina could be in danger. After all, the girl doesn't have a gift that doesn't allow them to harm her body. Todo starts thinking ahead again. After thinking for a while, he comes to the conclusion that the wolf cubs should be taken as far away as possible so that they cannot harm anyone. But at the same moment, Arata understands that Luna might not like this at all, especially since she put a lot of effort and energy into trying to protect them. All his thoughts are interrupted when the blood wolf cubs open their eyes and wake up. The animals yawn and stretch. Joyful Moon cannot contain her delight as she watches them. The young man is surprised. The sleepy wolf cubs direct their gaze towards the guy. If they are already used to the girl and know that she does not wish them any harm, then they see Arata for the first time, so they try to understand whether there is danger coming from him. One of the wolf cubs starts looking intently somewhere to the side. In an instant, he breaks away from his place and runs somewhere. Luna and Arata look after them, surprised. The girl tries to call out to them, but they don't even hear her. The guy asks what happened. The girl understands where exactly they are running, but she points in that direction and is silent for a while. The cubs run up to the place where their mother is buried. The cubs trample on the spot and sniff the ground. Todo watches their actions. He feels a little sorry for the wolf cubs, because these cubs will never see their mother again. The animals lie down on this spot. You can tell from their eyes how worried they are, and it seems they understand that their mother will not return. The wolf cubs lie quietly, pressing their ears. Everything becomes clear to the main character. The cubs realize that their mother is no longer there. Arata notes that even monsters can feel the pain of loss. In this way, they are no different from humans. Todo kneels down to be level with Luna. The boy asks the girl if she is sure that she can tame them. After thinking for a moment, she nods uncertainly. Arata smiles. He suggests to his friend that she let the wolf cubs say goodbye to their mother and then take them home. The girl is happy. They turn to the animals and watch as these two little balls of wool huddled together are sad and missing their mother. Luna watches this. The girl smiles as she likes this proposal very much and she happily agrees. Some time passes. Arata and Luna are still in the forest. While they wait for the right moment, they have time to watch the clouds floating across the sky, like cotton wool. Since Tolo was delayed in the forest, Aluga decided to visit him and at the same time find out how the search was progressing. When the boy comes to his friend, he notices that he has already found the girl. This event cannot but please Aluga, since the boy has been worried about the little girl all this time. Although she is strong, danger still lurks around her at almost every step. Therefore, everyone needs to be more attentive and careful. At this point, Arata is sitting on the ground and watching the wolf cubs. When his friend calls him, he turns around with a little surprise. The guy apologizes for not calling Aluga earlier, but his friend doesn't hold a grudge and waves him off, saying that nothing terrible happened. Aluga looks down and sees that the wolf cubs and Luna are nestled in her friend's lap, sleeping soundly. The guy understands that for this reason, Arata could not leave and report the whole situation to him. Aluga is not angry at all. His soul became calm when he learned that everything was okay with the guys. He sits down on the ground next to Todo and says that he will tell him everything later, what's what. There is no point in rushing things anymore. Moreover, he does not want to disturb the peace of the moon and the animals. Aluga asks Arata if the girl has caused him any trouble. On Todo's face, and he says that everything is fine. The guy doesn't think the girl is causing him any trouble. He looks at Luna and concludes that she must have barely slept last night, as she is now fast asleep. He would like to give her some more time so that the girl can get a good night's sleep, but the guy understands that, most likely, they should not linger here. However, Aluga says that nothing terrible will happen. Besides, Livia is not angry with the girl, but instead, she is angry with her husband because he, an adult, could not keep an eye on little Luna and lost sight of her for some time. This makes Arata laugh a little. His friend asks him what's so funny about it. Todo says he just thought what a nice guy Aluga is. He says that hearing a compliment from a guy is not a big deal. That's how they live. You can wait forever for compliments from your wives, but the guys, although they say them to each other a little more often, feel a little awkward about it. But if some girl had said a compliment to Aluga, It would have been a real catastrophe. Arata breaks into a regretful smile and asks if Livia is jealous, but Aluga chooses to avoid the answer since it touches on his sore spot. At this moment, Luna makes a sleepy mooing sound, which hints that the girl is about to wake up. Aluga is glad that their sleepyhead has finally deigned to wake up. The wolf cubs wake up with her. The sleepy girl sits up and rubs her eyes. Noticing Aluga next to her, she reaches out her hands to him. The hero looks at her in surprise. He understands that nothing can be done, so he will have to carry her in his arms. He picks up Luna and puts her on his back. After that, the girl falls asleep again. Todo picks up the wolf cubs, and they follow the example of their savior. They close their little eyes and fall asleep. Todo glances at the sky, and seeing the sun setting, quickens his pace. But still, this time they do not rush through the forest at great speed, but walk with careful steps, since their living burden does not allow them to do so. Once again, the weather is beautiful, sunny and warm. It has been a week since little Luna took 2 bloodwolf puppies. They were named Cruel and Gruel. They got such funny names because one makes the sound K-R-R-R, cruel, and the other, grrr, gruel. Arata and Reina began to interact more often with both the divine beasts and the normal beastmen. They were always given a warm welcome in the village and also showed genuine interest when discussing any topic. Recently, they offered them many things that could make life much easier. Since things are gradually starting to go well for the guys, and moreover, some stability has appeared, Todo decides to offer his friend to build a house. Overwhelmed with emotion, he actively gesticulates, thus expressing the joy caused by the idea that has just visited his head. Reina smiles shyly and collects her thoughts. She asks why they need a house, since they seem to get along well in a tent. Then Todo explains to her, reminding her that he is, after all, a guy and she is a girl. Since they are constantly in the same room together, he is not entirely comfortable with this. No matter how well they communicate, they have to maintain the boundaries they have set so that no one feels bad. For some time, the girl still does not understand and says that she is ready to put up with it if it concerns Arata. But then it suddenly dawns on Reina what her friend means. The girl covers her face with her hand, embarrassed. Now she finds it strange that she didn't think of it before. Reina raises her hand and confidently clenches her fist. After which she declares that they should build a house where everyone will have a separate room. Since the girl didn't listen to her friend until the end, she didn't know that he was planning to build 2 houses. Arata feels awkward, but decides to tell Reina anyway. Her face distorts from this whole situation, expressing even more embarrassment. She says that in that case, they will have to prepare a lot. Todo remains standing there with his hands outstretched and his eyes closed. He no longer knows how to continue this conversation. Here comes the next day. The children tell their friends that they are going to build a new house, or maybe 2. So far they have not decided. Having learned about this, little Luna is very happy, and does not hide her delight. The girl's eyes are shining with happiness, and her ears become even sharper. Teltu stands next to her. The girl, as usual, is not very pleased. She crosses her arms over her chest, and her face turns into a displeased expression. Teltu addresses Arata personally, calling him her hubby again. She asks if they want to build a house where they can live together. But Teltu immediately, without waiting for an answer, adds that she is not against this idea, but in that case, she also wants a room in this house. Arata sometimes forgets that next to his friend, he is overwhelmed by a wave of jealousy, baseless reproaches and demands. The girl believes that Todo owes her everything, especially to unquestioningly fulfill her demands. He exhales and is already mentally prepared to listen to all the discontent that will now pour out on him. Teltu points his finger at the guy with displeasure and begins by saying that he considers it outrageous to build a house for 2. It's like creating a love nest. Arata has to duck to avoid getting punched in the eye from such active, disgruntled gesticulation. But to tell the truth, Todo bravely endures the first attack, remaining emotionally unshaken. Teltu continues to scream indignantly, saying that she considers this an unfair decision towards her. Then she suddenly changes her anger to mercy, after which she hugs Arata and says that she also wants to live next to her, so to speak, husband. The guy, however, understands without any emotion that he is in trouble. Most likely he will have to meet her halfway so as not to listen to more reproaches. Reina, shocked by the girl's behavior, holds a drawing of their future home in her hands and says that if Teltu is so eager for it, they can make another room for her. The girl unfolds the existing house plan and places it on the wooden table. She says that Lady Suzaku has given them free reign over the land, so they can build a bigger house. Luna chimes in and says she wants a room for herself. Reina doesn't see any problem with that, so she happily agrees, even before they have built their house. The girls begin to imagine what their rooms will look like. They take the blueprint from Reina, unfold it, and begin to energetically describe their future rooms, showing where and what should be located. Teltu wants a high ceiling in her room, and Luna wants a soft bed. Arata promises to do everything in his power, so a week passes. The guys build a house quite quickly and easily. Reina and Arata smile silently and watch the girls. Todo promises them that he will do everything in his power. A week passes, and now, in front of the guys stands a large 2-story house. Arata admits that he didn't expect everything to work out so well. He thought it would take months to build a house like this, maybe even longer. The boys look at their creation and can't get enough of it. Reina says that the construction would have definitely dragged on if they hadn't used magic. The girl says that everything happened so quickly only because of the guy. Todo did not expect to hear this, because he thought that everyone tried their best, but Reina claims that she left all the hard work and magic to him. The girl approaches the stone fence and puts her hand on it. She says that this wall is made thanks to the earth magic that belongs to Arata. The girl also notes that this wall is so strong that it can withstand even blows from Teltu and Gaius. Todo can't help but remember the moment when Will flew in and unceremoniously destroyed the boys' bathhouse. And all this happened only because the girl wanted to have fun and arrange for herself an entertaining scene in the spirit of a romantic comedy. The boy and Reina will now remember this event for a long time, when both felt extremely awkward at the moment when Reina was left standing naked, among all these ruins that once served as a bathhouse for the guys. Arata also recalls the time when they were hunting a huge emperor boar, which, due to its large size, demolished everything in its path. That is why he came to the conclusion that they would need to make a strong enough fence that could withstand the attack of any monster, thereby ensuring the safety of the residents of the house. Reina also remembers all these moments not without a bit of fear and embarrassment. She approves and appreciates all the efforts of her friend, so the girl says that, in any case, this is the merit of her friend. Therefore, she asks him not to be modest. Arata, a little embarrassed, scratches the back of his head and at the same time says that, most likely, the girl is right. The last thing the guys are adding to the exterior of their new home is a small bell that will let them know when guests arrive. Now Reina breathes a sigh of relief after all this work and suggests that her friend go inside and start tidying up there too. The long-awaited moment arrives and the guys hurry inside the house. Entering their new home, they begin to sketch out the interior. The front doors open onto a spacious hall. Kitchen utensils are also located here. Near the kitchen corner there is a staircase leading to the second floor. And since there is a lot of space on the first floor, Arata suggests making a dining room here and putting a dining table at which they will gather together for a delicious dinner that Reina will cook. The girl likes this idea, so she smiles and happily supports her friend. The guys come to a place where there is a rather high pedestal, which can be climbed by a ladder. Todo remembers that Teltu warned that she likes to live higher, so her room will be in the attic. Reina suggests placing Luna's room downstairs. Since the house absorbs vibration, Teltu's footsteps should not be heard. This arrangement will ensure comfortable living for all residents. On the second floor, the boys made 2 more rooms, which are slightly larger than the girls' rooms. These rooms are intended for when guests come to visit them. Opposite the guest rooms, there are 2 more spacious rooms. These are the rooms that Arata and Reina will be staying in. This arrangement is quite convenient, since the guys can contact each other at any time, and I will have to walk a long way. The boy and the girl are very pleased with their work. They look at each other and laugh happily. Reina looks out the window and sees the sun approaching sunset. Since it will soon get dark, the girl suggests that they go to bed early. The guys haven't had time to furnish the house yet, so it's better for them to spend the night the old-fashioned way, in their favorite spacious tent. In order not to get overtired, They can arrange the furniture and other things tomorrow, and maybe by morning they will come up with some even more interesting design. Reina and Arata go inside. The guy says that he is leaving, they will sleep here for the last time tonight. Todo is immersed in memories of past moments that happened here. The guy also can't help but remember how he spent his first night in a tent with Reina. At that moment, he was so nervous that he couldn't even fall asleep. After that, he was tired all day because of lack of sleep. The guy remembers this with slight embarrassment and a smile on his face. At the moment, after all this time, he has already been able to adapt to these conditions. Moreover, he is enveloped in nostalgia. Arata sits on the edge of the bed and begins to think. For some reason, he feels a strange sadness. He realizes that it is mostly due to the fact that they are moving to a new house tomorrow. Nearby, Reina is walking around the tent and doing her own thing. Turning around, she notices that the guy is sitting sadly and immersed in his thoughts. She really wants to cheer up her friend. She understands that he experiences almost the same feelings as she does. Although Reina is happy with her new home, she also doesn't want to leave this place, as it has already become her home. The girl approaches Arata and says that they can sleep in the tent anytime they want. Hearing this, the guy thinks, then smiles and agrees with his friend. This thought calms him down and the sadness gradually begins to recede. Todo understands that the most important thing is the fact that their relationship will not change no matter where they live, in a tent or in a house. They will remain together as they were. All that will change is their place of residence. To some extent, this will even benefit them. Their friendship cannot be spoiled by such events as moving. At the moment, Arata believes that, after all the time spent together, it can already be said that they are a family. Todo felt much better after thinking about it. It brought a happy smile back onto his face. The guy turns to Reina and says that they can get together at any time and spend the night here again, like in the old days. The girl had also calmed down. She smiles warmly at her friend in response, and, with a slight blush on her cheeks, buries her nose in the book she took from the shelf. Then the boys simply turn off the light and go to bed. This is how their last night in this tent passes. In the morning, the boys decide to get up early to finish the remaining work in their new house. They arrange all the furniture and interior items there. Besides this, they are expecting guests who should soon arrive to celebrate their housewarming. A little more time passes. The guys leave the remaining furniture. Thus, they have sorted out their new home. The doorbell rings, which means that the long-awaited guests have arrived. Arata hurries to the entrance so as not to delay his friends. However, as soon as he opens the door, the first thing he feels is a sharp push to the stomach, and then someone's hands tightly hugging his torso. Todo involuntarily exhales from surprise, feeling how unpleasantly in the solar plexus area. The girl burst into his room, shouting congratulations on the housewarming. And of course, she does not miss the opportunity to call Arata her hubby. Since the guy's attention was focused on the girl, he didn't notice that Aluga and Luna were also standing outside. The girl congratulates her brother, and the guy simply offers him to celebrate, raising a bottle of champagne in his hand. Todo is very happy to see the guys, so he happily invites them inside. When the boys enter, Arata sees an elder in the yard. She, like everyone else, decided to come and congratulate the boys. The woman says that they managed to build a pretty nice house. At first, the guy thought that she came on business, so he immediately decided to ask what the matter was. But Suzaku smiles and says that she heard that the guys finished building the house. Moreover, she just wanted to visit them soon. And now such a wonderful opportunity has come up. Reina also appears at the entrance, surprised. The girl did not expect to see Suzaku here. The elder explains that she wanted to reward them. The woman asks to do without tears of joy. Saying this, she smiles broadly. Todo stands there scratching his head, asking what reward he's talking about. At that moment, the elder's smile disappears and is replaced by surprise. She didn't think the boy would forget everything that happened so quickly. The elder reminds him of how he defeated Gaius-Upala. Last time, she promised that she would try to help them. And here she is, ready to fulfill any request. Arata feels a little awkward. He remembers that at the time, his head was filled with thoughts of how to help Reina return to the continent. But later, it was no longer relevant, and that is why he forgot about the promise. Suzaku expected a different reaction, but decided not to focus on it. Anyway, a great idea came to her mind. The woman flies up. Pausing in the air, she opens her fiery and wide wings. She has wings. The boys freeze in surprise and watch this whole picture. Reina considers this transformation very beautiful. She has never seen anything like it before. The elder asks to save their surprise for later. A fiery funnel, similar to a tornado, forms in the air. Its rotation will cause a strong wind to rise, causing the children's clothes to flutter. In an instant, this funnel takes on the silhouette of a phoenix. The woman has a very unusual power. It's different from anything the boys have seen before. The main character looks at the bird with admiration. Moreover, it is the strongest creature that Arata has seen on this island. The majestic Suzaku flies up to the boys and says that she has decided to give them the right to ride on her back. From a bird's eye view, you can look at the vastness of this great island. The boys are speechless. Even Aluga is surprised, since in all the years he lived with the elder, this is the first time he has received such an offer. The woman does not deny the fact that she allows such things very rarely. But since this is a special case, she is ready to make concessions. Moreover, thanks to them, Suzaku saw an interesting spectacle with an unusual ending. The phoenix extends its fiery wing to the boys, thus inviting them to climb. When Arata's foot touches the flame coming from the wing, he feels nothing. The wing is not hot at all, although at first glance it seems so. The fire coming from the bird is a kind of sacred fire. Todo helps Reina climb onto the bird. He turns to the boys and sees them looking at what is happening with delight. However, even though they are itching to ride such a bird, they are too shy to say it. Arata notices this and decides to try his luck. He turns to the elder and asks if the boys can ride too, since there is enough room for everyone. Suzaku looks at the guy and then starts laughing loudly. The woman says that only Todo could say such a thing. This made her laugh because for the people of this village, she is like a god. It never even occurred to them. Arata smiles and decides to challenge her, saying that it's probably just too hard for her to carry everyone. It works. Phoenix claims it's complete nonsense and agrees to give everyone a ride. She asks everyone to hurry up, as she is not at all used to waiting. But the guys do not go right away. Aluga asks what she is doing. Luna stands next to him, amazed. But the girl prefers to remain silent. The woman replies that she promised Arata to do everything she could for him as a reward. For little Luna, this explanation is quite enough, so the joyful girl climbs onto the bird, spreading her arms out to the side cheerfully. Aluga at first wanted to stop her, but it was useless, since the girl did not hear him at all. He was worried that this could have a negative effect on the sacred animals, but when the boy saw that Luna was okay, he was happy about it. Teltu stands next to Aluga and asks if she can do the same. Aluga decides to hurry up and takes the girl with her. And when all the boys climbed onto the bird, the phoenix asked if everyone was ready to fly. When she receives an affirmative answer, she flaps her wings and rises into the air. In an instant, their faces are blown by a strong wind, which makes it difficult to even open their eyes. Arata and Reina cover their faces with their hands. The guy asks the girl if she's okay. She screams that she's fine. At first, it seems impossible to hold on. Their hands slip off the feathers. It takes their breath away. But the elder tells them to relax. As Arata follows her advice and relaxes, an island of incredible beauty comes into view. Opening his eyes, it seems to him as if all this is happening in a dream. All the guys are incredibly delighted. Phoenix asks how they look. The heroes respond that it is amazing. The island itself is located within bright and endless azure water. It has a unique nature and incredible atmosphere. From above, you can see many different races and cultures. There are also a lot of unexplored places on the island. Arcadia is covered with dense tropical vegetation, which is permeated with colorful flowers, unique leaves, and unusual trees. Exotic plants coexist peacefully here, creating a mesmerizing view of freshness and picturesqueness. The air is filled with the aromas of wildflowers, and every breath of air brings a feeling of complete relaxation. The coastline of the island is framed by snow-white sand. The seawater is crystal clear. It reflects all the beauty of the island. The multitude of reefs creates an incredible underwater atmosphere that cannot fail to amaze. Todo sees the island from above for the first time. Suzaku asks how the boys feel after this. Arata replies that it's simply amazing. He didn't know Arcadia was that big. The guy looks at his friends. Warm feelings overwhelm him inside. Now he can confidently say that he is only happy to be here. Todo is very happy that he was reincarnated in this world. The guy is no longer afraid to move on the bird's back. He sits down next to Reina and expresses his confidence that there are many more fun days ahead of them. The girl agrees with him. The heroes admire and enjoy the flight. Arata intends to continue living a happy life on this island, where the strongest creatures live. He turns to God and says that if he hears him, then let him continue to watch over him further. The events take place somewhere on the continent. A meeting of the Star of the Seven Archmages is taking place. In a dark room there is a round table, at which people in robes are sitting. Their faces are not visible because of the hoods. Apart from the round table, there is no other furniture in the room. From all this, it is clear that the meeting has been called to discuss the situation of the missing girl. One of the council members asks if everyone is sure that Reina is dead. Someone answers that this is beyond any doubt. The man expresses such confidence based on the fact that their ship was caught in a storm. The natural elements were so powerful that it was simply impossible to survive in it. It was as if Reina simply did not have a chance. Despite being the youngest of them all, the girl still remains one of the 7 archmages. Those gathered believe that the kingdom is doing wrong. They think it uses archmages as its pawns. Some advocate clearing up this misunderstanding. Some say that there is nothing to worry about, since the loss of a young and not-so-experienced archmage is not really a big problem for everyone. However, there is one problem. The task that was ordered to be carried out remained unfulfilled. As everyone already knows, not carrying out orders can lead to a fall in their reputation. One man hatches a plan. He wants to take advantage of the situation and independently find the lost island, where the elixir of life is lost somewhere. Confident that he will succeed, the man volunteers to go to the island. He promises to find him and get the elixir of life. Since he volunteered himself, no one suspects his plans, so they give him consent. They ask him to take care of it and carry out the task. The man is also asked not to bring shame on the name of their organization. He grins. There is also a girl in the room who is against the man going to the island alone because he makes her uneasy. For some reason, it seems like he will definitely ruin everything. That is why she wants to keep him company. Lately, she has been terribly fed up with these boring requests and men. Another one begins to be indignant at what she imagines. The girl says that 1 head is good, but 2 are even better. After thinking for a bit, the man agrees, since together they really do have a better chance. After thinking for a bit, the man agrees, since together they really do have a better chance. That's what we decided on. Thus, 2 people are sent on the mission. A man and a woman will visit this isolated island, which is located at the edge of the world. But if the woman is completely satisfied with the results of the decision, her companion, on the contrary, does not want to go with her. But he has no choice, since the majority decided that it would be better for them to go together. 2 weeks have passed since the boys flew on Suzaku's back. A lot has happened during this time. Since Arata and Gaius became friends after the fight, the big guy never missed an opportunity to visit his new friend. Other divine beasts also came to visit. They were attracted by the warm and carefree atmosphere that reigned in the boys' house. It is also worth admitting that most of them come to taste the delicious food that Reina cooks. All the villagers know about her culinary skills, so the girl has no choice but to pay attention to her guests. But Reina, on the contrary, likes to bring joy to people by preparing delicious dishes. Therefore, the guys often have picnics in the yard of their house. There was one time when Aluga and Luna started to worry that at this rate, their supplies would soon run out. Reina is standing by the stove and cooking something again. The girl assures that they still have enough meat from the Emperor's boar, so there is no point in fighting over food. Arata isn't worried either. He thinks that if the guys are having fun, then everything is fine with them. Reina supports his opinion on this matter. The guy's gaze falls on the buns with stewed pork, which have been emitting a pleasant aroma for a long time. He decides to try one while the girl isn't looking. As soon as he reaches for the plate, Reina screams loudly and says that they are not allowed to be taken. Arata starts hiccuping in surprise. The girl explains to Arata why he can't eat these buns. It's because they're going to the village of divine beasts again tomorrow. She made them as a gift, so she asks her friend to be patient for a little while. Arata feels a little sad about this, but he still promises to control himself. Reina thanks him for understanding. As he says this, he waves his hand, in which the girl is holding something. Looking closely, Todo notices a small vessel in the girl's hand. He asks if the villagers gave her this item, and Reina says yes. The girl says that the seasonings of the divine beasts are very different from those on the continent. She thinks they can be used in new dishes. Todo is already anticipating how delicious the dishes will be. He says that the village has its own version of sauce and miso, which can't be anything but great for a Japanese person. The girl asks if the guy is talking about the place where he used to live. She doesn't know how to use spices, so she asks him to tell her about some dishes. Arata happily agrees. And from miso you can make miso soup. Miso soup is a traditional Japanese dish that is prepared on the basis of miso paste, seasoned with various ingredients. He says that owl sauce goes well with fish and sashimi. It adds a rich, salty flavor to the dishes and helps enhance their aroma. But Arata can only roughly tell you how to cook them. In his past life, he was too busy with work, so he bought food from the store. But Reina doesn't see a problem with that. The girl says that she will ask Livia to help her. Arata thinks that this is a great idea. He will look forward to Reina's miso soup. The guy leans back in his chair and says that eating delicious food and spending a relaxing holiday on an island with rich nature is great. In his opinion, this is the ultimate luxury. The girl asks if it was really impossible to relax in his homeland. He says that in his homeland it was impossible to relax, or rather it was possible, but not so often. However, there is no need to fight there. It is a peaceful place without monsters. The young man thinks. The guy says that it's just that all these benefits they've received make it difficult to relax. The girl asks if he means the phone. She thought it would be convenient to talk to people at a distance. The speaker agrees, but says the thought that someone could contact him at any moment makes him nervous. The girl understands him, because if the mentor constantly wanted to contact her, especially anywhere, she would definitely give up. Arata's phone constantly caused anxiety and stress. He was constantly expecting messages or notifications. This prevented him from relaxing and resting. Reina finishes cooking. Now there are 3 large plates on the table, on which 3 high mountains of sandwiches adorn. The girl exhales, looks out the window, and asks her friend what they will do now. Arata thought about it and said that when he started talking about sashimi, he realized that they don't eat much fish. Reina starts packing up her things. Arata watches her and tries to figure out what she'll do next. While the girl is getting ready, she simultaneously tells that they usually gather edible vegetables or hunt monsters, and all this for the sake of getting meat. But she says that she had to cook rare dishes, very rarely. This story makes the guy think about this topic even more seriously. Arata suddenly remembers that there is a river in the forest where you can fish. It was to this river that he came with Reina on the day of their first meeting. Since the guys figured out the place, they now have to come up with a way to catch sea fish. The girl agrees with him, and decides to change her plans a little. Thus, she suggests Todo to go to the sea for now. Reina and Arata stand on the seashore and look into the distance as the endless blue waves merge with the vast expanse of the sky. The coastal lines, winding in soft curves, create a unique pattern that seems to invite you to plunge into a world of mystery and beauty. Reina feels a pleasant breeze. It plays with the waves, creates a gentle rustle that caresses the ear and carries away to a world of harmony and peace. The aroma of salty air fills every cell of the children's body, enveloping it with freshness and purity, as if giving new energy and vitality. The girl looks into the distance mysteriously and says that 2 months have passed. At first, Arata does not understand what the girl means. But then she says that it's been 2 months since they met. It was then that they met for the first time in their lives. Arata laughs and remembers that day. But inside, he is filled with mixed feelings. It is both anxiety and joy. It was on this shore that the guy met his girlfriend. If he hadn't found her here, he would be living a completely different life now. He begins to imagine what would have happened if the girl had not been saved then. At the moment, these thoughts frighten Todo, since over the past 2 months he has become very attached to Reina. The girl notices the guy's thoughtful look. She guesses what he is thinking about at the moment. Most likely, their thoughts are partly similar, since the guys are in the place where the event that unites them took place. But despite this, the girl still decides to ask her friend if everything is okay with him. Arata decides to share his thoughts with Reina, and says that he was just thinking about how his way of thinking has changed a lot in these 2 months. The girl looks thoughtfully at the main character. Reina asks if this has anything to do with the idea that he should live alone in the wilderness. When the guy looks at her in surprise and asks how she figured it out, the girl turns to him, takes a step forward, and starts giggling sweetly. Reina guessed because Arata himself told her about it once. Moreover, the guys spend every day together, which is why they begin to understand each other better. Looks at Reina shyly and smiles. She also smiles sweetly at him in response. At first he wants to tell her something, but then he falls silent. To fill the silence, the girl suggests that he think about how to catch fish. Todo says that the first thing they need to do is make a fishing rod. To do this, they will need to find a straight and strong branch that will serve as a fishing rod. Arata knows that there are different materials that can be used as bait in nature, and as soon as the guy turns to the side to go in search of suitable materials, he notices the bodies of some people lying on the shore in the distance. He immediately warns Reina about this and quickly runs up to them to find out if they are alive. When the guy almost reaches their location, he starts screaming and asking if they are okay. He would really like to hear something in response, but instead he gets only silence. Todo runs up, sits down, and watches their breathing. But a little later, the guy realizes that people are not breathing. But Arata is not going to give up so easily. He has already had to save a friend who was in the same situation, so Todo thinks it is necessary to at least try. He tells his friend that he will help the guy and asks her to help the girl. For a while, Reina stands and doesn't move. The girl is scared, so she doesn't hear her friend right away. So he has to shout to her again, so that she can at least hear him. This time, it works. The girl rushes to help. At this time, Arata gives the guy artificial respiration. This time he was lucky, because everything went quickly. After a few breaths, the guy comes to his senses and starts coughing. After this, all the accumulated water comes out of his lungs. Todo calms down since everything is fine with the guy. The only thing left to solve is the issue with the girl. The guy gets up from his knees and sees Reina trying to bring the victim to her senses with the help of magic. She shoots lightning into the girl's body, causing her body to bend, and she lets out an involuntary scream. This leaves Arata perplexed, because he asked his friend to revive the girl, not to finish her off. But Reina does not stop at one approach. She continues to shoot lightning, because she is sure that this will not be enough. The girl raises her hand, in which lightning sparkles, to launch another charge. Arata stops her and asks what she is doing. Reina stops and looks at the guy in surprise. She says that she is trying to resuscitate the man using regular resuscitation, because it is obvious. Arata starts screaming and complaining, saying that this is not a normal resuscitation. If her friend doesn't stop, she will simply kill the unfortunate girl, whose body is shaking a little from the previous discharges. Reina doesn't quite like his comments, so she decides to clear things up for him. She says that it's natural for wizards to bring each other to their senses in this way. Of course, Reina understands that the probability of success is not high, but this is still the norm. While saying this, she continues to shoot lightning bolts. Todo can't stand it any longer and tells his friend to finally stop doing this. This time, the girl decides to listen to him and stops. The guys silently look at the girl's body and wait for at least some kind of result. Arata already wishes the lifeless girl to find peace in the next world, but at that moment her friend says that they managed to save the poor girl, and now she is alive. Todo looks closely and notices how the girl's chest begins to rise and fall. And after some time, she spits water out of her mouth, thus signaling that her teeth have been released and can now function more or less normally. Satisfied and confident, Reina puts her hands on her hips, thereby showing that she was right and that the guy was wrong to make claims against her. She giggles, but then her expression changes dramatically, and the girl says that she is not entirely happy that the boys survived. Arata looks at his friend in surprise and asks why she thinks so. He also asks if the girl really knows these people. Reina looks at those guys and says that unfortunately, she knows them. Moreover, she would prefer to never meet them again. The guy who is unconscious is Zero Screen. He has the magic of the deadly flame. The girl is Merlin Marie. She has the magic of holy water. These guys are ranked 6th and 5th in the 7 Archmages star. They are also both ranked higher than Reina. They may indeed be stronger. But one thing is certain, these guys got here the same way as Reina. As is already known, Reina knows a man and a woman who got to this island in the same way as she did. Despite this, the guys bring the people found on the shore to their house, take them up to the second floor, and put them to bed, which are located in the guest room. To give the man and woman time to finally come to their senses, the boys leave the room and close the door. Arata says that everything worked out well because they had made a guest room in advance. In a proton case, there could have been difficulties. Reina realizes that she needs to explain to the guy why those two are causing her such a reaction. The girl leans against the wall, crosses her arms, and begins to tell her story. She says that, as Todo has already figured out, those two are also part of the Star of the Seven Archmages. And he is of a higher rank than the girl. Unlike Reina, who only recently joined the ranks of Archmages, these two have been Archmages for over 20 years. They are definitely better than her. Arata is surprised that the guys have already been in this group for such a long time. Moreover, they don't look that old at all. Reina understands her friend's reaction and says that Archmages can stay young through magic control. But when the girl also points out that the man and woman are now both somewhere over 50 years old, Arata almost reaches the peak of his surprise. The guy smiles and says that magic is an amazing thing after all. If you look at the appearance of the new guests, you won't give them even 50, since these guys look like they are in their early 20s. Reina continues her story and says that she joined the circle of Archmages when she was still a newbie. It is clear that they were all older than her. Due to the lack of experience and authority, Reina was not particularly welcome, so there was no warm greeting from them. But the girl, being among these people, noticed that there is basically no special sense of camaraderie there. Everyone thinks only about themselves and how to increase their rank. They have their own competition there, so when their ranks are replenished with newcomers, their hostility towards them is quite understandable if you look at it from this side. But, nevertheless, the girl does not feel any affection for them. Maybe it is for the best. Reina closes her eyes and exhales. Inside, the girl is filled with a feeling of excitement. She says that if she were stronger, she would definitely not have to pour for this, since the attitude of the participants towards her would change and be more respectful. Arata looks at her friend carefully and decides that she needs to be calmed down. The guy turns to the girl and says that now it doesn't matter how they treat her there. Reina is surprised and blushes at what Todo means. He smiles and explains that no one on this island knows about the Star of the Seven Archmages. So, to the locals, she is just Reina. They don't care what kind of power the girl has. They are just happy to talk to her. The girl is a little embarrassed, but she is pleased to hear these words from her friend. She is about to tell him something, but when the girl says his name, a small noise is heard in the guest room. The heroes assume that the man and woman have woken up. Arata and Reina enter the bedroom and see that their guests have woken up. The woman is sitting up in bed and looking around the room. So is her friend. Arata walks a little further, stands in front of them and asks how they feel. The man and woman look at the boy with apprehension. There are hints of discontent and contempt in their gaze. Their gazes make Todo feel tense and awkward. However, the boy understands that in their place he would most likely be wary too. But when the man sees Reina, he is very surprised and screams. The girl stands in bewilderment, crossing her arms and looking at him. The woman is also surprised, because they thought the girl was dead. Reina's look shows that she doesn't want to talk to them at all, but she has no choice. She says as a greeting, "Long time no see, Zeros, Merlin." A little later, the guys, Zeros and Merlin, go down to the first floor and sit down at the table opposite each other to discuss everything. Arata is the first to start the conversation, saying that he heard about the guys from Reina, but still he suggests that they introduce themselves properly. They looked at him with a little displeasure but said nothing. Merlin then agrees, but first asks if it's true that the boys saved them. She then looks down guiltily and thanks Arata and Reina for their help. Zero says his friend's name with displeasure at first. Most likely he didn't want to show friendliness, since he didn't consider the guys his allies. Arata and Reina tense up a bit at this, straightening their backs. But they don't say anything, they just look at the man. He then stands up, walks around Merlin, and sees that she is still sitting there, her head bowed in gratitude. After a moment's thought, Zero softens and joins her, thanking the boys for their help. Arata smiles and says there is no need to thank them. Although the guys initially showed some harshness towards Reina and Todo, the guy believes that, most likely, these guys are not as bad as Reina says. Now Zero's grinder feels the need to introduce himself first. He talks about how he ranks 6th in the 7 Archmages star. His friend, Merlin Marin, is in 5th place. The main character states his name and says that he is pleased to meet you. Arata says that he ended up on this island about 2 months ago and has been living here ever since. The guy says Reina needs no introduction. The man says he thought the girl was dead. The heroine thinks. After the guys got acquainted nearby, it was time to discuss everything. Merlin asks Arata what this island is like. Todo recalls the creatures they had to meet. The boar emperor who could have not stopped at that moment and would have knocked the guys to death. The phoenix, on whose back they rode. The guy understands that, even if he tells everything as it is unlikely that they will believe him. Suddenly, Arata feels some strange aura. He asks Reina to explain to the guys what kind of island this is, and he decides to check out what's going on there. She happily agrees. Arata tells the guests that he will be distracted for a moment and goes outside. The man and woman do not object, but for a while the boys look questioningly at Todo. When the boy leaves the house, he sees a dragon flying in the sky. Arata is not surprised at all, because he knew that the girl would fly to him. Teltu, still flying in the sky, shouts at the guy, calling him her husband. Then she transforms into a human form and flies into Todo's arms. She is full of energy as always. After hugging the guy, she states that she has flown to him, as if he hadn't noticed. Arate can barely stand on his feet. A little more, and they would have fallen to the ground. Todo steps back and says that Teltu is as energetic as ever. He strokes her head, and she smiles sweetly. The girl sees nothing wrong with being energetic, but suddenly her mood changes, and this is evidenced by the displeased expression on her face. She starts sniffing the guy from head to toe. Arata stands in amazement and does not move. After sniffing thoroughly, the girl discontentedly declares in a raised voice that her husband smells like another woman. And besides, Teltu is sure that this smell does not belong to either Reina or Luna. Then the girl comes close to Arata and asks if he has another woman. The tension causes sweat to appear on the boy's forehead. He pushes the girls away from him and decides that she still needs to explain everything. Some time passes. When the guy finishes his story, he asks Teltu what she thinks about it. At first, the girl stands with her arms crossed over her chest. Her face still remains displeased. She moans discontentedly, but after a while she calms down. The girl says that this island is covered by a barrier created by God. Visitors from outside are a rarity. Even the appearance of, so to speak, her husband was considered an unprecedented event. In addition, for the first time in the long history of the island, so many people appeared here. There is a possibility that something is happening to this island's barrier. Arate thoughtfully puts his hand to his chin. The guy remembers that he was already told about this. Aluga mentioned that the island is surrounded by a powerful barrier, so it will not be possible to leave it. But getting to it is much easier, but you need to have strong magic. The girl says that they can't overcome the power of a god. Judging from what Aluga told the boy, it's not the god who reincarnated him. Even will-rank creatures are safely locked here. It's a very powerful barrier. And if a flaw were to appear in such a barrier, no one would be able to fix it except the local god. Arata calls out to the girl, and she listens attentively to his question. The boy asks Teltu, even if the barrier stopped working properly, is it really that bad? The girl puts her hand to her chin and thinks. And then she says that it's not that bad after all. Teltu tells the boy that she has no interest in the outside world. Arata says that, of course, there will definitely be some rowdy kids here who want to do something naughty. The boy says that he will try to do everything to stop them if the situation gets out of control. There is no point in racking their brains over the barrier now anyway. He says that it is time for them to return home and therefore decides to offer Telt to have dinner with them. The girl happily jumps on Todo from this offer, saying that of course she would be happy to eat meat. Zero's standing on the porch. Merlin comes out to him. The girl sees Todo and Telta, but for some reason they look tense. Arata, as if nothing had happened, asks the guys if they are done talking. Zero scratches his head and says that you can say that. A curious Teltu peeks out from behind the boy and asks if these are the people he recently told her about. As soon as Zeros and Merlin take a closer look at the girl, they notice that she is not human at all. This frightens them very much. They assume the pose they usually take before a fight, but for some reason they are still shaking. Arata doesn't understand what caused them to react like that. The guy asks the guests what's wrong. Zeros, tense, asks what kind of monster it is. They had fought against similar things before. However, the Hellfire Dragon that the three of them defeated was like a baby compared to the girl. She had an incredible amount of magic power. Zeros tells his friend that things are really bad. Teltu, hanging like a monkey on Arata's back. She looks at the man and woman with bewilderment, not understanding why they are reacting like that. Arata decides to intervene. He smiles and tries to calm them down, saying that Teltu is not a bad girl. Now she understands the reason for such a reaction, and decides to play a joke on them. Suddenly, wings begin to appear behind her back. Zeros and Merlin are nearly blown away by the force of the wind. They notice how ominous the force is. They are afraid to imagine how much energy this monster has. Arata turns to the girl and asks her what she is doing. But Telt just wants to have fun. The girl pretends to be a sinister creature. Then he shouts that the ancient dragon has finally become feared and respected. Zeros and Merlin watch in horror. The woman covers herself with her hand in fear, standing behind her friend. Teltu laughs ominously, which makes the boys even more terrified. Todo decides to intervene and use a trick. The guy turns to his friend and says that he can't stand girls who behave like that. This immediately cools the girl's ardor, because upon hearing this, she quickly comes to her senses and begins to pretend to be a nice and friendly girl. The girl runs up to the guests and, smiling, begins to shake their hands. Teltu kindly says that she is glad to see them on this modest island. She asks the guests for forgiveness. In this way, Teltu tries to show Arata that she gets along well with the guests, and that she is not at all like the guy imagined her. Arata asks Telta to try to befriend the guests, as they are Reina's acquaintances. In return, the boy asks the girl to come to him for a hug. Joyful Teltu runs to him, then cuddles up and smiles. Arata pats her head for her good behavior. Zeros and Merlin are still in shock. They rarely saw such a sight. They think the guy is a monster too. Suddenly Reina appears. She understands that now the man and woman have seen everything with their own eyes. The girl approaches Arata and apologizes for the fact that the Chilean was unable to convince them. Despite this, she tried to explain to Zeros and Merlin about the island, but they did not believe her. Zeros claims that no one will believe it. Arata understands this, so he doesn't raise his voice. He asks them what they plan to do next. Zeros says that they would like to set up a base and gradually explore everything, but if this island is really like that, they should be more careful. Arata asks his friend if they can help them somehow. The girl smirks and says that he is too kind. However, she says that she has a small supply that should last for a week and a tent that she can lend to friends. But the girl says that after that they will be left to their own devices. The man and woman thank the girl by bowing. Reina explains her kindness by saying that she can't sleep if she knows that someone she knows might die somewhere out in the open, but that's all. Tudu smiles. He knows Reina well enough to be concerned about this. Arata is sure that the girl is much kinder than she seems. After the guests took the tent, they went into the forest to settle down for the night. Arata noticed that the two decided to settle down a little to the side. The guy thought that they would settle down closer. Reina says that most likely they are just upset that she brought them mercy, since the girl is of lower rank. Tudo looks at the girl and asks if she's on an island that's cut off from the outside world. Is it really that hard to just start living differently? They could throw all that away and think more carefree. But the girl says that Arata is the only one on this island who can afford to think like that. The guy says that the arrival of new neighbors is a little exciting, but the girl also thinks that only he treats archmages this way. However, at this moment, the girl's look becomes thoughtful, and this is all because a memory flashes through her mind of how Arata once told her that, in the end, no one on this island knows about their star. Here, she is simply Reina, who can free herself from the past that once brought her not very pleasant feelings and memories. The girl agrees with him. This thought gives her confidence and calm. Therefore, the girl smiles peacefully, closing her eyes, and agrees with what Todo said. Having cheered up, the girl says that the title of one of the star of the 7 archmages on this island means nothing. After these words, Arata gives her a warm smile in response. Suddenly, Teltu approaches the boy. She again addresses him as if he were her husband, and suggests that they go into the forest and hunt before dinner. Reina also supports the idea of hunting, and asks them to bring good ingredients so that she can cook something delicious. The guys happily promise the girl that they won't let her down and will try to catch something big. Todo steps forward and tells Reina that they are leaving. The girl smiles, waves, and wishes them luck on their hunt. So Arata and Teltu go hunting, and Reina starts preparing for dinner. And so it all goes back to the daily routine. Night falls that same day. Arata says that when they were hunting in the forest, he did not sense Zeros and Merlin anywhere. Todo wonders where they went. Reina takes the plates from him, turns them around, and says that after she gave them the tents, the boys went to the river. Arata is surprised and asks why they went there, since it's dangerous and if it rains, the tent might get flooded. Todo points out that Reina herself said so when they were choosing a place for the tent together. The girl turns to the sink. Todo asks if the man and woman will be okay, to which Reina asks what could happen to them since Merlin is there. Arata asks if she is only good. Reina clutches her plate to her chest and answers dryly, "Yes, Merlin is a great sorceress who ranks 5th in the Archmage star. He is undoubtedly the best water mage on the continent." Reina wipes the plate and says that she thinks they are well aware of the dangers that can be encountered while staying on this island. Considering Merlin's specialty, the girl has chosen a rather convenient place. Reina turns to Arata and says that he knows only one mage who could defeat her at the river. Todo looks at his friend in surprise. She repeats, "Only one." The guy is confused by the look with which he says this, so he decides to ask what kind of look she has. The girl says that his power is beyond common sense. Arata is shocked by what he hears, as the guy is used to considering the seed an outcast of human society. Noticing that her friend is embarrassed, the girl decides to change the subject. Reina lifts her dirty lock of hair and says that she is going to take a bath. The guy smiles sweetly and waves his hand, letting the girl know that he has nothing against it. The guy remembers how Reina used her magic, releasing magical clots of energy. It looked very impressive. He always thought the girl was an amazing sorceress. But now his friend says that Merlin is much stronger than her. She is a water mage. If you think about it, Zeros is also almost on the same level as the woman. Arata walks up to the front door that leads to the backyard and opens it. Todo doesn't know what will happen next. The pleasant and fresh air hits his face. The guy looks at the starry sky and thinks about Zeros and Merlin. Arata really hopes that they will all get along with each other. Suddenly, a hoo sound is heard. A girl in a tall black hat appears. She smiles widely. She floats in the air and says that it seems like they are having fun again. The girl herself lights up with a bright glow. Arata looks at her in bewilderment. He recognizes that same Wilhelmina Walmiron Waheim, a girl who is a true vampire. She is dressed in a dark dress, and on her feet are small, neat shoes. In greeting, she lifts her hat. Will flies up to the stone fence and sits down on it. Arata notices that she came here again at the same time they met the first time. The guy asks what kind of clothes she is wearing. She looked different before. The girl crosses her legs in displeasure and says that only Arata and Luna can talk to her like that. The girl then turns her gaze to the fence she is sitting on and asks why there is this stupid wall here. Todo frowns and says that it's probably to keep out people who want to break down the bathroom wall and have a romantic comedy. He also sarcastically addresses Will and says that it's a necessary countermeasure that can't be avoided. The girl decides to continue this topic and asks if she hasn't already gotten inside. Todo, with a little fatigue, answers that of course Will got inside, because she can fly. But the guy also adds that he won't let her destroy the house or the wall this time. The girl, with a sly smile, waves her hand, in which appears a shard similar to those with which Will had destroyed the bathhouse. She says, "Oh really?" and suggests that he test it out. Will enlarges the crystal and launches it straight at the wall. It flies straight towards Tseeli and then hits the fence and destroys it. Smoke rises. And Arata just stands there in amazement. He doesn't immediately understand what happened. In front of Arata, there was a high wall from which small clouds of smoke were emanating. The vampire girl in the hat. Will looked away with displeasure. Arata raised his hand, he closed his eyes and smiled. He was pleased and was happy to himself. Will was on a high wall. She looked at Arata and started shouting in displeasure that she wondered how much magic he had put into that wall. Arata was standing on the ground. He put his hands on his waist and looked at Will with a smile on his face. Then Arata frowned and remembered Will's sudden appearance. At that moment she looked gloomy, and her face was completely hidden behind her hat and disheveled hair. He thought that Will was interested in Rain. At this moment, when Arata remembered Rain, she was in the bathroom taking a warm bath. She raised her hand and played with the water. Arata looked at Will with a serious look and thought that the whole situation that was happening looked very suspicious. Arata folded his arms and looked at Will. Then he said that she always shows up at the right time. Arata put his hands on his waist and said with displeasure that Will had really installed a dryer in their house. Will continued to sit on the wall, her legs crossed, listening attentively to Arata. After hearing these words, Will's face changed. She was surprised by what she heard. Then she jumped to the ground and broke her silence. She said that she did not understand what Arata was talking about. Will raised her finger up and started smiling menacingly. Then she continued saying that she didn't understand why they would put a dryer in the boy's house if they could just use clairvoyance magic. Arata started pointing at Will and yelling angrily that he knew it. Now he understood why Will always came when Reina was taking a bath. Will stood not far from Arata and mockingly stuck her tongue out at him. The full moon illuminated the sky, where clouds floated and stars twinkled. Will asked if her actions weren't obvious. Will began to smile evilly and then said that she came here to embarrass Reina. There was an unusual and large amulet hanging on Will's hat. Will stood in front of Arata. She was smirking, her hands were on her hips. Arata put his fist in front of him and said that Will had a bad vampire hobby. Will stopped smiling, looked away, and said that if this were a normal situation, she would just knock down the wall in the bathroom where Reina showered. Clouds and stars were seen above the roof of the boy's house. Will moved her hand to the side. She stood in front of Arata. Then she said that today she felt that there was someone new on this island. Arata looked at Will in surprise. There was a high wall behind him. Will grinned angrily and said that this stranger could be from the race of guys. Arata looked calmly at Will and told her that nothing could be hidden from her. Before doing so, he thought of the two strangers they had met earlier. Will raised one hand, put the other on her belt, covered her face with her hat, and said that before the guys showed up, something strange started happening with the barrier. Behind Will was the guy's house. Will imagined a small patch of land, with sharp rocks sticking out and lots of vegetation. She started saying that she had felt the same thing recently, so she decided to visit the boys. Arata stood in front of Will. He placed his hand on his belt and calmly replied that he now understood the reason for her visit to them. Arata smiled and looked at Will calmly. He thought that maybe Will was showing concern for them in her own way. Will's face was almost invisible. She had pulled her hat down too tightly. Then Will opened her mouth. She wanted to say something. Will lifted her hat sharply and put her hand to her side. A frightening smile appeared on her face, and she asked if Arata thought there was something comedic in this story. Arata's face darkened, and he thought he was taking it back. The moon was shining brightly, and gradually clouds began to envelop it. Because of the clouds, the stars were almost invisible. Arata and Will were sitting on the steps outside the house. Will took off her hat and said that meant people had broken in again. Will's face twisted and she began to smile evilly, and said that it looked like she would soon have new toys. Will had an unusual design on her forehead. After her words, Arata tried to calm her down. Arata looked ahead, and he said with displeasure that Will was thinking of something strange again. Will closed her eyes and displeased. Ly replied that Arata was wrong. Will crossed her legs and continued to say that she would have to come up with something interesting after all. Arata closed his eyes and turned away, thinking that he could actually hear everything Will said. Arata looked forward and said that Will shouldn't cause trouble for anyone. Will put her hand on her legs. He heard her fall into a stupor. After a moment, she looked at Arata, and with an evil smile on her face, said that she had no intention of doing what Arata said. Arata looked sadly at the smiling Will and sighed heavily. Arata remembered looking at Reina in a towel in the past, with a destroyed building around her. Arata thought that Will seemed to think that there was nothing wrong with embarrassing people. Arata remembered Will laughing evilly. Arata imagined Will's back in front of him and thought that Will's feelings seemed very different from theirs. Arata looked sadly at the smiling Will. She sat next to him with her eyes closed. A moment later, Arata closed his eyes and wanted to say something. The boys were sitting on the steps of the house, neither looking forward, Will's hat lying next to her. Arata broke the silence and said that Will's actions were part of her personality. Will made a strange sound. Arata looked at her, interested in her reaction. Will smiled and looked at Arata. Then she said that did Arata really think that he could understand her and her feelings? There were almost no clouds left in the sky. The moon and stars were shining brightly. Arata answered her question positively. Will continued to say that they were all different, even though they may seem the same. Will introduced the various monsters. She was among them. She was surrounded by demons, divine beasts, ancient dragons, great spirits. Then she said that each race had its own way of life. Will began to speak with a serious expression, saying that it was a mistake to think that everyone could understand each other. Arata looked sadly at Will. Arata put his hands on his legs and said with a smile that Will was right. She sat next to him, crossing her legs. Arata imagined the planet surrounded by stars that twinkled in the black space. Arata thought that even one species on one planet could not live in peace. They all had different values. Arata imagined the piece of land that Will had spoken of earlier. He thought that the creatures living on the island were especially selfish, all thanks to their strength. Arata opened his mouth to break the silence. Arata looked at Will and said with a smile on his face that it didn't mean that everyone couldn't get along with each other. Will's eyes widened in surprise, her long, blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Then, after thinking for a while, she grinned. Will stood up and put on her hat. Then she closed her eyes and said with an evil grin that Arata was right. They spoke the same language. Arata looked at Will with a smile on his face. More and more bright stars appeared in the night sky. Will continued to say that they could think about each other, suffer, and even accept each other. Will turned to Arata. Then she extended her hand to him and said with a smile on her face that they could be friends, even if they were different species. Will's hair fluttered in the wind. Arata looked at Will with a smile on his face. Then Will came close to Arata's face. She smiled evilly and said that shouldn't Reina have come out of the bath by now? Sweat was running down Arata's face. Will stood next to Arata. She put her hands on her waist and laughed. Arata turned away and closed his eyes. Then he thought that he began to forget who to talk to. Will turns any topic into the channel of rom-com. Arata folded his arms across his chest and without turning to Will said that he didn't know. Will stood on the ground in front of Arata. Will pulled her hat down over her face and said with a smirk on her face that Arata really needed to stop pretending. Will leaned towards Arata, her face hidden by her hat. She put her hand to her face and said quietly that Arata could easily sense what was going on in the bathroom. Arata perked up at Will's words. Will came closer to Arata's face and continued to say with a smile that Arata just needed to concentrate, and he could do it. Arata listened to Will without looking up. His face reddened with embarrassment. Arata imagined Reina getting dressed in the bathroom. Reina stood there naked. Will continued saying that Arata could see Reina getting dressed as if it were happening in real life. Will's face was still smiling as she continued to whisper to Arata that this wasn't a normal reaction for a man. Arata was all red with embarrassment. A moment later, Arata rises from the steps of the stairs. His face all red from embarrassment. He began to shout that he would never do such a thing. Will did not expect such actions from Arata and stepped back in surprise. Will lifted her hat. Her face could be seen again. She looked at Alath and did not believe his words. As soon as Will showed her face, one could see that she was missing one eye. Arata jumped in fright when he felt someone standing behind him in the doorway. It was Reina, standing in her nightgown, saying that meant Arata wasn't denying that he could do what Will had said. Reina's face darkened, and a frightening aura appeared around her. Reina called out to Arata menacingly. He was shaking with fear, and reluctantly turned to Reina. Reina stood in front of Arata. She was surrounded by a scary aura. She looked at Arata frighteningly and asked him if he really was going to do what Will said. Arata put his hands in front of him in fear and shook with fear. Reina loomed over him. Reina stood in the doorway of the house. She folded her arms under her chest and waited for Arata to answer. Arata stood on the ground in front of Reina. He put his hands forward and started saying that he was capable of it. but he wasn't going to do it. Will looked at Arata and said with a smirk on her face that Arata was definitely telling the truth. She was wearing a hat with her blonde hair sticking out from underneath. Will pictured Rain naked, sometimes sitting on her lap, sometimes lying down. Will said that how could a normal, sane guy think rationally when there was a naked girl next to him? Arata's face was all red with embarrassment, and beads of sweat were running down it. He put his fist in front of himself and started shouting that Will should shut up immediately. Will started laughing. Arata's face turned even redder. When he heard Will's words, Arata started to get more nervous. Could her words really be true? Arata clenched his fists and began to shout loudly that this Will was not just a thorn, but a real thorn in one place. Will in an instant turned into a bat and flew into the sky, which was strewn with stars. Reina stood on the steps at the entrance to the house. She called Arata's name again. Hearing this, Arata turned to her in fear, his body trembling. Reina was hovering over Arata. Her arms were folded under her chest, and there was a gloomy atmosphere around her. Reina said with an evil smile that she wanted to continue talking to Arata. Arata was scared, and beads of sweat were rolling down his face. Arata's brows furrowed in sadness, tears welling up in his eyes. He was kneeling by the stairs leading up to the house where Reina stood. Reina was looking down at Arata, her hands folded under her chest. Arata became sad. He also thought that this night was going to be long. There was a small house on the property which was surrounded by a high stone fence. Behind the house, mountains and forests were visible. Against the background of the moon, Will, who had turned into a mouse, could be seen. The events are transferred to the next day. Above the boy's house, white cumulus clouds floated across the bright sky. Arata and Reina were sitting in the room on the corner sofa. Next to the sofa there was a tall tree with a lush crown. Reina was holding her mug in her hands, and Arata's mug was on the table. Arata said that he apologized to Reina for the incident with Will yesterday. Reina held the mug in front of her. Her hair was disheveled and held in place by a headband. She looked at Arata and said with a smile on her face that she was okay because Arata had told her everything honestly yesterday. Between the wooden table with the chair next to it and the large window with long curtains hung, there was a lush and spreading plant. Reina said that if Arata wanted to do something, he would have done it already. Arata agreed with her. Reina took the mug with both hands and placed it on her feet. She looked at Arata, and with a smile on her face, she continued to say that Arata should not worry about this incident anymore. Arata looked ahead, his face red from embarrassment. Arata looked away with a sad expression on his face and thought that he was glad that Reina continued to trust him. Arata remembered how he and Reina sleep in the same room, but on different beds, their beds separated by a nightstand. He also remembered Reina's words that she wanted to build a house with Arata. Arata thought that Reina should still be more careful. Arata put his hand between his legs and started scratching his chin with his other hand. He lowered his head, beads of sweat were running down his face. He thought that he was a guy after all. Reina looked at Arata in surprise. Her hair was disheveled. Reina's headband held her hair, some of which was sticking out above the headband. Reina thought about it and her face turned red with embarrassment. She started to nervously adjust her hair with her hand. Reina held the mug in her lap with both hands. She looked ahead and said that Arata should listen to her. She felt a little awkward about bringing this up. Arata looked at the mug that was on the table in front of him. Reina looked towards Arata and continued to say that if he wasn't around, she wasn't sure she could make it on this island. Arata looked at her in surprise. Behind Arata was a ladder, next to which was a shelf with dishes. Reina imagined their house, which was on the ground, surrounded by a high fence, and next to the house was a forest. Reina continued to say that at night she could set up a barrier, but that was not enough, because higher monsters could cross that barrier. Reina's hair was sticking out from under the headband. She looked sadly at Arata and continued to say that as long as Arata stayed with her, the monsters would not come too close to their home. This is what she wanted to talk to him about. Reina held the mug in her hands and looked at Arata. He had one hand on the sofa, the other was on his leg. The boys were sitting on the sofa. Arata's mug was still standing untouched on the table. Behind Arata was a wooden door and a staircase. After Reina finished speaking, she looked ahead, her cheeks flushed. Reina raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. The silk sticking out from under the blindfold began to cover Reina's eyes. Reina held the mug in her lap with both hands. She looked at the mug and was silent. Arata sat silently and thought that now he understood everything. Opposite Arata there was a large window with tulle curtains hanging on it, and a flower table next to it. Arata imagined how their house, which was surrounded by a fence, could be seen from the forest. He thought that the monsters here really realized the difference in strength. They really stopped approaching Arata like they used to. Arata imagined a spiral that was smoking and repelling insects. With its smell, a small insect was lying next to the spiral. Arata thought sadly that this spiral could be used to deal with him and the current situation with the monsters. A gloomy atmosphere appeared around Arata. He shrank back and thought that he felt like Reina didn't see him as a man, otherwise she wouldn't have slept in the same tent with him. Arata put his hand on his leg and clenched it into a fist. He thought that he agreed with her words. If his presence helped Reina get a good night's sleep, then he would be glad to comfort her. Reina held the mug in her lap with both hands and looked at Arata in surprise. He broke the silence and said that Reina had taken good care of him up until now. Arata's face lit up. A wide smile appeared on it, and he cheerfully said that Reina shouldn't worry. Everything will be fine. Reina's face turned a little red. She also started to smile and calmly replied that she was very glad to hear these words from Arata. Reina and Arata were sitting on the corner sofa, looking at each other. There was a mug on the table, in front of Arata. Next to the table with the mug was a window with curtains and a flower. Nearby was a dining table with several chairs pushed into it. It was quiet outside, and clouds were floating over the boy's house, which was surrounded by a high fence. Arata went outside and moved through the forest. He was surrounded by thick tree trunks, large rocks, and fluffy bushes. Arata started looking around. Then he thought about what Teltu said, that the monsters that inhabited this territory remembered Arata's scent, and because of this, they wouldn't dare to come close to his home with Reina. Arata walked on the ground in boots and dark pants. He thought that he wanted to walk through the forest to show the monsters that this was his territory. Arata turned to the side thoughtfully and opened his mouth slightly to say something. Arata found himself at a small pond with many rocks around it. The water flowed quickly along the ground and around the large rocks that were in its path. Arata stood on a large rock and said that he was wondering how Zeros and Merlin were doing. Arata remembered Reina saying that the boys had taken tents and were heading towards the river. Arata thought that Reina was talking about the boys who were supposed to be camping near the river. Arata's hair and clothes began to flutter in the wind. He looked to the side and thoughtfully said that the guys had only ended up at this river yesterday. He urgently needed to find them and check on them. Arata watched as the river twisted and turned around the rocks in its path. There were trees growing along the river, and the river eroded the rock in its path. Arata peered out from behind a large tree trunk and said that he felt the boys must be somewhere nearby. Arata stops and sees the guys in front of him. Arata and the guys are separated by a huge monster which was completely made of water. Zeros and Merlin were standing sideways to Arata. They took fighting poses and were waiting for something. Arata fell into a stupor. Then he looked at the guys with his mouth wide open in surprise. The boys looked ahead. They raised their hands up. Fear was visible on their faces. The boys' clothes had an unusual diamond-shaped pattern. Zeros and Merlin were standing on the ground. Behind them was a forest with lush crowns. The boys took fighting poses. Their hands were clenched into fists, and their teeth were clenched tightly. Sweat was running down Arata's face. He was nervous and did not understand what the boys were going to do. Arata's hands were clenched into fists. He looked warily in the direction from which he heard someone calling him. There was a forest behind Arata. He was standing by a tree with a wide trunk. The man with big ears began to wave to Arata and greet him. Arata saw Luna and Aluga greeting him. Luna's face was red. She smiled widely and said that she and Aluga had come here to play. Luna had big animal ears and a tail. Aluga stood behind Luna and looked at Arata seriously. Arata stood there and didn't understand what was going on. Closer to the river stood the boys Zeros and Merlin and the big water monster. They were wary. And on the other side stood Luna and Aluga. Luna was cheerful and waving to Arata, Aluga stood behind her silently. Arata's face was dripping with sweat. He pointed to the side and asked Aluga if he could explain what was going on. Aluga put one hand on his belt and looked at Arat with a menacing expression. Behind Aluga was a large camp tent. Aluga thought for a moment, began to scratch the back of his head. He closed his eyes and opened his mouth to say something. Aluga said that they went to visit the boys as usual. Then he stopped talking and got angry because Luna ran in front of him and interrupted his conversation. She spread her arms out to the side and started running. Her hair and clothes fluttered in the wind. Aluga continued to say that when they went to visit the guys, Luna smelled an unfamiliar smell and suddenly ran away. That's how they ended up in this situation. Luna was running around the clearing, and Marlene, with a displeased face, looked at the running Luna. Sweat was running down Arata's face. He replied that he now understood what had happened. Then Arata thought that the boys had misunderstood Luna. They thought that Luna wanted to attack them. Luna looked at Arata in surprise. Aluga put his hands together. Arata stood by the camp tent. He put one hand on his belt. The other one moved to the side and said that maybe the guys did something to Zeros and Merlin. Luna fluffed up her tail and said that they did not touch them. Aluga looked at Arata and supported Luna's words. Arata put his hands to his face and started shouting at the boys that they had nothing to worry about. Everything was fine. Luna and Aluga had no intention of harming them. Sweat was running down Marlene's face. She and Zeros listened warily to Arata's words. Zeros got angry. He started pointing at Luna and Aluga and shouting loudly that he didn't believe that these guys weren't a threat to them. They were emitting too much magical power. Luna and Aluga stood and listened attentively to what Zeros was saying. Arata folded his hands together, sweat running down his face. He closed his eyes and thought sadly that he needed to figure out what to do in this situation. Arata folded his arms under his chest. Out of nowhere, a huge shadow appeared above him. Noticing this, he was very surprised and even scared. Arata was standing in a clearing. Behind him was a tree trunk and several large stones. A large monster appeared above all the boys, flapping its wings. The air currents made the boys' clothes and hair flutter. The boys looked at the monster in surprise, hanging in the air. There was a camping tent behind Arata. Arata looked up in surprise. He said, "Is this really a big rooster?" His hair and clothes were fluttering from the branches. Luna's face turned red, her mouth hanging open in surprise. She looked at the monster hanging in the air. Aluga stood behind her, also looking at the monster in surprise. Zeros and Merlin were very scared. They frowned and opened their mouths wide in shock. A large monster with a rooster's head looked menacingly at the boys. This monster continued to hover in the air. The boys simultaneously shouted that they did not understand what kind of monster it was. Zeros clenched his hands into a fist. He gritted his teeth and was ready to attack. Merlin put her hands aside. Tears appeared in her eyes. She began to scream loudly. "What kind of joke is this? The monsters here look fiercer than a hellfire dragon." Zeros and Merlin put his hand on his belt and raised the other one up. Then he asked Luna if she knew what kind of monster it was. Luna looked at Arata and with a smile on her face answered that she knew. It was the shantak bird. Luna raised her hands up. Her face was red. She started to smile widely and closed her eyes. Arata looked at Luna and with a smile on his face thought that judging by Luna's reaction, this bird must have tasty meat. The monster hung in the air and looked menacingly at the boys. The bird began to examine the boys one by one. Arata was the first. He looked at the bird attentively. The bird analyzed that Arat was dangerous, and that he was a monster. Then the bird looked at Luna and Aluga. Luna looked at the bird with admiration. Her face was red and her mouth was wide open. Aluga looked at the bird with his mouth open. The bird analyzed that they were also dangerous, and that they were divine beasts. Then the bird turned its gaze to Marlene and Zeros. Marlene looked at the bird with fear. Beads of sweat were running down her face from fear. Zeros stood frowning. Sweat was running down his face too. The bird analyzed that the guys were people. There was little danger from them. The bird analyzed the whole situation. Its eyes lit up, and it rushed to attack the boys. Marlin and Zeros and their water monster were very scared when they saw the bird rushing towards them. The rest of the boys stood silently and watched what was happening. Marlene's face was covered with sweat. She was very scared. She began to cast a spell. Her hands were covered with water. Marlene began to shout that she was ranked 5th in the 7 Archmages' star. Her magic power should not be underestimated. Zeros' face was covered in sweat. From fear, he raised his hand up, on which a fire lit up. He began to shout loudly that he ranks 6th in the star of the 7 Archmages. The deadly flame of Zero's grinder. He can easily burn the monster. Arata looked at the boys sadly. He closed his eyes and thought that Reina was the same. Is it really so important for Archmages to always say their name? Merlin and Zeros were standing near the river. They were trying to cast a spell and shouting something. Arata noticed a bird monster rushing towards the boys. He thought that this could end badly. Arata couldn't stand it any longer. He ran forward. Sweat appeared on his face. As soon as he started running, he shouted that he simply couldn't stand and watch the situation that was happening now. Arata clenched his fists and ran towards where the boys were standing. Marlin and Zeros were standing on the ground, casting spells. A bird monster was rushing towards them. The lush crowns of trees were visible not far from the boys. Arata slowed down. His hand was in front of him. He saw how to the side of him someone, very fast, appeared in the air. It was Luna. She clenched her teeth and screamed the word meat. The moon was in the air, then it was above the bird. It landed on the bird's back. The moon's arms were spread out. Without reviving the attack, the bird let out a shrill scream. After the attack, clouds of dust and dirt rose into the air. Arata stood with his arms down and looked at the sky. In the sky was the moon riding a bird. A monster. Riding the bird, the moon looked at Arata and waved her hand. Arata thought that he did not see anything, but he was sure that the moon would eventually defeat this bird. After a while, a monster bird and the moon fall in front of Arata. After the fall, dust rose into the air. Arata looked ahead and wondered if they had really fallen. Luna stood up. She spread her arms out to the sides, then she smiled widely and said that this was her meat now. Behind her, trees with lush crowns were visible, and in front of her stood Marlin and Zeros, who were looking at her. Beads of sweat appeared on Zaros's face. He looked at Luna in surprise. Marlene also looked at Luna. They were both very surprised, and at the same time said that they could not believe that Luna helped them. Marlin and Zeros fell to the ground. They put their hands on the ground to avoid falling completely to the ground. Then they made a loud, strange sound. Behind the boys, there was a wide river, and behind it, a forest. Arata stood not far from them and watched what was happening. Arata turned to Aluga and said with a smile on his face that the boys were right. Luna helped them. They were lucky that everything ended well. Aluga stood and looked at Arata. He had doubts when he heard Arata's statements. Arata walked towards the guys. He put one hand to the side and asked if everything was okay. Zeros was sitting on the ground. He put his hands on his legs and answered that everything was okay. Marlene was sitting next to him, and without looking at Arata, she thanked the guys for saving her. Zeros was sitting on the ground, sweat running down his face, breathing heavily and trying to calm down. Marlene was sitting next to him. She had her hand on her face and was also trying to calm down. Arata looked at the boys and thought that Zeros and Merlin looked a little unwell. Arata remembered Reina, how she held her head with one hand and grabbed the curtain with the other, to keep from falling. Arata thought that the symptoms of the boys were similar to those of Reina. Probably the boys got sick from the magic that Luna used. Arata knelt down in front of the boys and said that he intended to keep an eye on the surroundings, and that the boys should take a rest in the tent. Zeros sat with his hand on his leg. Marlene sat next to him with her legs spread apart. Zeros lowered his head a little, and with his eyes closed, thanked Arata for the offer to rest. Marlene sat next to him. She put her hand on her head. Beads of sweat were running down her face. She also thanked Arata for his concern for their condition. Zeros headed towards the dark tent, and Marlene headed towards the light tent. Arata and the other boys watched Zeros and Marlene's actions carefully. Zero's tent was closer to the forest, and smooth mountains were visible beyond the treetops. Aluga looked at Arata calmly and asked him that everything would definitely be okay with the guys. Arata was standing next to Aluga. He looked away. Arata looked at Aluga and replied that he thought that Reina had already gotten used to the magical sidle they were using, which meant that Zeros and Marlene would also get used to it and be completely fine. Aluga pointed his thumb towards the tent Zeros was in and said that he and Luna would try to be careful, but if the boys were that weak, maybe Arata and the others should think about protecting the boys. Arata put his hands together. He looked at Aluga and replied that Aluga was right. He would discuss this matter with Reina a little later. Aluga put his hand on his belt and looked at Arata, then he said that Arata's idea. Aluga was wearing fur-lined boots. He stood on the ground and began to say that he really didn't care what happened to these guys. Aluga pointed at himself, then he smiled broadly and cheerfully said that if Arata and Reina decided to take responsibility for the boys, then he and Luna would definitely help them. Aluga had a headband with a pattern on his head that held his hair. Arata looked at Aluga and replied that he agreed with him and was very grateful to Aluga for his words. Arata's shirt collar was slightly raised, and under the collar was a bandage that looked like a scarf. The water in the river was noisy and flowed around the rocks on its way. On one side of the river was a forest, and in front of the river were mountains. Arata asked if the boys would like to work while they were at the river. Aluga answered that Arata's idea was a good one. Luna also agreed to help. The fishing line with the float ended up in the water, and splashes of water flew in all directions. Arata was sitting on a large boulder, his legs dangling down. Arata was holding a fishing rod in his hands, and next to him on a nearby rock was a wooden bucket. Arata closed his eyes and laughed. Arata leaned back a little, his face flushed with pleasure. He closed his eyes and smiled. Then he said that the trees swaying in the wind, the sound of the river, how good it was to be in nature now. Arata sat on a large boulder with his legs down. He held his fishing rod with both hands. The float was visible on the surface of the water. Arata's wooden bucket stood nearby on a smaller stone. Arata said that he had reached the highest pleasure. Aluga opened his mouth wide, so much so that his white and sharp fangs could be clearly seen. Then he yawned loudly. Not far from Arata sat Aluga. His hands lay on his legs, and the fishing rod was next to him. It stood between the stones. Next to Aluga sat Luna. She held the fishing rod with both hands. The boys were sadly reasoning that they could not catch any fish. Hearing the boys' conversation, Arata lowered his head and closed his eyes. Then he thought sadly about something. Arata held his fishing rod with both hands. Arata thought for a bit, turned to the guys, then he smiled and said that the point of fishing is not only to catch fish, you just need to relax and enjoy yourself. Aluga and Luna, having listened to Arata, sighed heavily. Luna hugged her legs, then she started wagging her tail. Luna closed her eyes and said discontentedly that she thought this game was too boring. After listening to Luna, Arata lowered his head and sighed heavily. Arata put the fishing rod aside. He began to get up on his feet. Arata was still on the big rock. Then Arata said that it seemed that nothing could really be done. Behind Arata was a forest with thick tree trunks and lush crowns. Arata closed his eyes and sank into the water. He thought he needed to sharpen his senses. Air bubbles appeared in front of Arata. Then he saw the bottom of the river with schools of fish swimming unpredictably in the water and various underwater plants. Then, after a while, Arata noticed some large fish swimming near a large rock and various seaweeds. He thought that he had finally found them. Arata stood on a large rock. He put one hand on his belt and with the other began to point at something in front of him. Then Arata said that a fish was swimming in the place where he was pointing. Luna stood next to Arata and looked away with interest. Arata closed his eyes and started waving his hand. Then he wished the boys good luck. Luna said with a smile on her face that she would catch that fish now. Aluga also said with a smile on his face that he also intended to go to that place to catch the fish. Arata sat down on the rock again, his legs down. Arata held his fishing rod with both hands and said that he intended to stay here and just wait while the boys fished. The float floated motionless on the surface of the water. After some time, unexpectedly for Arata, the float completely disappeared into the water. This greatly surprised Arata. Arata stood up abruptly. He started shouting that he had a fish bite. Arata held his fishing rod with both hands and raised it up to pull out the fish that had bitten the bait. Behind Arata, the lush crowns of the trees spread out. Above was the sky. Arata held his fishing rod tightly with both hands. Excitement gripped him. Arata began to smile widely and said that it seemed like a big fish was biting. After thinking for a bit, Arata made a decision and grabbed the fishing rod even tighter with both hands. A moment later, Arata jerks the rod with all his might and starts shouting that he will never let such a fish go. After a powerful jerk, the hook of the rod appears above the water, caught on the belt of a stranger with long hair. Arata holds the fishing rod with both hands. His jerk was so strong that the stranger that Arata caught ended up in the air along with the hook. There were many drops of water in the air. Arata opened his mouth wide in surprise. A moment later, the captured stranger lands behind Arata. He landed next to a large tree trunk and rocks, and a loud bang was heard throughout the area as the stranger landed. Arata's eyes widened in surprise. Sweat was running down Arata's face. He turned around in hopes of seeing his caught catch. Turning around, Arata said that he really caught a fugu fish. Arata turned around and walked towards the stranger, who was lying on his stomach with his arms spread out. Arata began to say that there should be no fugu fish in this river. Arata walked closer to the stranger and lowered himself a little to get a better look. Arata's mouth dropped open in surprise, and he thought for a moment. Then he knelt down and began to examine his prey. Arata thought that it looked like it was really big, but it wasn't a fish at all. In front of Arata, a girl was lying on her back. In front of Arata lay a girl. She was all wet. Her arms were spread out to the side. She had 2 braided pigtails on her head. Her hair was light. The girl had pointed ears, like an elf, and her mouth was slightly open. The house of Arata and Reina was 2-story. Its roof was covered with dark tiles. Dark clouds floated above the house. Arata was kneeling in the house with Reina standing in front of him. She had her arms folded under her chest and was looking at Arata with a serious expression on her face. Reina folded her arms under her chest. She smiled widely and then asked Arata that she really wanted to ask Arata some questions if she could do so. From under the bandage on Reina's head, hair stuck out and fell into her eyes. Arata lowered his head a little, sweat running down his face. Arata closed his eyes and said guiltily that Reina might ask him a question. Reina pointed her finger at the stairs that led to the 2nd floor and said that Arata had just gone for a walk. The stairs that led to the 2nd floor had a door on one side and a kitchen unit with a sink and faucet on the other. On the 2nd floor, a girl with elf ears was lying on a bed. Her hair was disheveled, her head was on a pillow, and her body was covered with a blanket. Reina continued to say that she did not understand how they could have problems again. Aluga stood in the room on the 2nd floor. His hands were folded together. He was carefully watching the sleeping girl. The girl was lying on the bed covered with a blanket. At the head of the bed there was a nightstand. In the opposite corner there was a table and chairs. Arata was kneeling in front of Reina. He lowered his head and started to say that Reina needed to listen to him. He was resting and leisurely fishing when suddenly it happened. Reina was standing in front of Arata. Her arms were folded. There was a ladder by her side. Sweat was running down Arata's face. He said guiltily, without raising his head, that he had suddenly caught this girl on his fishing rod. Arata had her arms folded under her chest. She was looking down at Arata menacingly. Her hair was sticking out from under the bandage. After thinking for a moment, Reina broke the silence. She closed her eyes and calmly replied that you would never get bored with Arata. Arata continued to sit on his knees. He had a guilty expression on his face, and droplets of tears appeared in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, Reina put her hands on her waist and looked out the window where the curtains and drapery were hanging. She opened her mouth to say something. Reina, without removing her hands from her waist, looked at Arata and said that she would think about her later, but now it was time to prepare dinner. Arata put his hands between his legs, then he raised his head and cheerfully said that Reina was right. Arata remembered how Luna landed with the monster bird on the ground, and how the bird let out a shrill scream at that very moment. Arata said that they had fresh chicken meat just in time for dinner. As soon as Arata finished speaking, Lena crashed into him with a shrill scream. Arata's face was greatly distorted by Luna's unexpected action. Luna and Arata's hair fluttered in the air from the collision. Luna stood in front of Arata and started to stare at him. Then she opened her mouth wide and said that she hadn't shown this chicken to Teltu yet, so she wouldn't let him eat this bird. Arata stood in front of Luna. He began to scratch his head and asked her for forgiveness for the words he said. Luna fluffed up her tail and said that as soon as they showed this chicken to tell to, after that it could be eaten right away. Reina stood nearby. There were several buckets of river water in the room, in which fish were swimming. Reina said with a smile on her face that the boys had caught a lot of fish today, in which case she would have to focus on fish dishes. Arata was pleasantly surprised by Reina's words. Luna stood with her hands down. She looked at the buckets full of water, in which the fish were swimming. One of Luna's ears tilted strangely to the side. She repeated Reina's words about the fish in surprise. Then Luna turned to Reina and called her. Her ears were slightly down, and her tail was fluffed up. Reina looked at Luna. She waited for Luna to say next. One of Reina's hands was down, the other was slightly raised up. Luna looked ahead. She blushed a little and asked plaintively that they were really going to eat the fish she had caught today. Behind Luna stood a bucket of water in which several large and several small fish were swimming. Reina put her hands on her knees and crouched down a bit next to Luna. Then she said that Luna was right, she was here to cook. Luna looked at the buckets of fish. Then she lowered her ears and said that she understood. Now they would eat her. After a moment, Luna lowered her ears and lowered her head a little. Luna began to feel sad. Arata noticed that Luna's face changed and called her by name. Arata then looked at the bucket of water with the fish swimming in it. Then he thought that he felt like Luna was too attached to the fish she caught, and that was why she was sad. Arata looked ahead. He smiled slightly, and thought that this behavior of Luna was normal. Arata's bangs fell slightly over his eyes. Luna sat down next to the buckets where the fish were swimming. She lowered her ears and watched the fish. Arata watched what was happening and thought that Luna was still very young. For her, this was a chance to realize the value of life. Arata felt a little downcast and thoughtful when he saw Luna sitting next to the buckets that held the fish, her face slightly red and drooling from her mouth, looking forward to eating the fish she had caught a little later. Arata thought he was taking his words back. The sun began to set gradually, and fluffy clouds continued to float across the darkening sky. It was quiet in the boys' house. The doors to the rooms on the second floor were closed. Aluga was sitting on a chair with fur upholstery. He sat with his hands together and his legs crossed. Next to him was a bed with a blonde girl sleeping on it. On the other side of the bed was a nightstand with a small window above it. Aluga turned his head warily towards the door, which began to open noisily. His hands were folded together. Aluga's light hair was held by a dark headband with an unusual pattern. Arata entered the room. One of his hands was down. His other hand was holding the door handle. Then Arata asked Aluga if everything was okay with the stranger. Aluga stood up. He looked away and answered Arata's question positively. The blonde girl continued to sleep, her hair lying on her face. Aluga said that he thought the girl was fine, she was just sleeping. Arata was happy with Aluga's answer and said that it was very good. Aluga looked away warily. He stood by the girl's bed. He pointed his finger to the side and said that from her appearance, he could conclude that she was ERLV. Arata was surprised. He asked Aluga to tell him more about her. Arata had one hand down. He moved the other to the side and said that Aluga meant that the girl was an elf. Aluga put his hands on his belt. He looked at Arata and answered that Arata was right. ERLV and elves are very similar. Aluga presented a waterfall that flowed from rock chips. It was surrounded by forest and high slopes of ancient rock. Arata said that these species now live in different parts of the island, they call them, so as not to confuse them with elves. The blonde girl's eyes were closed. She continued to sleep, her mouth slightly open and drooling. Aluga continued to say that as Arata could see, elves are different in that their skin has a dark shade. Arata looked at Aluga in surprise and replied that he now understood the differences between the two species. The collar of Arata's shirt was slightly raised, and there was also a cloth wrapped around Arata's neck that looked like a scarf. Arata put his hand on his belt and looked at Aluga in surprise. Aluga folded his hands together and turned away from Arata a little. Aluga looked at Arata without turning and said that not only did they live separately, but they also believed in different spirits. Aluga placed a small pond, which was surrounded by many trees with lush crowns, then an area with high cliffs. Aluga said that elves prefer to settle in the forest. The Urva are in areas with mountains. Arata looked at Aluga and said that he was curious to know what spirits these two species worshipped. Aluga had one hand on his waist and looked at Arata in surprise. Aluga's headband hung slightly over his eyes. Aluga presented several stone objects on which various ornaments were carved. Aluga said that the elves believe in the spirits of light, water, and wind. The Urlva are the spirits of darkness, fire, and earth. Aluga raised his hand and began to scratch the back of his head. He closed his eyes and said that it was not that the spirits did not get along with each other, and not that they were on bad terms. But there was one nuance. Arata lowered his hands down. He looked at Aluga and waited for the continuation of the story about the two races. Aluga put his hands on his belt and refused to continue their conversation. The unknown girl continued to sleep in the bed, and the guy stood next to her. Aluga looked away and began to say that he was from a tribe of divine beasts that interacted well with elves, but did not get along well with earls. Aluga had a headband on his head, and the collar of his jacket was turned up. Arata looked at Aluga and did not believe what he said. Aluga stood in front of Arata. He closed his eyes and replied that everything he said was true. Aluga remembered a large monster that looked like a bird engulfed in flames. Its nails had large and sharp claws, and the bird was also hovering in the air. Aluga continued to say that Arata remembered the elder, the phoenix. Aluga then imagined the phoenix fighting another monster that was larger than itself. Aluga went on to say that the Urlvas believed in a great spirit that dined on a similar power, and there had been a dispute about this long ago. Aluga stood in front of Arata. His hands were folded together. He closed his eyes and continued to say that since the conflict broke out, the two races were at odds with each other. Arata folded his hands together and replied that now everything became clear to him. Then Aluga covered one finger and raised his hand. Then he said that this conflict happened 1,000 years ago, so perhaps this topic is no longer relevant. Arata held his hands together. He closed his eyes and played Aluga's words over and over in his head. The stranger, who was sleeping on the bed, began to move and made a strange sound. Arata held his hands together. Then he heard the girl wake up and looked at her in surprise. Aluga also looked at the stranger in surprise. The girl was lying down. Then she opened her eyes. The girl raised herself above the bed. She held the blanket with one hand and began to rub her eyes with the other hand. The girl's hair was disheveled. She was wearing a t-shirt with fur around her neck. The girl was sitting on the bed. She was covered with a blanket. After thinking for a bit, she looked at the guys. The guys were standing by the bed where the girl was lying and were watching carefully what she would do next. The girl was sitting on the bed, covered with a blanket. Her hair was disheveled. The girl looked ahead and said that she did not understand where she was now. Arata stood at the head of the bed and watched the stranger's further actions. The girl was sitting in bed, one hand on her stomach. Arata was standing at the head of the bed. He raised his hand and with a smile on his face said that the girl was at their home. On the other side of the bed there was a large window, from which the sky was visible. The girl sat and held her stomach with one hand. She looked ahead and said plaintively that something else was important now. She is very hungry. At the head of the bed there was a bedside table, which was made of wood. After some time, the stranger opened her mouth wide and began to bite into the food. The girl held skewers with fried fish in both hands. There were plates on the table. Luna sat next to her and watched with tears in her eyes as the stranger ate her fish. Then the moon took a skewer with fried fish in each hand and raised them up. She calmed down and said that so be it. Luna opened her mouth wide and greedily began to eat the fish. She shouted loudly that in that case she accepted the stranger's challenge. The stranger sat next to Luna and ate the fish. Her face was dirty and her hair was tied in ponytails. The dining table was outside. Luna and the stranger continued to eat fried fish. Reina stood aside from the table. She looked at the girls and wished them bon appetit. Reina stood by the lit fire and cooked the fish. Aluga stood nearby, his hands folded together. He looked at the girls who were sitting at the table and said that they had managed to eat their share. Arata stood nearby, one hand on his belt, and then he laughed a little at Aluga's words. Reina approached the boys and said that this girl's name was Katima. Aluga kept his hands folded and put them in front of him to look. Arata heard Reina's question. He looked at her and answered her question positively. Arata looked at the girl and said that she was from the ERLV tribe who lived in the mountains of the Northern Territories. Katima held a skewer with a stung fish in each hand and ate it greedily. Katima's face was covered in crumbs from the food and her hair was pulled back. Reina stood next to Arata. She folded her arms under her chest and said that he didn't know how the girl who lived in the mountains ended up in the river. Sweat was running down Arata's face, he thought for a while, and wanted to start talking. Arata imagined Katima floating in the river, with many air bubbles forming around her. Arata fell ill and said with a smile that Katima was hungry, so she dove into the water to catch a fish, but her leg cramped. Reina stood in front of Arata, holding her hands under her chest, and said with displeasure that Katima was really that clumsy. Arata nervously replied that was why you always had to warm up a little before you started swimming. Katima finished eating. There were many crumbs from the food on her face. After thinking for a bit, she sighed heavily from the saturation of the food. Katima was lying on the ground covered with grass. She spread her arms out to the side and, with a happy expression on her face, said that she felt very good. Luna was lying next to her. She also spread her arms out to the side and said that Katima was right, it really was very good. Some time later, Reina approached the girls. She put her hands on her waist and said menacingly that girls should not lie around after eating, as it was considered bad manners. The girls rose from the ground, they lowered their heads and moaned sadly. Katima leaned her hands on the ground. She sat with her eyes closed. Then she sadly said that she had eaten her fill, and now she wanted to sleep. Luna sat next to her. She lowered her head and ears down, and sadly agreed with Katima's words. Arata came up to the girls. He put his hands on his knees and sang a little. Then he smiled and said that in any case, it was already late, so Katima could stay with them for the night. Katima, sitting on the ground, looked at Arata and cheerfully agreed with him. Luna sat on the ground, her head and ears down. She started rubbing her eyes with her hand and said plaintively that she would also like to stay the night with the boys. Arata smiled broadly and agreed to let Luna stay at his house, as well as Katima. Then Arata turned to Aluga and asked him what Aruga thought about it. Aluga smiled, he closed one eye and raised one hand. Then he said that it didn't matter to him. The guys could do whatever they wanted. Arata held the girls by the back, who could barely move their legs, as they were very sleepy. Arata said that now was the time to go to their rooms. Behind Arata there was a table with the remains of food and several chairs. Reina appeared in front of Arata. She covered her mouth with her hand and began to laugh quietly. Arata looked at her in surprise, as he did not understand why Reina was laughing. Arata looked ahead in surprise. Luna and Katima stood next to him. Luna, without opening her eyes, held Arata by the jacket, and Katima leaned on Arata. Reina, watching all this, said that Arata now looks very much like the father of these two. Arata looked at Reina. He smiled and laughed quietly. The girls continued to stand next to Arata. Then he said that in that case, then Reina is their mother. Reina stood with her hands on her waist. She blushed and repeated Arata's words. Reina imagined herself smiling widely and Luna sitting on her back, Katima standing next to her and touching her face with her finger. Arata looked away with a smile on his face and held little Telta on his shoulders. Reina stood silently in front of Arata for a while. She lowered her hands down. Reina's face was red from embarrassment. Arata stood in front of her and was also silent. Luna and Katima stood sleepily and leaned on Arata. Arata started scratching his face. It was red from embarrassment. Then he thought that he was just continuing Reina's joke. The boy's conversation was interrupted by Elug's voice. He looked ahead warily and began calling the boys. The bandage that held Elug's hair was pulled down over his eyes. Arata was holding Luna and Katima in both hands. They were falling over from sleep. Reina was standing in front of Arata. Her face was red, and her hands were slightly raised. Aluga said that he was happy for the boys, of course, but Luna and Katima were about to fall to the ground. Arata turned red with embarrassment. He picked up the girls and shouted that Aluga was right. He would immediately take the sleepy girls into the house. Reina's face was red with embarrassment. She raised her hands and shouted that Arata made the right decision. Aluga stood in front of the boys. He put his hands on his waist and was touched by the boys' reactions. Reina stood still. She raised her hands and put one of them to her face. Arata took the sleepy girls in his arms and quickly walked. There was a pile of stones on the ground. It was dark outside. Against the black sky, twinkling stars and fluffy clouds were visible, which were moving across this sky. Luna and Katima found themselves in their room. They were lying on the floor. Luna was sleeping on her side, her head was on the pillow, and her body was covered with a blanket. Katima was lying on her back. Her arms were spread out to the sides. The pillow was lying to the side. She was not covered with a blanket. Arata walked out of the house, one hand on the door handle. He looked away and with a smile on his face told the boys that he had put the girls to bed. Arata walked towards Reina. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula for stirring food. In front of Reina was a grill with frying pans on it. The frying pans were steaming hot from the hot coals. Arata stood in front of Reina, his hands down. Arata said in surprise, "Didn't the girls eat all the fish?" Reina raised her hand, which was holding the spatula. Then she looked at Arata in surprise. The frying pans were hot. Arata was distracted from Reina when he heard Aluga's unexpected laughter. Aluga lowered his head. He smiled and said that this situation was too predictable. Aluga lifted the bucket of water with the fish swimming in it and said with a wicked smile that was why he hid the fish he had caught earlier. Arata smiled and said that Aluga had done a very clever thing. Arata sat down at the table, which had a tablecloth on it. Reina then came up to him and placed a plate of hot food in front of Arata. She then said with a smile on her face that she had prepared a more adult dish for them. On the table in front of Arata was a plate of fish and vegetables, with cutlery on the sides of the plate. Reina continued to say that she had prepared the fish fried in oil and a side dish for it. Reina stood in front of the table. She was wearing an apron. She hid her hands behind her back and asked the boys what they could say about the food. Arata had 2 plates of food in front of him. He was surprised and couldn't take his eyes off the food. Aluga did the same. Reina said that she hoped Aluga wouldn't scream with delight, otherwise he would wake the girls. Aluga's face turned red. His mouth was open and drooling. He couldn't take his eyes off his plate and agreed with everything Reina said. The boys were sitting at the table. Arata put his hand to his face and thoughtfully said that he would like some kind of drink with the fish. Aluga looked at Arata and agreed with his words. Reina began to cast a spell, and blurry circles appeared in front of her hand. A moment later, the circles dissipated, and Reina had 3 glass goblets in her hands, and in her other hand, she had a glass bottle with an unusual sticker. Reina said with a smile on her face that she could easily make Arata's words come true. At Reina, with his mouth open in surprise. Aluga's face also blushed. He was pleasantly surprised by Reina's abilities. Arata looked at the bottle Reina was holding in surprise. He began to say doubtfully that he couldn't believe that Reina was able to hide the existence of this drink from them. Reina held the bottle with the unusual label in front of her and then said that she didn't mean to hide anything. It was just that there wasn't much of the drink left, so she was saving it for a special occasion. A glass bottle with an unusual label was opened, and the guy started pouring the drink from this bottle into a glass goblet. Reina, without thinking twice, said that in that case, they could start a party for adults. The boys were sitting at the table. There were plates with his in front of them, on the sides of which lay cutlery. Each of the boys had a glass with a drink. They wished each other a bon appetit and clinked glasses. Arata raised the glass to his mouth and took a small sip of the glass's contents. Then his face turned red, and he thought that this drink was easy to drink, and very refreshing. It was really a good drink, although he didn't really understand it. Arata's face was flushed. He again put the glass to his mouth and drank the contents of the glass. Arata enjoyed the drink. Aluga took a piece of food with his fork and put it in his mouth. Then his mouth opened wide. Aluga grabbed the fork and put it in his hands and raised them up. Then he blushed and perked up. He was delighted with the food that Reina had prepared. Aluga placed his hands on the table, holding a fork and knife. His body was shaking with the pleasure of eating. Arata, holding the knife in his hand, looked at Aluga and thought that he was sure that Aluga was desperately holding back from screaming with pleasure. The boys were sitting at the table. Aluga couldn't calm down. He kept shaking. Arata was chewing on him and thought that he understood Aluga's condition very well. Reina was sitting next to him. She picked up a glass of drink and looked at it. Reina placed the glass goblet with the drink to her lips and began to sip the contents from it. Then her face turned red, and she continued to look at the glass goblet. Seeing this, Arata's heart began to beat loudly. Reina held a glass in her hand. Then she turned to Arata and said that she had a reason to open that bottle. Arata held the cutlery in his hand and nervously replied that he fully supported Reina's words. Aluga took a piece of food with his fork and put it in his mouth. Then he praised Arata. Arata turned red and moved closer to Aluga. Then he said that he did not understand the meaning of the word Aluga. Reina was holding a glass in her hands. Then she raised her head and said with a smile on her face that Arata should look up. Arata was holding the cutlery in his hands. Then he obediently looked up, as Reina asked. The boys were sitting at the table, with a dark sky covered with bright stars stretching above them. Reina was holding a glass in her hands and admiring the beauty of the stars. Arata blushed and supported Reina's words. Aluga held a glass in his hands and looked up. Arata's face was slightly flushed, but imagining the girls lying in their beds and already asleep for a long time, Arata said that he liked noisy feasts. The boys sat at the table and looked at the sky above them, which was strewn with bright stars. Arata said that sometimes he wanted to do something like this. Reina agreed with Arata's words. The next day came. Clouds floated over the forest and mountains. Arata went outside. He raised his arms up to stretch his muscles after the night. He stretched and said that he liked the morning air. It was very nice. Arata lowered his hands down. Then he looked to the side and was surprised by what he saw. Katima was standing in front of him. She was standing with her hands down and without moving, looking at something in the thicket of the dense forest. Arata noticed Katima and called out to her. Katima turned to face Arata. Her long blonde hair was tied into two high ponytails. She was wearing a top with fur at the neck and had an unusual bandage on one arm that ended just above her elbow. Katima turned to the call and said Arata's name. Arata walked towards where Katima was standing. He raised his hand and waved to her. Then he said that he wished her a good morning, and he was also curious about why she woke up so early. Katima raised her head and looked at the sunbeams that were breaking through the high crowns of the trees. Then she smiled and said that she was pleased to watch the rays of the morning sun breaking through the leaves of the trees. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. There were few clouds around it. Katima smiled and said that she really liked to sunbathe in the morning. Arata smiled and replied that now he understood everything. Then Katima's expression changed. It became serious and sad. Her hair was fluttering in the gusty wind. After thinking for a moment, Katima said that she apologized for yesterday. Arata put his hand on his waist and looked at Kaima. Arata remembered how he had been fishing yesterday and had caught Katima from the river. He wondered if Katima was apologizing for Arata saving her. Arata stood in front of Katima. He put one hand on his waist, the other one moved to the side and said that she had nothing to worry about. Katima stood between the trees and answered Arata negatively. Behind Arata, his house was visible, which was surrounded by a fence. Katima looked at Arata, then she smiled slightly and said that the elves do not forget such things. Katima's bangs covered her eyes a little. Then Katima lowered her hands and sank forward. She closed her eyes and said tiredly that she had eaten so much yesterday, although it was the guy's fish. Sweat appeared on Arata's face. Then he smiled silently and continued to look at Katima. Arata put one hand on his belt, the other one moved to the side. Then he smiled and said that in that case, Katima should bring something to Luna next time, because it was she who caught most of these fish. Then Katima raised her hands with enthusiasm, clenched into fists, and said that Arata was right. She would definitely repay the guys in kind. Katima had a glove on her hand. Arata listened to Katima's inspired speech and smiled. Katima, without dropping her hands, approached Arata and calmly said that Arata had saved her from the water. Arata was very surprised by Katima's words. He raised his hand in surprise and pointed at himself. Katima continued to say with displeasure that there was anything she could do to help Arata as a thank you. Arata folded his arms together on his chest. He closed his eyes and thoughtfully said that he would need time to think about her offer. Then Arata realized Arata's face had an unusual expression. His mouth opened slightly. Arata hit his fist on his hand. Arata raised his finger and said enthusiastically that Katima needed to listen to him. Was it true that the elves lived in the mountains? Katima held her hands up in the air, clenched into fists, and answered Arata's question affirmatively. Katima imagined the mountainous area where she lives, and continued to say that many spirits of fire, earth, and darkness live in the mountains. Katima put her hands on her waist, and with a smile on her face began to say that this is why she and the other earls live so comfortably in the mountains. Katima's lush and light hair stuck out in all directions. Arata put his hand on his waist, and the other one he moved to the side. Then Arata said that he thought there was a lot of delicious food to be found in the mountains. Katima stood in front of Arata. She kept her hands on her waist and listened to Arata silently. Behind her was a thicket of forest. Katima listened to Arata. She kept her hands on her waist. Katima closed her eyes, then she smiled and said that Arata was right. There was a lot of food in the mountains, and in general, the mountains were the source of life. Arata stood with his hands down and with a smile on his face, listening to Katima's story. Then Arata raised his index finger up, and with a smile on his face, said that in that case, when they decide to go to the mountains, Katima and her people will not mind if they take some food from there. Katima started to smile widely as soon as Arata finished speaking. She replied that she didn't mind and she would warn about taking the guys, the elders. Katima's hair was sticking out in all directions, and her bangs slightly covered her eyes. Above the rocks, forest and mountains, a blue sky stretched out, with fluffy clouds floating across it. Katima continued to say that Arata had saved her, and for that the earls were indebted to him. Katima spread her arms out to the sides and said with a smile on her face that she was sure that the Great Spirit would definitely accept Arata. Arata began to smile. Then he put his hand aside and said that in that case, they intended to visit the elves. Arata raised his hand and told Katima something. She listened to him attentively. Behind Arata, the gate was open, from which one could see the entrance to the house well. Reina began to come out of the house, and she exclaimed in surprise. Reina was standing on the porch of the house. She started waving her hand, and with a smile on her face said that she wishes good morning to the guys. Behind Reina stood Luna. She smiled widely and started saying that she was interested in what the guys were talking about early in the morning. Reina and Luna approached Arata. Arata put his hand on his belt, raised his other hand in the air, and with a smile on his face, said that he wished good morning to the girls, and now he would tell them everything. Behind Arata grew wide tree trunks. Sometime later, Arata looked at the girls and finished talking about the topic of conversation with Katima. Reina kept one hand on her stomach. The other she put on her face and said, now she understood everything. Reina began to move her legs. Reina started to smile and continued to say that she still had a little bit of ingredients left, but she was already thinking that the boys could use some more vegetables. The stripes from Reina's headband stuck up. Katima put her hands on her waist. Then she began to smile broadly and said that in the mountains where the Erlva live, there are many gifts of nature. Some plants she and her people grow themselves. Reina listened to Katima's story with admiration. Reina stood next to Katima, then she raised her finger and said that it meant Katima and her people had something like that. Katima kept her hands on her hips and said that if Reina had any questions, she could ask them. Arata and Luna stood next to her. Arata thought that the girls' conversation might drag on. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the side. Arata began to say that he would go to the river to wash himself, and if Luna wanted to join him. Luna put her finger to her face, and together with Arata they watched as Reina and Katima communicated. Reina raised her finger up and asked Katima many questions that interested her. Katima stood there confused and did not understand how to answer her. After a while, Luna thought. Then she looked at Arata, and with a cheerful expression on her face, she answered Arata that she wanted to keep him company. The crooked trunks of the trees with lush crowns grew close to each other, and at the roots of the trees lay many large stones. Arata and Luna were walking through this forest. Luna was waving her hands and asking what they would have for breakfast. Arata then turned sharply towards the direction from which the loud noise came. Arata stood and watched as Zeros practiced with the fire sword. Zeros stood in a fighting stance and held the sword in one hand, which was engulfed in flames. Arata started walking towards Zeros. He raised his hand and started waving it. Then he said that he wished good morning to Zeros. Zeros stopped with his sword outstretched in his hands and looked towards Arata. Zeros' face and body were all covered in beads of sweat. He looked at Arata. Behind him was a forest bowl. The sword in Zeros's hands continued to burn. A moment later, Zeros's face changed. He frowned and was indignant about something. Zeros was sweating, holding a sword in his hands that was blazing with fire. Luna was standing in front of him, waving her hand and wishing him a good hooray. Sweat was pouring down Zeros's face. He frowned and looked at Luna with a serious expression. Luna, in turn, looked at Zeros in surprise. She did not understand why he had such an expression on his face. One of her departures from surprise sank down. Luna looked up at Zeros. Her ears drooped down, and she said why he was looking at her so menacingly. Zero's body was dripping with sweat. He replied that he was looking at her normally. Zero began to scratch his head. He stood silently in front of Luna. Arata stood aside from the boys and thought that he understood Zero's reaction. Luna was hiding her magic today. Trees and bushes grew around the boys. Arata imagined meeting the wary and scared boys by the river. He thought that now the boys realized the difference in their strength and the moon's. Then Arata remembered how Luna defeated the bird monster. Arata thought that the boys were still afraid of the inhabitants of this island. Arata folded his hands together. Then he closed his eyes and thought that he himself was an outsider here, so he wanted the guys to get along with Luna. Arata put his hands on his knees and crouched down next to Luna. Then he called her name. Luna stood in front of Arata and waited for him to speak. Arata approached Luna's face and with a smile on his face began to say that Zeros was not yet accustomed to this island. Luna should be careful in showing her power. Luna opened her mouth and listened attentively to Arata. Then Luna straightened up. Her ears stuck up. She closed her eyes and said that she completely agreed with Arata. Arata stood and looked at Luna with a smile on his face. Arata smiled and started to stroke Luna's head. Then he said, "That Luna is very smart." Luna smiled and looked at Arata. Zero stood next to them and watched what was happening. Zeros's face was dripping with sweat as he walked up to Arata and said he was sorry for making Arata worry. Arata looked at Zeros in surprise. Then Arata raised his hand and began to smile widely. Arata said that Zeros had nothing to worry about. This island is not something you can get used to right away. Fluffy clouds floated across the sky. Arata stroked Luna's head and said with a smile that he wanted the boys to see Luna as more than just a possessor of great strength. Luna closed her eyes and smiled shyly. Zeros looked at Arata and said that he understood everything. Arata folded his arms under his chest and thought that it seemed to him that Zeros and Merlin now looked even more cautious than before. Luna looked at the thoughtful Arata in surprise. Arata remembered the faces of Luna and Aluga. They were smiling. Arata thought that he wanted the boys to stop being afraid of Luna and Aluga. Arata stood in front of Zeros, who placed his hands on his waist. Arata thought that if a situation like yesterday were to happen again and again, Zeros and Merlin might get a mental breakdown. Arata made a serious expression and thought that even though he and the guys had just met recently, he didn't want things to end this way. Arata looked at Zeros. Then he raised his hand and said that he and Merlin were not very busy today. Zeros had beads of sweat running down his face. He was very surprised by Arata's question. Zeros folded his hands together, then replied that he and Merlin were not busy today. Arata put his hand on his waist and wanted to say something. Arata kept one hand on his waist, the other one he raised, and with a smile on his face said that in that case, why don't the guys join him and the others for breakfast? Luna stood next to him and looked at Arata with her mouth open. It was quiet around the house of Arata and the others. The house was surrounded by a high fence. After some time, Arata came into the house and with a smile on his face told Reina that he was home. Luna was with him, and she, with a smile on her face, said that they had returned from a walk. Reina was sitting on the sofa. She had glasses on her face, and in her hands she was holding a book with an unusual carved cover. There was a table and chairs in the room. Katima was sitting on a chair. Her head was lying on the table. Arata asked in surprise that Reina and Katima had managed to discuss all the issues. Reina answered Arata's question positively. Katima put her hands and head on the table, tired. Reina was holding a book in her hands, and there was a cup on the table in front of her. Arata turned to the boys and said that Katima and her people had many different vegetables, and she couldn't wait to go to the mountains. Zeros entered the house with the boys. Reina was wearing glasses and was very surprised when she saw Zeros and Merlin enter the house with the boys. The boys were careful and cautious. Reina looked at the boys without looking away. She slammed the book shut and asked why those guys were in the house. Arata walked up to Rain with an indignant expression on his face, and she lowered her head. Fluffy clouds floated above the house. At this time, Arata told Reina about inviting the boys to breakfast. Reina was sitting on the couch with her arms folded. Luna was standing behind Divin and leaning on him. Arata moved his arm to the side and said that that's why he thought it would be nice for everyone to have breakfast together. Zeros and Merlin were standing by the door. Rowena lowered her head and closed her eyes. Then she said that she now understood everything. Zeros' face was furrowed, and Merlin stood next to him, her hair covering her face. Arata stood silently and thought sadly that Reina had said earlier that she had a bad relationship with the other alchemists. Arata stood behind the sofa and thought that Reina didn't say that they were enemies before, so Arata thought that everything could be settled. The guys were standing next to him. Arata lowered his head, his face became even sadder, and he thought that most likely his decision was too naive. Reina noticed Arata standing next to her, and he looked very sad. Reina looked ahead and sighed heavily. Reina, without turning to Arata, said that he shouldn't make that expression. Arata perked up, as he didn't quite understand what Reina was talking about. Reina took the glasses in her hands and with a smile on her face said that if Arata wanted it, then she wouldn't object either. Arata smiled widely and said Reina's name. Reina sat on the sofa. She held her glasses in her hands. Then she closed her eyes and said that it wouldn't mean that she forgot everything. Arata looked at her in surprise. There was cutlery hanging near the stove, and apples were lying in plates on the table. Arata started scratching his head and said that they were living on the same island and there was no getting away from it, so he wanted the guys to get along with each other. After hearing these words, Reina was very surprised. Reina put her glasses on the book and said that Arata was right. They weren't in the kingdom now, or even on the continent. Reina stood up and walked towards the boys who were standing at the door. Reina extended her hand and said with a smile that this island sometimes felt like hell, but in reality, it was a good place to live. Zeros and Merlin stood nearby and listened attentively to Reina. She continued to say that she thought that the guys also had their own thoughts on this matter, but it was necessary to forget about the past and try to establish communication. Zeros had sweat running down his face, his brows were furrowed, and his eyes were closed. Zeros shouted that Reina was right, and now he understood everything. Then he started walking forward. Zeros, looking flustered by his decision, shakes the stunned girl's hand. The boy apologizes to her for everything and asks her to start over with hope in his voice. Reina is a little surprised, but shakes the boy's hand back. Within a second, her expression becomes sweet and friendly, and she happily agrees with her new friend. Reina slightly closes her eyes, and a joyful smile appears on her face, addressed to Zeros. Suddenly, his brows furrow, and he turns to his friend standing behind him with an angry look and addresses her. Zeros expresses his wish that she would come to her senses too. Merlin, clearly displeased, says that he knows. The girl sighs heavily and closes her eyes with obvious displeasure and disappointment on her face. Merlin is surprised that something like this happened after she reached the level of the 7th Archmage. The girl extends her hand towards Reina and addresses her by name. The Archmage, with a smile on his face, thanks her once again for her support and, like her friend, also offers to start over. Reina shakes her hand and agrees with her. The protagonist approaches the boy and sincerely thanks him for coming. Arata addresses Zeros respectfully, but Zeros cuts him off, drawing attention to himself with a sharp exclamation. The boy closes his eyes and with a calm expression asks him to talk to him without it. Zeros explains that he is indebted to him, so he thinks that formalities are not necessary. A slight smile appears on the protagonist's face, and he looks at his new friend with friendliness. He asks that, in this case, he too be addressed without formalities. Zeros happily agrees and thanks him for everything. Suddenly, someone from behind grabs the man's outer clothing with a small hand and calls out to him. Zeros turns his head in surprise and looks at the one who disturbed him. The boy is surprised to find a little girl there, looking up at him with a sad look. Her sad eyes betray her sadness. Luna, with a frightened expression, asks him if he is afraid of her anymore. Zeros is embarrassed in front of her because of his actions before. He throws his hand behind his head and scratches it. The man furrows his brows in shame, looking back at her. The archmage drops to one knee in front of her to match her height and talk comfortably, and answering her question positively, asks her forgiveness with sincerity and regret. The man, a kind smile appearing on his face, says that he is no longer afraid of her. Luna looks at him, pressing her hands to her chest. Her face shows her surprise at his words. He also says that he forgot to say how grateful he was to her for saving their lives yesterday. The girl opens her mouth in amazement and widens her eyes, which are filled with surprise. Luna clenches her little fists, pressing them to her chest, and closes her eyes. The girl agrees with him with joy in her voice. She offers him friendship, with a kind smile on her face, and calls him Uncle Zeros. The man opens his mouth wide in surprise and repeats the little girl's words about him being an uncle, not wanting to believe her words about his adulthood. Zeros' whole body trembles from the negative emotions that overwhelm him. The man looks at the little girl standing in front of him in bewilderment and, frowning, wonders why she called him that. Luna puts her finger to her cheek and looks at him with a confused look, wondering about his reaction and his question. The girl explains to him that she called him that because he is an uncle. Zeros looks at her silently with a frowning expression. The man considers his words and reluctantly agrees with them. He closes his eyes and folds his arms across his chest. Zeros says with bitterness in his voice that he is quite old. In fact, he is over 50 years old. Merlin, who is standing next to a smiling Reina, covers her mouth with her hand in an attempt to hide her laughter and repeats Luna's words about being Zeros' uncle. The man looks at his friend in anger and angrily yells at her not to laugh. Suddenly, a new idea comes to his mind, causing an evil grin to appear on his face. Zeros, with an echidna expression on his face, turns to the moon and, pointing his finger at his friend, asks the little girl what she will call Merlin. She turns her gaze to the girl standing not far from her and briefly thinks about Zeros' question. Suddenly, she calls her Aunt Merlin. The woman opens her eyes in fear and asks her again in bewilderment. Zeros laughs very loudly, causing even a small tear to form in his eye. Merlin, who wants to express her dissatisfaction with Zeros' actions, says with fury in her voice that he knew she would say that. The protagonist and Reina happily watch Zeros, who continues to laugh, Merlin, who is angry at him, and little Luna, who looks at her new friends in bewilderment, not understanding what she said wrong. Arata turns to the girl and asks her if this means that they have now made up. She also looks at him in response and with a smile on her face, says that it is possible, and she does not deny such a possibility. Suddenly, Katima calls out to the protagonist. Arata turns towards the girl and looks at her questioningly. She runs her hand over her stomach and says that she is hungry. The protagonist exclaims loudly in surprise. Arata turns back to his friend and reminds her with a confused look that they haven't had breakfast yet. Reina smiles back at him and puts one of her hands on her hip. The girl, closing her eyes, agrees with the main character's words. She smiles kindly and then suggests sitting down at the table. Luna exclaims loudly and with joy in her voice. Katima, with a slight smile on her face, says that she is looking forward to it. The boy watches as Reina and the girls walk forward. She looks at the moon and asks it what it would like to eat. It enthusiastically replies that it would like to eat meat. Katima smiles happily, thinking about food, smiling reservedly. The protagonist turns to Zeros and Merlin. Arata extends his hand and, with a smile that is directed at the boy's new friends, says that it is nice to meet them again. The man standing opposite him agrees with him and also raises his hand. The girl on his right side, with a smile on her face, says that it is mutual. After a while, Reina prepares a delicious breakfast, the aroma of which spreads throughout the kitchen. Katima sits at the table, waiting for the dish. Arata helps her friend set the table. Zeros and Merlin are still arguing, and Luna watches this with surprise. The protagonist looks at Zeros and Merlin with a slight smile on his face. Kay, who continue to discuss something heatedly, pointing at themselves with their fingers. He thinks that from now on, these two are their neighbors, and he does not know how they are going to live on this island. Arata makes a mental note that they might try to escape from here, and assumes that they might have some kind of plan. Memories of what the island looks like pop into his head. He smiles and thinks that everything is fine for now, and he is ready to help them if they want it. The main character remembers that this is an island of freedom, and here you can do whatever you want. He thinks that they can live the way they want, in constant fun. Arata understands that there are many new meetings ahead, and assumes that all sorts of madness awaits them. The protagonist recalls the landscapes of the island. The boy grabs the chair to move it and sit down. Arata remembers that this is part of their life. The main character thinks that living on this island and enjoying it as long as possible is all he wants. All the guys sit down at the table and start eating. Arata has made new friends. It's a beautiful, clear day outside, but the sky is a little cloudy. After breakfast with Zeros and the others, Reina cleans the kitchen, wanting to tidy up the cooking area. The guy says it was noisy, but it gets lonely when no one is around. She agrees with him. The girl turns to face him and looks at him. She holds a plate in her hands with a smile on her face, which she is going to wash, and says that if she always does this, she will quickly get tired. Arata smiles back at her and laughs a little, saying that it is true. The girl washes a plate under running water and says that you never know what to expect from life. A slight smile appears on her face, and she says that she would never have thought that everything would turn out this way. The protagonist asks her in surprise if she is talking about Zeros and Merlin now. Reina confirms his words, answering positively. She explains to him that they only saw each other at meetings and almost never talked. The protagonist exclaims, remembering the events of the past, and says that they decided to settle further away because of the pride of the archmages and because they did not get along with each other. He watches her wash the dishes. The guy suddenly contradicts himself and raises his finger up. He looks at her with joy in his eyes and asks the girl that, now that they have forgotten their differences, would she mind if they lived nearby? She freezes in place, amazed. The girl looks at him with a surprised look and thinks about the words of the protagonist. Arata says that he thinks it would be better if they lived nearby for some time until they got used to this island. Reina touches her chin with a thoughtful gesture and looks away from the boy. She hesitantly agrees with him and says that these two can be useful in various everyday activities. The protagonist leans against the pedestal that stands between Reina and him, surprised by her words. He thinks about her statement and asks her to give an example. The girl asks him if he has heard that Zeros has a nickname, Deadly Flame. Rain becomes serious in that second. The girl looks at him with determination in her eyes and folds her hands. She explains to the guy that his fire control is much better than hers. She thinks it will be very convenient for cooking meat. The main character is amazed by her words. The guy thinks to himself that this is not the most appropriate occupation for a person with such a nickname, but he resigns himself to it. Reina opposite him looks at the guy and raises her finger. The girl starts talking about Merlin. Reina explains to him that she is so good at water magic that she is called Holy Water. She believes that for cleaning, washing, and sewage, water is very useful in everyday life. The protagonist frowns a little with disappointment and thinks about her words. Memories of the strength of Merlin and Zeros flash through the boy's mind. The protagonist thinks that these two are clearly proud of their nicknames and asks himself a logical question. Is it right to ask them about something like that? However, after a second, his gaze becomes more serious. He stops himself in his thoughts and thinks that on this island, the titles of archmages are worth nothing, and it is much more important to raise the standard of living. Reina thoughtfully says that they will still be there, and the girl asks, why not ask them for help? Arata agrees with her. He says with a smile on his face that it is a good idea. The girl then offers to go and talk to them. After a while, the sun is already setting towards the horizon, creating a beautiful sunset. The protagonist stands with his hands on his hips near Reina, who has a smile on her face, and is surprised that they have already arrived. Zeros waves his hand and confirms his words. The man has a serious expression on his face. He says he hopes for their support. The girl next to him smiles easily and thanks them in a joyful voice. Reina suggests that they first decide where they will pitch their tents. Merlin agrees with her. After a while, Zeros and Arata pitch the last of the two tents. It is already completely dark outside. After they finish setting up the Zeros tents, Merlin, Arata, and Reina are having lunch at the girl's house. The sky has already turned completely dark. Merlin looks forward with admiration in his eyes and a smile on his face. The girl sees a bathhouse in front of her and says that she never thought she would be able to take an open-air bath here. Reina turns to her and says that they built another bath, separate from the one they have at home. She explains to her new friends that their first bathhouse was destroyed by a vampire. Reina's mind flashes back to the old incident, and she sees the remains of the bathhouse before her eyes. Merlin asks her again, surprised. The girl thinks that it is pleasant, and she returns to life. At the same time, Arata and Zeros are sitting near the open-air bathhouse. Next to them is a small fire that they made. The protagonist looks at the man and says that they would like them to take care of the fire and the plumbing. Zeros looks at his friend in surprise and wonders if the titles of archmages are a joke to them. The guy hesitates a little and says with uncertainty in his voice that for him personally, this means nothing. The man smiles at him and tells him that they are just trying to survive here now, so he would be happy with any role they offer. The protagonist looks at him thoughtfully and asks what they would have done if they hadn't invited them. Zeros thinks about the guy's words and looks down a little sadly. He says that they would try to find a way not to die. He also looks away with a serious look and frowns. The man tells him that they must figure out how to get back to the continent. The main character looks at the man with the same serious expression on his face. The guy thinks to himself that everything is right and he and Reina decided to stay on this island. But these guys want to come back as soon as possible. He looks at Zeros with a sad look. The protagonist gets upset and also sadly lowers his gaze, looking at the fire that is in front of them. Arata explains to him that Aluga and the others do not know how to get out of here. Zeros asks him again tensely, repeating Aluga's name. The man wonders if this is the guy who looks like a wolf. Memories of the guy pop up in his head. The protagonist confirms his words, answering positively. The man's body is covered in a strong tremor, and his eyes show great fear. Zeros frowns and folds his hands in front of him. He says tensely that everything is clear to him. The protagonist turns his gaze to his new friend. Sadness appears in his eyes, because he is worried about his friend. He notices changes in him and his mood. Arata thinks to himself that he has become completely despondent. A kind smile appears on the protagonist's face. He moves one hand to the side and, looking at Zeros, explains to him that Aluga is a good guy. Arata believes that he is always ready to help. Zeros closes his eyes in shame. Beads of sweat roll down his forehead from the tension. He opens his eyes and looks at the protagonist. The man says that normal people are afraid of dangerous creatures. The protagonist looks at him in surprise. Zeros indignantly asks the guy if this is strange for him. The protagonist folds his arms across his chest. He squints his eyes and frowns in indignation. Arata disagrees with him and says that he does not understand. The protagonist turns his gaze to the dark sky, where many bright stars are visible, and says that if he thinks about it, he has never been afraid on this island. However, he still does not rule out this possibility, and he says that maybe he felt something similar to Suzaku and Will. Memories of old acquaintances pop up in the protagonist's head. Zeros looks at him sadly and frowns again. He asks the protagonist if this means that none of them scared him. Arata can't answer his question right away, and so he hesitates a little, thinking about it. Finally, after thinking about his words and formulating an answer, he turns towards Zeros and looks at him with a slightly thoughtful look. The guy explains to him that he does not think they are scary, and thinks that they each have their own quirks. Zeros looks at him in surprise and is convinced that he is serious. The protagonist explains to him that they do not seem like bad guys, and he believes that they just like to make fun of people. Suddenly, a third person appears next to them. The hair of the girl who appeared a moment ago is fluttering very beautifully in the wind. She says that she is very interested. In front of Zeros and Arata appears a young and beautiful girl, Will. The girl is floating above the ground, holding her arms crossed over her chest. She is surprised that this is exactly what he thinks about her. A cruel smile appears on Will's beautiful face. The girl frowns and says that only someone beyond the monsters could say such a thing. She believes that she should not be underestimated. Zeros' face shows genuine horror. He opens his mouth in shock and exclaims in surprise, looking at the girl hovering in front of him. Arata, who is sitting next to him, closes his eyes in resignation and remembers that Zeros does not know who she is. The protagonist points his finger at Will and explains to Zeros that this is Miss Will. The man next to him exclaims again in great surprise and even falls backwards, unable to maintain his balance. The guy slowly approaches the bathhouse and blocks the girl's path, resolutely taking a pose. Zeros turns around at him in surprise and looks at this with surprise. Will looks at this with surprise and turns to the guy. The girl wonders why he stood between her and the bathhouse. The protagonist furrows his brows decisively and explains to her that he did this because she will destroy her again. The girl turns her head away from him with disdain and clicks her tongue in displeasure. The protagonist says in an angry tone that he already told her to stop attacking Reina when she washes. The girl looks at him with slight surprise and says that it is impossible. The main character is upset and remains silent in resignation. The girl stands on the ground and asks him if he would like to see Reina's embarrassed, bright red face. Will walks slowly towards him. The girl says that all that is required of him is a trifle. A predatory grin appears on her face, and she demands that he simply get out of the way. Will, with a creepy smile on his face, tells him that then he can blame everything on her. She thinks that this is a very tempting offer. Arata angrily puts his hands on his hips and says he won't buy it. The girl turns away in displeasure and says he's a bore. Will doesn't lose his spirit and says that it's nothing to worry about. She turns to Zeros and says with a smile on her face that it looks like there are new characters here. Zeros looks at her in surprise, his eyes wide with fear. The girl looks at him with a smirk on her face and introduces herself as Wilhelmina Walmiron Waheim. Will tells him that she is a true vampire who rules the Dark Night. The man's face is filled with terror. Beads of sweat appear on his face from fear. At first he cannot say anything, but then, stuttering, he introduces himself as Zeros Grinder and says that he is the 6th of the 7 archmages. A small smile appears on Will's face again, but her eyes are obscured by the hat on her head. The girl turns to Arata and, pointing her hand at the man, asks him to see how normal people treat her. Arata asks her what's wrong with that and explains to the girl that he's not afraid of her anyway. Besides, he says with a smile on his face that sometimes she is a little annoying, but he considers her a friend with whom he can talk. The girl opens her eyes in surprise and looks at him in amazement. A second later, her expression returns to normal, and she looks away, a little embarrassed, saying that sometimes it's nice to have someone to talk to. The protagonist looks at her in surprise for a while, amazed by her reaction to his words. Arata looks at her with a smirk on his face and asks her if she is a little embarrassed. The girl frowns and looks at him angrily. Will suddenly, with a sharp movement of his hand, attacks him with a very bright fireball and, furious at his words, shouts at him not to get carried away. Arata remains standing in place, as he was, and the ball flies a few meters away from him. Zeros hesitantly approaches the boy and calls him by name. He is worried about the main character and asks if he is okay. In response, Arata smiles at his friend and answers his question positively. He says that this is a common thing. Zeros looks at the crater left by the vampire's attack in surprise. Steam is still rising from the ground. The man repeats his words about this being a common occurrence. He frowns and says that this is the first time he has seen such a compressed flame. Will raises his hand in an indignant voice, saying that he is, as always. The girl thinks that he is worse than a monster. The guy gets a little angry at her words and calls out to her, asking if she's being rude to him. Will explains in an even tone that it is not rude. She turns her gaze to the man standing next to her, focusing her attention entirely on the stranger. She repeats his name and asks if that is his name. Zeros stutters a little from fear, but answers positively to the girl's question. Will greets him with a creepy, ominous smile, calling him a stranger. The man, just in case, gets into a fighting stance and looks at her in surprise, amazed by her greeting. The girl explains to him that she came here just to kill time, so she didn't prepare a big gift. Suddenly, she moves her hand to the side and a mushroom appears in her palm out of nowhere, which at first hovers in the air. Will, with a predatory smile on her face, tells the boy that this is the most delicious mushroom on the island. The girl comes closer to him and says that she gives it to you as a proof of friendship. Zeros retreats from her in fear, taking a step back. The protagonist very quickly rushes between them and snatches the mushroom from the hands of the vampire, who wanted to give it to Zeros. who was shocked by her actions. He shouts at him to stop. The girl, with an unreadable expression on her face, turns to the main character and asks him why he is bothering her. The girl does not understand the reason for his actions. Zero stands next to the vampire, surprised. Arata holds the mushroom he took from Will with a serious expression and says he knows what it is. The protagonist frowns and holds out his keys in anger. That's what he knows what kind of mushroom it is. One day, an incident happened to him. The main character's head flashes back to memories of him and Aluga walking in the forest. Aluga hands the main character a fruit and says that he can eat it if he cooks it on a fire. Arata and Aluga are walking through the forest. There are many different trees near them. The guy looks around, studying the nature around him. Arata asks if there are many edible plants in this forest. The guy says yes, but notes that you can't eat everything. Suddenly, the main character sees something in front of him and opens his eyes wide in surprise, exclaiming loudly. Arata turns his head to his friend and asks Aluga if the mushroom is edible. Aluga turns to look at him and looks at the mushroom. The guy points his finger at a small mushroom near the beginning of the tree trunk, so that Aluga understands what kind of mushroom he is talking about. Aluga is very surprised by the main character's find and opens her mouth in amazement. The boy covers his eyes in embarrassment, and his face expresses his depressed state. Aluga folds her arms and says that this mushroom is edible, but the problem is different. The boy urges him to be careful and not to eat it without a special reason. The protagonist looks at his comrade in surprise, turning his head in his direction. He wonders if everything is so bad. Aluga thinks about his words for a while, and then says that the cone smokes heavily from its use. Arata exclaims in surprise. Aluga thinks about this for a moment and frowns with displeasure. The guy is silent at first, and then reminds the guy that he recently said that he met an old vampire woman. Arata is confused, but answers positively. He absent-mindedly asks his friend what Will has to do with it. Aluga looks very gloomy, but says that he remembered her because she fed him those mushrooms. The guy says that after that, he remembers only one moment. Aluga's mind flashes back to the memory of lying in bed with a beautiful girl, confused and afraid. The boy remembers how it will all end. The main character is perplexed and silent, looking at him in amazement. Aluga shouts in rage at the protagonist that this woman is ready to do anything for her fun. The guy opens his eyes wide and angrily tells him to be careful. Arata, remembering his friend's words, silently agrees with him and thinks that he will be careful. The boy angrily squeezes the mushroom in his hand, which he recently took from Will. The main character angrily extends his hand with the mushroom forward and shouts that it is a burning mushroom. Zeros frowns in confusion and looks at him in surprise, repeating his words about him burning. The girl standing next to him looks away. Will frowns in anger that the protagonist has thwarted her evil plan, and furiously asks him how he knew about it. Arata frowns at her and says that the Aluga warned him. He throws the mushroom aside. The girl angrily calls him ungrateful and asks him to whom he owes his happy life. The protagonist says that he is angry because she made him skip all the steps to happiness and turned him into an animal. Arata touches his chin with his fingers in a thoughtful gesture and thinks about it with a serious expression. He says that Aluga couldn't understand for a long time that Livia was in love with him, so he can't say that he didn't have problems. The vampire looks at him with a gloomy expression, expressing her dissatisfaction with his words in her gaze. The girl says that he shouldn't talk about it. The protagonist looks at her in bewilderment and asks what she's talking about. Will calmly explains to the protagonist that she means him and Reina. She doesn't even have time to finish the word when, with a sharp movement and one attack, her head is cut off. Surprise freezes on her face. Zeros exclaims in surprise and looks at the girl in amazement, not believing his eyes. The protagonist frowns in bewilderment and closes his eyes, turning his head towards the new arrivals. He expresses his dissatisfaction with the situation. The girl who came a few moments ago screams loudly for her to stop. She is clearly displeased with the actions of the vampire, who has disturbed their peace again. This girl turns out to be very Reina. Her face is angry. She asks her in anger why she comes here at such a time and tries to say strange things. Behind her stands a frightened Merlin. She thinks that this is a new threat. The severed head of Will the Echidna smiles and looks with satisfaction at the girl who came out of the bathhouse. The vampire says that she does this because watching her embarrassed is the highest pleasure. Reina is very angry because of her words. The girl frowns and points her finger at her. She angrily shouts that she will cook her something really tasty, but in return they ask her to stop doing this already. Will says that her food certainly looks very appetizing, but the girl thinks that this looks much better. The vampire smiles evilly and says that she simply cannot stop. Reina looks at her with an evil look and exclaims. Will's head turns away from the angry Reina and screams that she will come to her again under the cover of night. The girl asks to wait for her impatiently. Reina furiously puts her hands forward and with anger in her voice, screams that somehow it will work out. After the unexpected guest leaves, there is silence between the friends. Arata sadly watches the girls go. Zeros, who is standing next to him, is perplexed. Reina is very angry, and Merlin is trembling with fear behind them. Suddenly, Zeros turns to Arata. He raises his finger up, pointing at the girl who left them, and they ask him if someone like her often appears on this island. The guy is depressed, but answers his question positively. The main character looks at him with a slightly sad look, and says in a calm voice that Will seems to belong to a special category, although he doesn't know how many people like her are here. The Archmage frowns, and a sad expression appears on his face. He looks at the boy with a look of doom in his eyes. Arata is a little confused by his reaction. Zeros turns his gaze to the dark sky, and says that everything is clear to him. The man, with a slight smile on his face, says that he is not sure that he will be able to survive if he leaves them. The main character looks ahead with the same smile. Arata is taken aback by his words and thinks to himself that this is not very pleasant to hear from a grown man. A very frightened Merlin kneels behind them. Reina is about to leave. A week has passed since Zeros and Merlin moved in to live nearby. Living in a tent was inconvenient, so Arata and his friends helped build them a house. The girls and boys look at the house that appeared nearby. Then they all celebrated the completion of the building. They had a great time that day. Aluga and Arata helped set the table for Reina. Luna was having fun with the boys. Merlin was scared of the dogs, and Zeros laughed at her. The sun has set, and it's a dark evening. Arata and Reina are sitting on the sofa in the living room. The main character tells the girl that now that the construction is finished, they might settle down. The guy remembers that thanks to their new comrades, their standard of living has increased significantly. He remembers how Zeros cook food with fire, and Merlin uses water magic. Reina only laughs at his words, and agrees with him. Unexpectedly, the protagonist remembers that Zeros is called Deadly Flame, and Merlin, Holy Water. The guy turns to his friend and assumes that she also has her own nickname. Reina answers his question positively. The girl looks at him with a smile on her face and says that she was called the Many-Faced Demon. The protagonist opens his eyes in admiration and looks at the girl. He exclaims in amazement and says that it sounds cool. The girl doesn't think there's anything wrong with that. She closes her eyes in disappointment and says that she doesn't have any special talents like those two, and the skills she does have are useful only in everyday life. The protagonist, without a doubt, does not agree with her in words and says that it is not true. The girl looks at him in surprise and wonders why he thinks so. The guy raises his finger up and explains his point of view to her with a smile on his face that on this island you can defeat the enemy not only by force, but magic, which enriches life, is more important. He says that Zeros told him that they can't use storage magic, and she has different types of magic, that's why she is called Many-Faced Demon. The guy's mind flashes back to the girl using magic. The protagonist looks at his girlfriend with admiration. A kind smile appears on his face and he says that she is amazing. Reina exclaims in surprise and looks at him in shock at his words, a slight blush playing on her face. Reina looks away in embarrassment and starts playing with her hair with her fingers. She thanks him with sincerity in her voice. The protagonist smiles at her reaction and chuckles a little to himself. Arata thinks that without her he wouldn't be living this life, because thanks to Reina they have a good time. Memories of great times with their mutual friends come to mind. Suddenly, the protagonist exclaims and remembers something important. He asks the girl how long it has been since she saw Telta. Arata explains the motivation for his question and says that today she did not come again. The girl touches her chin with her index finger in a thoughtful gesture and ponders his words. She looks up and says that it is very strange. Suddenly, she remembers that Wilhelmina also stopped flying to them every evening, and she has not seen her since that day. Memories of the vampire's last visit, when she cut off her head in anger, flash through her mind. The protagonist crosses his arms over his chest and thinks that these two used to come almost every day, but now they have stopped. He looks down thoughtfully and thinks that Teltu is probably okay. He closes his eyes, thinking about it. The protagonist thinks that Will's absence looks suspicious. The guy and the girl both arrive in a thoughtful state and try to figure out what the vampire has planned this time. Reina looks at the guy a little uncertainly, and assumes that they are planning something strange together. The main character closes his eyes and seriously thinks about her words. Suddenly, he lifts his head up and looks at the girl. The protagonist asks her in surprise if she thinks Teltu has teamed up with Will. He wonders if they know each other. The protagonist makes the assumption that perhaps they are winding themselves up. Reina agrees with her friend and with a smile on her face says that this could also be true. However, the very next day there is a knock on their door. Will appears on the threshold. The girl with a smile on her face waves and greets them. She says that today is a very beautiful day. The main character frowns at the sight of the unexpected guest and looks at her in bewilderment. He still holds the door of their house open. The girl standing next to him completely shares his mood. Reina turns to her friend and, pointing her finger at the vampire, angrily asks him if he could turn her away somewhere. The protagonist closes her eyes in disappointment. He tells her that he could do it, but she will return as if nothing had happened. Will looks at them with feigned anger and says that, in fact, she hears everything. The girl says that it's rude, feigning disappointment in her voice. She mentions that they came all this way to play with them. The protagonist crosses his arms over his chest and looks at her with skepticism in his eyes, and tells her with displeasure that this already sounds suspicious. He also wonders why she speaks in the plural. Suddenly the main character remembers that she rarely appears during the daytime. The girl turns her head slightly to the side and agrees with the guy. Suddenly she asks the protagonist where Luna and the others are. Arata explains to her that they haven't arrived yet. A strange grin appears on her face, half of which is hidden behind her hat. The vampire says that it is even better this way. The main character looks at her angrily and asks her with displeasure what she is talking about. The vampire deflects his question and says with a smirk on her face that she just thought it would be too much for the children. Suddenly, the protagonist and Reina hear a suspicious sound. They raise their heads in surprise and react to it in an instant. Arata has a hunch about what it is. He instantly grabs the girl and takes her in his arms. The protagonist says that they better leave here. Surprised by his actions, Reina loudly exclaims in surprise. Arata moves her and himself to the roof of a nearby building in a calculated moment, but continues to hold her in his arms. Will is behind them, watching them from below. The girl in the boy's arms screams loudly and yells at him to wait. Suddenly, a figure with wings appears in the sky. The heroes see that the dragon is rapidly approaching them with a clear desire to attack. Reina hugs the guy's head with her hands to keep from falling, and says that it does not look like a Telta. The protagonist frowns at the situation and agrees with his friend with a serious expression. His face shows dissatisfaction with the situation, and he assumes that she is a little crazy. The girl assumes that Wilhelmina has done something again. The protagonist is perplexed, but does not reject her option. The dragon continues to rush at them at full speed. Arata uses his legs to lower himself to the ground and breaks. He holds Reina's hand and asks her to step aside for now so he can stop her. She agrees with him. The dragon is already very close and will soon catch up with them. Before running away, Reina turns her head towards the boy and holds the strands of hair out of her way with her hand. She says that she knows nothing will happen to him, but still asks him to try to avoid getting hurt. The protagonist looks at her with confidence in his eyes. A slight smile plays on his face, and his eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Arata agrees with her, reassuring her. The girl runs deeper into the forest, and the main character looks at Telta. A large dragon is rushing towards the guy at full speed. It opens its mouth fiercely, clearly preparing to attack the main character. Arata frowned slightly, but with a determined expression on his face, he looked at the enemy without fear. Suddenly his face breaks into a good-natured smile and he spreads his arms out to the sides, opening himself up for a hug. The protagonist asks Telta to stop and say that he doesn't know what's going on, but he thinks she needs to calm down. The dragon continues to rush at him with the same fury. However, when there is less than a meter between the main character and the monster, the The dragon turns into a little girl who lets out a joyful cry and jumps into Arata's arms. The boy looks at the girl with kindness in his eyes and gently strokes her head. Telta, in turn, continues to hug him around the body. A joyful smile plays on her face, and she makes a joyful cry. The boy agrees with her. He looks at how many trees that used to stand near the girl and the boy were destroyed. He thinks about how she didn't have any killing intent, and he knew she just wanted to play. He's glad they left the house. Telta continues to growl happily and rubs her head against the boy's stomach. Arata looks at the girl in bewilderment, his hand still on her head, and once again agrees with her. The main character scratches the girl's chin, which makes her close her eyes and smile in pleasure. The guy thinks that he doesn't know what's wrong with her, but in principle he thinks that she's behaving as usual. Suddenly, an agitated Reina emerges from the forest. The girl clasps one hand to herself and asks Arata with concern in her voice if everything is okay. The guy also looks at her and answers positively. The protagonist tells her that Teltu is simply acting a little strange. He also suggests that Will probably knows the reason and suggests asking her. The joyful girl hugs the guy with all her might. After some time, they finally reach their home. The boy is holding the girl who attacked them earlier. As soon as they cross the gate, he tells her to get off, because they have already arrived home. Will notices them and exclaims. The girl sits on a chair at a table located near their home. She crosses her legs with a smile on her face and waves at them in greeting. Will is surprised that they got through this faster than she thought. Arata looks at her silently. The main character asks the girl what she is doing here. The vampire laughs slyly and points to the cauldron on the table. She explains that they constantly entertain her, so she decided to thank them. A sly grin blossoms on her face. She says that this is her signature dish. The vampire asks them not to worry and claims that there is nothing harmful to their body in it. Reina, Araki, and Little will look at the intruder with suspicion in their eyes. Diaresis. The vampire is confused and frowns and asks what's wrong with them. She hopes that they won't refuse to eat what she cooked herself. The protagonist looks at her sullenly and first asks her to tell him what she did with Teltu. He continues to stroke the little girl's head, which she enjoys immensely. That's why she smiles. The vampire explains to him that she did nothing wrong and simply helped her to be a little more honest with herself. The protagonist looks at her in bewilderment and raises one eyebrow. He does not understand what she is talking about and asks her again. Will answers his question positively. A malicious smile appears on her face, which does not bode well. The girl says that she did it with the help of her devil eyes. The vampire opens her eyes wide and looks at the guy. The protagonist looks back at her in horror and, opening his eyes wide, clutches the clothes on his chest with his right hand. After a few moments, he comes to his senses and looks at the vampire in bewilderment. At first, Arata is silent, but then he wonders what should have happened, and says that there is no effect. Will closes his eyes in disappointment and frowns. The girl props her head up with her hand and says that he is very boring. The protagonist asks her if she can, in other words, control others. The vampire answers his question negatively and explains to him that there are different types of devil eyes, and the one she used stimulate instincts. The protagonist thinks to himself that now he understands what happened to Teltu. The girl continues with a joyful expression of interest in him. Reina turns to the vampire and asks her when the girl will come to her senses. Will, with a sly smile on his face, points to the pot with the unknown contents and says that maybe she will feel better while they try her dish. Reina and Arata look at her angrily and shout that it is a lie. The girl asks them not to be so paranoid and puts the contents of the pot on plates. The protagonist looks with skepticism at the plate with incomprehensible food that Will places in front of him. The protagonist frowns slightly and looks at the vampire with displeasure in his eyes. Arata, perplexed, asks the girl if she really thinks he will agree to this. Will tells him that if he doesn't eat it, she'll make Reina eat it. She has a smirk on her face as she looks at him. The guy is silent for a while, thinking about her words. The girl looks at him with a self-confident look. In the end, the protagonist exhales with resignation and gets up from the table, agreeing to the proposal. Arata says he will try, brings your taste to the dishes, will card and taste the unknown food. Suddenly his eyes widen in surprise and he freezes in place, amazed. The guy thinks that this is strange because it tastes like nature itself. He feels warmth and nostalgia. It reminds him of home. Eventually, The protagonist eats the entire dish and places the spoon on the edge of the empty bowl. Arata closes his eyes and silently enjoys the taste of the dish that Will prepared for them. The girl looks at him sarcastically and says that, judging by his facial expression, he was pleased. The main character frowns a little and looks at his girlfriend with skepticism. You can see a sad expression on the guy's face. The protagonist admits defeat and says that it was very tasty. He also notes that this dish is not like anything else. Will says with joy in his voice that she said so. The boy turns to Rain and Telta, who is standing next to her, and asks about them. The girl looks at Will in amazement and wonders what she prepared for them. Raina softens a little and says that if Wilhelmina says that she didn't add anything strange, then she will believe her this time. The cheerful Telta next to her also agrees with the girl and growls happily in her voice. The girl puts the spoon to her lips and tastes the dish prepared by the vampire. The girl follows her example and also puts the spoon in her mouth. Suddenly, Raina says that it is very tasty and looks at the spoon in amazement. Telta happily agrees with her. Will smiles and says that they finally understand that she didn't mean any harm. The girl looks at them with a smile on her face and says that they can eat as much as they want. When they finally sit down at the dinner table, the protagonist asks the girl if she will eat her own dish. Wilhelmina answers his question in the negative and explains that she is already full. She also says in a scary voice that she still has to leave room for dessert. An evil grin appears on the vampire's face and she laughs, frowning slightly. The guy asks her what she said, but she says she didn't say anything. In that case, he says he'll have more. Raina agrees and says she'll have more too. Telta happily agrees with them. After some time, the boys spend their leisure time separately. The main character lies relaxed on a chaise lounge near the house. Little Telta sleeps next to him. Raina is in the house on the sofa reading a book. Wilhelmina frowns at the protagonist's inaction and looks at him with disapproval. The girl asks Arata if he is going to do something more interesting with Raina. He looks at her in surprise. The protagonist frowns after her words and, perplexed, answers negatively, saying that he doesn't think about it. The girl looks at him with displeasure and says that a young guy and girl live together. She says that there must be something more. A sly expression appears on her face and she covers her mouth with her hand, trying to make sure that only Arata hears her. The girl says that he needs to let off steam somehow and offers him adult games. He refuses. After his negative answer, the girl turns away from him with a disappointed look on her face. Wilhelmina is clearly dissatisfied with his answer. The protagonist looks back at her with a gloomy expression on his face. Suddenly, the girl's face transforms. She says with a sly grin on her face that she will see what he will do next. Arata immediately jumps up from the lounge chair and opens his eyes wide, looking at her in surprise. The main character shouts with irritation and anger that he knew it. He looks at the girl with fury in his eyes. Suddenly, small arms wrap around his body, and he loudly exclaims in bewilderment because of the unexpectedness. The guy sees a little girl in front of him and is surprised that Teltu is in such a strange state. Her face is covered with a slight blush. The girl growls contentedly and presses her whole body against Arata. The protagonist looks at her in surprise and lifts her by the waist to get a better look at her face. Arata asks her in confusion what happened and notices that her voice has changed. The young man sees her flushed face before him. The girl's eyes look at him clouded. The main character frowns in confusion and realizes that she has only gotten worse. He immediately turns his head towards the vampire and asks her with an angry expression what she did. Wilhelmina, who is standing next to them, smiles. The girl turns half-turned towards him and with feigned surprise asks him if he is talking about her dish. She pretends not to understand him. The protagonist looks at her angrily and frowns. He asks the girl what she put in them, but another girl interrupts him, and he does not have time to finish the sentence. Suddenly, Raina presses her forms against him. The girl leans against him with a flushed face and throws her head on his shoulder. She looks at him with a misty gaze and laughs a little, calling him by name. Arata opens his eyes in surprise and blushes too. Her arms wrap around his body, and she hugs him just like Teltu, but from behind. The protagonist finds himself trapped between a girl and a girl. He blushes in surprise and loudly exclaims her name. Raina doesn't pay any attention to his surprise and moves closer to his ear. The girl whispers his name into his ear syllable by syllable, which makes him blush very much. The girl laughs a little, and the protagonist freezes in surprise. He exclaims loudly and looks at his girlfriends in bewilderment. The guy is in a panic and asks them to wait. Suddenly, his face becomes very angry. He frowns in anger and, with anger in his voice, turns to Will. He asks the girl what she did. The vampire laughs very hard at this picture, and even tears appear in her eyes. The girl says she just fed them. She already said there was nothing there. Suddenly, a bottle of alcohol appears in the air in front of her hand. She grabs it and shows it to the protagonist. He looks at it in surprise and realizes that it is wine. Will spreads his arms out to the sides and, with a sly smile on his face, explains to the main character that she simply added alcohol to it, which is usually used in cooking. She looks at the bottle of wine in her hand with bewilderment, and the disappointment in her voice. She realizes that it doesn't work on him either. The protagonist looks at her angrily, expressing his indignation. Arata, surrounded by girls from all sides, asks her if she wants to say that it is an ordinary drink. Will answers his question positively, and with a smile on his face, says that it is blood wine infused with her magic. The protagonist points his finger at her with rage and asks her with anger in his voice if she thinks this is normal. The vampire pretends not to notice him and looks away. The main character's face is flushed. He is a little embarrassed and tensely asks her what will happen if she drinks it. The vampire smiles and explains to him that with a good dose, the mind drops to the level of ancestral instincts. However, she also mentions that if you use a small amount to cook, most people just get drunk and feel better. Arata glares at her. He is clearly not happy. The girl are still hugging him. Reina closes her eyes and says with pleasure that his body is very warm. The girl smiles and sincerely asks him to stroke her head. The protagonist looks at this in bewilderment. Little Telta also looks at him with admiration and growls demandingly. Arata is surprised that she also asked for this. The protagonist blushes even more and gives in under the pressure of the girls. He touches Reina's head with his right hand, causing her to laugh with pleasure, and with his other hand he strokes the head of a little girl who smiles and growls with joy in her voice. Arata thinks to himself that they are cute, and closes his eyes in pleasure. Then he looks at Telta, and remembers that she usually behaves in approximately the same way. However, he finds a difference between the normal Reina and this one. The protagonist thinks that she is more like a cold beauty type, but he thinks that this version of Reina is too cute. The girl touches his cheek with a finger with a smile on her face. Reina approaches his ear again and whispers his name, syllable by syllable. Arata blushes very much because of her actions. He thinks that this has to stop, and that at this rate something bad will happen. He clenches his fist very hard. The protagonist's face turns gloomy, and he turns to Will. The girl asks him what he wants. Arata furrows his brows and asks her to make sure that the two of them are not in danger. The main character suddenly runs away from the three girls, leaving them alone. The guy asks the vampire to just look after them. Telta and Reina look after him with disappointment in their eyes. Arata jumps onto the fence built around their home, and Will is a little disappointed that he ran away. Reina reaches out after him and becomes upset, repeating his name. Telta imitates her actions and growls sadly. An angry grin appears on the vampire's face, and she says that there is nothing to worry about since she has seen enough. The boy runs away, and Will watches as the girl tries to catch up with him and thanks them for the treat. A few minutes after Arata ran away from Reina and Teltu, who went crazy after drinking Will's soup, the protagonist stops when he reaches a river in a beautiful forest. Arata sits down on one of the rocks that are in the middle of the forest and sighs heavily, lowering his head down. There is a look of doom on his face, and he says that just a little bit more, and something bad will happen. The protagonist, who is sitting by the river, reflects on how he knew he shouldn't trust Will, and yet he lifts his head up and a slight blush appears on his face. Memories of recent events that happened because of the vampire flash in his mind. He thinks about how it was and blushes. The protagonist remembers thinking that this version of Reina was too cute. Suddenly he demands of himself to stop, and with anger and irritation he kneels down in front of the river, scooping up water in his palms and splashing it on his face. The guy says that he needs to think about something else. Drops of river water run down his face, and he looks ahead thoughtfully. He has a beautiful view in front of him, and he looks at the many trees located around him. Arata remembers with surprise that he hasn't been alone with himself for a long time. The protagonist thinks about how he and Reina live in the same house like a family. The guy remembers the face of the girl who smiles at him. Memories of happy girls also flash through his mind. Arata thinks about Luna and Teltu coming to visit every day. He also thinks about the fact that lately he has been communicating more and more often with Aluga and Zeros. The main character recalls that he did not want to get involved with anyone, and he assumed that he would live alone. However, he understands that now, being surrounded by friends, he does not feel any discomfort. A restrained smile appears on his face, and he thinks that something has apparently changed in him. The protagonist gets up from his knees and says that it is too early to go home, so he will have to take a little walk. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet begins to glow. He looks down at the symbols beneath him in surprise. Suddenly, it lights up brighter and brighter and transforms into some kind of pattern. The guy covers his eyes with his hand because the light is too bright. He closes his eyes and asks what it is. The guy looks at the outline of the light and says that it is some kind of glow. Suddenly, he finds himself in a completely different place. In front of him appears a destroyed building, a lot of debris, and a dragon. Arata looks at this with surprise in his eyes and exclaims, not understanding what is happening. Suddenly, someone behind him exclaims no less loudly, looking at the guy. Arata turns around and looks in the other direction. 3 people appear before him. 2 girls and 1 guy. The latter wonders who this guy is and opens his eyes wide in surprise, looking at him, clearly amazed by his appearance. The girls next to him are no less surprised. The dragon behind the main character is getting closer and closer. The guy doesn't even look in its direction, but continues to watch the guy and the girls. He is perplexed, so he remains silent at first, and then asks why this happened. Somewhere far away, Teltu and Reina are trying to climb the wall that the protagonist jumped on some time ago. The girl calls Arata by name and asks where he went. Will looks at them with a stern expression. At this time, a large dragon, which is behind the main character, roars very loudly looking at him. Suddenly an attack starts to form in his mouth. The stranger exclaims loudly as he watches this. The young man looks in horror at the dragon, who is preparing to attack, and urges the protagonist to run away quickly. He explains to Arata that the dragon is attacking. The main character looks at him in bewilderment. Arata turns his head towards the monster and exclaims with surprise in his voice. The dragon looks at his face and thinks that he is very strong. Arata thinks with a concentrated face that this is a red dragon, and it looks quite strong. However, the protagonist realizes that he looks harmless compared to Suzaku or Will. Arata even suggests that he might even be a little weaker than the Emperor's boar. The dragon looks at him in bewilderment. Suddenly, one of the girls who is standing next to the guy falls to her knees in front of him and asks him for forgiveness with excitement in her voice. The main character looks at her in bewilderment. Celes lowered her head down and cried bitterly. She sincerely admits her guilt in the fact that it was because of her that the guy ended up in this situation. Celes, with tears in her eyes, regrets that the divine sacrament, the magic that opens the door to the other world and summons the most powerful divine beast, failed. Ark approaches and addresses Celes and asks if a saint can behave like that. Celes immediately realizes her mistake and asks for forgiveness. She clearly understands that this was the only way to defeat the Doomsday Dragon, who was waiting for the right moment and glaring at the heroes with an open mouth full of sharp teeth, Walpurga. Ellie ran to Ark and Celes with great concern. She reminded the boys that now was not the time for such conversations. The boys turned their attention to her. But it seems that the girl herself also regrets something. She folds her hands in front of her and, looking down, wishes that she had more power than she has. Ellie turned away and closed her eyes. Now she felt that she was not worthy of the title of Witch of Doom. Celes immediately approached Ellie to console her. The girl asked her not to talk about herself like that. Arata watched all this from the side. The boy sighed with some disappointment and understood everything. He looked at the hero Ark, the Saint Celes, and the Witch of Doom Ellie, who were looking at the enemy with determined looks. To Arata, the Doomsday Dragon seemed like just a lizard that growled at him. The dragon Walpurga opened his mouth. The guy looked at the Doomsday Dragon with some bewilderment. It seemed to him that the dragon, which had a rather creepy appearance at first glance, was very scared. Ark, gritting his teeth, said with annoyance that Walpurga looked very scary. It seemed that the hero was seriously alarmed when he saw the dragon. Celes said with some apprehension and concern that the doomsday dragon was mentioned in the scriptures as the personification of great evil that would lead the world to inevitable destruction. Ellie realized that after this, she definitely won't be able to call herself a witch of doom. She, holding her weapon in her hands, thinks that she and the guys have only one thing left to do: sacrifice their lives. The boy didn't quite understand the confrontation between the boys and the doomsday dragon. He stood between the two warring parties. After those words spoken by the boys, an awkward silence hung. The guy exhales heavily and immediately guesses that he was called as a trump card in the last battle, hoping for an unimaginable miracle. However, despite everything, he looks like an ordinary person. The guy thought for a while, almost in the middle of the situation. He wonders if it is possible to return from this place back to the divine island of Arcadia. Ark proudly announced that he, Celis, and Ellie would cover the boy, and he would have to run as fast as he could and not look back, even if he heard screams. Celis closed her eyes and with all sincerity turned to the Almighty with a request to help a stranger, meaning Arata, who ended up in all this through what she believed to be her fault. Ellie, of course, doesn't know who the guy is, but she told him to live while she and the guys buy at least a little time so that he can escape. The guy, listening to these words, smiled. He clearly understands that he cannot abandon this trio because they are quite good people. The three guys look like heroes from one party. The guy promised himself to think about it all later. He took a couple of steps and headed straight towards the Doomsday Dragon, which surprised the three heroes. The Doomsday Dragon was also in complete shock that they were getting so close to him. Ark began to anxiously shout at the boy that he shouldn't be so dangerously close to the dragon. The Doomsday Dragon looked closely at the boy. He opened his huge mouth full of teeth. Much to the dragon's disappointment, Arata was not at all impressed. The boy looked at him calmly. The Doomsday Dragon snapped its mouth shut in an instant, and its face took on a serious and displeased look. A moment later, the dragon opened its mouth again to defeat the guy, and flames poured out of it, burning everything in the area. The heroes barely held on to not fly away from such a powerful wave of ash and hot air. Ark, Celis, and Ellie could not say a word because they did not understand at all what was happening. Celis clutched her staff even tighter in her hands, taking all the blame on herself again. Ark decided it was because of him, since he, in his opinion, had failed to help again. They both hung their heads down. Ellie certainly wasn't going to praise the boys. She didn't appreciate them taking all the blame on themselves again. She says that they need to focus on the enemy now, and heads towards the enemy. The boy stood and looked at the dragon, waiting for the last of the flames to leave his clothes. The Doomsday Dragon was in complete shock that his opponent was able to withstand his powerful attack and remained unharmed. The heroes were also surprised and could not comment on it. Ellie and Celis even opened their mouths in surprise. Ark did not quite clearly understand what was happening. The boy cracked his fingers and said that it was his turn. He raised his hand, clenched into a fist, and showed the dragon his readiness to attack. The magical creature didn't understand anything. The dragon shook its head from side to side, as if refusing the boy's upcoming attack. The boy swung his sword and came very close to the dragon. It seemed to Arata that the dragon did not want to take the blow. After all, the dragon could not understand him. As soon as the guy's fist reached the magical creature, it immediately flew high up. The heroes were completely shocked by what they saw and lost the power of speech. And the dragon, which flew up into the sky after the blow, began to rapidly fall back down. The Doomsday Dragon fell with such great force that its landing caused a shock wave that was more like an explosion. Now, no longer able to lift his body from the ground, his heavy tongue was hanging out of his open mouth. The guy said with a sincere smile that he had finished his work. The heroes' mouths dropped open in surprise. They certainly didn't expect to see this. The boy asked Celis if she could bring him home, since he was able to defeat the Doomsday Dragon. The girl started talking about it. Suddenly, the familiar glow that had appeared before appears around Arata, and he notices it. Celis gasped in surprise when she noticed the glow. Celis thought and was surprised to assume that the guy is the Lord God. The guy answers with a sincere smile and carefreely says that he is a simple man. He waves goodbye to the boys and clearly understands that right now he will return home. Celis asks the guy to wait a little. Celis runs a little closer to the guy and asks him to at least say his name. Arata thinks and says that there is nothing wrong with that, and says his name. Celis, with some embarrassment, pronounces the guy's name again after hearing it, and squeezing her staff even tighter in her hands, says that she will definitely remember him. The girl happily and proudly asks the guy to be sure that she will definitely tell the church about this situation. Celis believes that future generations simply must know about Arata's feat. However, despite everything, Arata himself does not consider his act a feat at all, and, raising his palm, asks the girl to stop praising him, because he simply provided help. But Celis doesn't calm down and asks to leave this matter to her. She is definitely going to tell about Lord Arata, the avatar of God. Ark stood behind him, smiling proudly, his eyes closed. Celis bows to the boy and says that she and the boys are immensely grateful to him. Meanwhile, Arata asks Celis to wait, but the glow, which was becoming brighter, did not allow her to finish, and the dialogue was interrupted. Now Arata finds himself in a different place, in the middle of the forest. He remains in the same position when he tried to say goodbye to the guys. He clearly understands that he has been here before, and now he has simply returned back. Arata is very curious about what happened to him. The guy looks at the starry sky and thinks and says that he could just be dreaming all of this. He clearly understands that it is time to go back, because Reina and Teltu should have come to their senses by now. Arata opened the door to the room, entered the house, and told Reina, who was sitting on the couch. The girl stood up and said Arata's name as soon as he entered the room. It seemed that Reina wanted to say something to Arata, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. The guy assumed that the girl, who suddenly blushed from embarrassment, remembered everything. Will laughed slyly and congratulated Arata on her return. The guy noticed that she was having quite a good time. The girl, resting her chin on her hands, did not deny it and said that it was quite funny. Arata, with a sincere smile, sincerely thanks the girl for actually looking after Rain and Telta, despite the jokes. Will only turns away from the boy in response. Teltu quickly runs up the stairs towards the boy, calling him darling. She hugs him and tells him that she is glad he is back. Arata patted the girl on the head and agreed with her, and then turned to Rain, which she seemed not to expect at all. The guy with a sincere smile says that he is home. Reina was very surprised by this phrase, and a moment later she smiled sincerely and, agreeing with Arata's words, said to the guy, "Welcome back." Arata felt good, as he looked straight at Rain's contented expression and noticed that she was smiling again. He forced himself to stop for a moment. It seemed like he felt a sigh of relief. Arata's mouth dropped open in surprise, but then he realized what it was. Arata clearly understood that he was more worried about Reina than he thought. The girl's large and beautiful eyes were looking straight at him. Will watched this from the table. Will turned to Bahamut and said that it was time for them to go home. However, despite everything, Teltu clearly did not appreciate this idea and looked at Will with displeasure. The girl rushed to the guy again and, hugging him tightly around the waist, said that today she was going to sleep only with her husband. Then Will decided to do something and waved her fingers. The girl, looking extremely displeased, explained that this would not be fun at all and decided to take Telta with her abilities. Arata looked at the girl's servant in surprise. An unknown creature appeared in space and covered Teltu's face and mouth with its hands, which prevented her from finishing what she wanted to do with her husband. Teltu did not understand at all clearly what the creature was doing to her. Will, leaving the room, waves goodbye to the guys left in the room and takes Telta with him. The girl turns to face the guy and with a sly smile wishes him and Reina a fun night. The girl giggles and leaves the house, taking with her the servant who holds Telta, who is trying so desperately to get out of his tight grip. Reina and Arata watch them go, a little awkwardly. Arata notices that he and Rain haven't been alone together for a long time, and now they both feel a bit awkward. It seems that Reina wants to say something, and, a little embarrassed, she calls the guy by name. He immediately responds. Reina tucks a few of her hairs behind her ear and, with a look full of tenderness, begins to talk about what happened during the day. Arata was a little surprised at first, looking straight at the girl, but then lowered his head with some sadness. The guy says that a lot has happened today and he would like to just relax and offers to do the same to the girl. He mentally apologizes to Reina for these words. Arata tells Reina with a sincere smile that no one will probably remember this the next day. but in fact, he thinks and says that now is not the right time for any progress to be made. Reina looked at the boy sadly as he said these words. The girl finally agreed after a few seconds of silence. Arata looked at her with a sincere smile. However, despite everything, Reina, took a few steps towards Arata. The girl wonders if the guy will mind that on this day everything will be different from usual, because tomorrow has not come yet. Arata was surprised and asked the girl what she meant. Reina, with some sadness, approached the guy, pressed herself close to his body, and hugged him. The girl explains that she behaves this way not only because of the drinks at lunch. Arata calls the girl by name with embarrassment. Reina puts her head on the boy's shoulder and asks him to spoil her for at least one evening. She promises to become a completely normal girl the next day. The guy was very surprised and embarrassed. Both of the guy's hands softly and tenderly touched the girl's waist, embracing her. Her quiet words were so unexpected that they destroyed all the guy's arguments. Arata leaned down a little and hugged the girl even tighter. He touched her as if she were a jewel. Slowly and tenderly, he hugged her slender but soft body. It was at that moment, when the guy's hand tenderly touched the girl's soft hair, that Arata realized, looking into Reina's eyes, that his place was right here. Meanwhile, something was happening in the cathedral. The heroes were sitting in front of a minister who was sternly accusing Saint Saelus, who had been recognized by the church, of summoning the devil. The man did not clearly understand what the saint was thinking at that moment. The girl screamed and asked to wait and wanted to tell what really happened, but she didn't have time. She wanted to justify her actions. She was very worried about it. She was interrupted and no longer willing to listen to any more excuses. The man loudly slammed his staff on the floor. He waved his hand and told Celise that she was no longer a saint. Ark, Celis, and Ellie froze. Sarasa was told that she was now a witch of the deadly sins and possessed by the devil. This news shocked and upset Celise so much that she had bitter tears in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Celise is nervously surprised and asks the servant with a trembling voice why he made such a decision when everyone considers Lord Arata to be an experienced person, and this can be proven. Celise thinks that the boy must have been sent by God. However, despite everything, the minister did not want to hear about it and ordered the girl to shut up immediately and not to talk about it anymore. The man explains to the heroes kneeling before him that the one who defeated Walpurga, the dragon of doomsday, with one blow simply cannot be human. The man also explained that in fact the entire church already knows perfectly well what actually happened. Everyone thinks that the saint sold her soul to the devil. Celise didn't expect to hear anything worse. Ark's mouth dropped open in surprise, and Ellie looked down in annoyance. Celise could not object to the priest's words. She continued to say with tears in her eyes that everything was not so at all, but she could no longer say anything in her defense except denying everything the man said. The man stopped the girl's speech with one wave of his hand. He thinks that it is enough to listen to this nonsense, because the lives of the heroes are hanging by a thread. When the man said this, the boys were already surrounded by a large number of knights with weapons in their hands, who were standing in full combat readiness and waiting for instructions. Ellie hissed in displeasure. She realized that they had been set up. Saint Celise is actually very useful to the church, but if her light shines too brightly, the shadows that surround the saint become much deeper. In the internal factional strife of the church, a light as bright as Celise's is a distraction. Given the speed with which the rumors spread, there is no doubt that this was a premeditated move. The boys stood back to back in order to protect themselves from the surprise attacks of the soldiers with whom they were surrounded. It turns out that having reached here, the heroes can no longer do anything. Ellie realized that they had already been written off even before they came to this place. Suddenly, the girl uses her skill, and a huge amount of black magical streams appear around her. Celise clearly understands that the girl uses destruction magic. The saint was surprised that Ellie decided to do this. Ark tries to stop Ellie. After all, if she uses this enormous power, she will no longer be able to live in this world. However, despite everything, the girl did not care at all about this. She was not going to stop at all. Ellie, with a sincere smile, pointed her weapon towards the offenders and said that she was ready to do this, knowing full well the price of this act, in order to protect her friends. Celise sighed with tears in her eyes. She turned to the Almighty again. The girl looked at Ellie, around whom dark magic was spinning. Celise doesn't care what happens to her after what she's about to do. She asks him to stop in a quiet voice. Tears are streaming down her cheek. She asks for help to stop this fight after a few moments. Celeste screams, grabs her staff, and says that she can't let anyone else get hurt. A very bright glow appears around her, lifting her hair and cape upwards. Ellie turns around and is surprised to see that the girl is using the light from the summoning, just like last time. The unknown voice that appeared so suddenly tells that the girl's wish was heard. Suddenly, Wilhelmina begins to hover in the air. Celes looks at her in surprise and cannot understand anything, and the girl only laughs slyly. Will said that she had decided that she had not felt the power of God for a long time. She, adjusting her hair, said that something interesting was happening in the cathedral. After all, she hadn't expected to ever get off that island. Celes said that she understood everything from what Wilhelmina had said. Wilhelmina believes that it is all because of the connection with Arata. Celes hopefully asked if the girl knew him. The disgruntled guards asked who Wilhelmina was. The girl grinned and said that she would introduce herself. Her name is Wilhelmina Walmiron Uoheim. The guards immediately recognized her and her name from a myth that is over 10,000 years old. The girl was glad that the guards had the right information. She asks them if they remember that she is the queen of demons who kills gods. The heroes now stand in the middle of a huge pile of ruined rubble that remains of the cathedral. Many columns have been broken into several pieces and scattered throughout the area. Will waved her hand and said that she did everything as Celes asked, and none of her friends were hurt at all. Celes, who was standing next to Ellie and Ark, agreed with Will's words. Celes thanked the girl with genuine surprise, and she asked why Will did that. However, despite everything, she interrupted her and said that she was just wasting her free time. Celes recalled how Arata was sent back to his home with the help of a glow. The saint realized that they had some divine magic left, as well as some of the boys' insane strength. Celes guessed one thing, and believed that Will had been sent to them by Lord Arata. The girl was glad of this assumption. Will looked at Celes, sitting on a high pile of stones. Will said that it was, but in reality it was a simple lie. The girl thought that it was possible to have a pretty good time with these guys, anticipating fun. Celes thought that it was very merciful of Arata. Will took a few steps back and waved her hand at the boys. The same glow as Arata's appeared around the girl. She explained that the summoning spell was about to wear off, so she needed to get home immediately. Celes was a little upset. She asks Will with regret if she is forced to go back already. After all, the saint did not have time to thank the girl properly. Will didn't quite understand what the girl was talking about. She said with a soft smile on her face that in fact they were already connected. She explained to the already surprised boys that if they suddenly wanted to see Arata, they would probably be able to find their way to him. The road leads to the divine island of Arcadia. After these words, Wilhelmina Walmiron Uheim evaporated and left behind only the remains of a magical glow. Celes, watching the disappearing magical traces, repeated the name of the island. She and the boys looked at the sky with some hope in their eyes. Ark approached Celes and said that it was time for them to go, because they could no longer stay here. Ellie joined in with the guy's words and said with regret that from now on they were wanted for life. Celes looked down regretfully and then closed her eyes. She took a few steps on the ground, which was simply strewn with debris from the cathedral, and realized that it was time for them to go after all. They have to find a way to the divine island of Arcadia. Ark and Ellie followed Celes. The heroes go forward, leaving behind a destroyed building. This is how the saint's journey continued. The hero and the witch died. Meanwhile, in Arata's house, it's a clear day outside. Clouds are slowly floating across the sky. The guy is sitting at the table and thinking and talking about how many things have happened, but recently, their days have been especially eventful. They built a house and made friends with the divine beasts. Life on the island became more comfortable. But Arata gets up from the table and clearly understands that now he wants even more comfort. The guy approached Rain and offered to build a road to the village of divine beasts. The girl did not quite understand what the point of this would be. The boy explained that in fact, the other day, when he went to the village in search of the moon, he thought the road was too wild. Reina thought about it and then explained that, in fact, she was not there at all. Arata recalls that Zeros and Merlin also said that it was too difficult a route for them. They didn't think that they would be able to return in one piece. They still haven't greeted anyone except Luna and Aluga. The guy continues to insist on his own and says that in this case it is necessary to make the route easier. He thinks with a sincere smile and says that this will improve their interaction quite well. Reina accepts the idea and folds her arms in front of her. She reminisces and says that their territory belonged to the divine beast race from the beginning, and it was simply lent to them. Reina thought, touching her cheek with her index finger. She thinks that it is far from certain that the divine beasts will be delighted with the boys clearing the road at their own will. Arata and Reina decided to meet the divine beast representative near their home after all. Arata told them the idea and what he and Reina had planned. Aluga said that he was not against this idea at all. The guy was surprised by this answer and asked if he really did not object to the construction of the road, and in response, he received consent. Aluga looked at Arata and Reinu explained to them that they, divine beasts, did not need such roads at all. But ordinary beastmen do not know at all when a monster may appear. Aluga is so pleased that he literally glows with joy. He says that monsters will not come near the road where the smell of Arata is hanging around. So this will add to their safety. Reina turned to Aluga and, putting her hand forward a little, said that it was still worth telling Suzaku about this, since she was their elder. Aluga thinks that Suzaku won't be against this idea at all. Besides, she wasn't and still isn't in the village. Arata was surprised and asked if it was true. It turned out that it was. As Aluga said, it turned out that Suzaku had gone to Wilhelmina Wakim the previous day when he was sitting in the room drinking a drink and had still not returned. Aluga thought that Suzaku was very upset. He said with some concern that he had never seen her like this. Arata asks if Suzaku is really okay. He and Reina are both very concerned about the divine beast Elder Suzaku's condition. Aluga believes that if the girl ultimately fails to cope with her affairs and leaves this world, she will still be resurrected again, so there is definitely no need to worry about it. Aluga reminds Arata and Reina of what they said about building a road. The boy suddenly remembered and confirmed it. Aluga asks the boy if he needs help to build the road. He also says that in that case he can bring the moon and other divine beasts to help. Arata thanks the man with a sincere smile. Reina asked Arata how he was going to make this road. Arata thought for a moment. As it turns out, the guy thinks that you first need to cut down all the trees with magic, and then level the surface with earth magic. Reina sighs tiredly and covers her eyes with her hand. She asks the boy to wait with his thoughts. The girl explains that mana is not infinite, and hopes that the boy understands this clearly. She points her index finger upwards and also reminds that the village of divine beasts is quite far away. The girl asked if Arata had ever run out of mana. The guy looked at the girl in surprise and listened to her attentively. Arata said that he did not remember such a thing at all. Reina was surprised, because she did not expect such an answer. Reina said that in that case he might not worry about magic, but they had another problem. The girl asked him not to make a face like he was suffering from something. Reina asks what Arata is going to do with the trees that will be cut down. At this point, the boy actually thought about it. After all, absolutely all the trees are in good condition, and it would be very bad to leave them here to rot. Then Aluga suggested taking these trees. The beastmen would definitely find a use for this wood. Arata thought it was a very good idea. Now that everyone had agreed, Arata suggested that they get to work. Reina, Arata, and Aluga happily raised their fists and agreed with the guy's words. With one wave of his hand, Arata used magic to cut down a large number of trees that occupied almost an entire clearing. Reina deftly used magic from both hands to strip the bark from the tree trunks, turning them into smooth logs. Aluga expertly carries log after log without a hint of fatigue. As they work, she and Arata exchange glances. 3 days passed. All the guys were exhausted and were resting on the stumps that remained on the ground after the trees were cut down. But they had only made about 1/10 of the road they had planned. It was already quite long, the road stretching out in the middle of the mountains and the remaining trees. Reina wipes the sweat from her forehead with her hand and says that they still have quite a lot of work ahead of them. Arata remembers that before, he and Aluga spent half an hour running to get to the village of divine beasts. Arata casually asked where Zeros and Merlin had disappeared to. Reina, looking very tired, reported that they had collapsed to the ground due to lack of mana. Reina, as it turned out, was also at her limit. She leaned her hands on her knees to somehow maintain her balance. She had almost no mana left. The guy says that everything is clear to him. In that case, Arata suggested finishing the work for today. The girl agreed with relief. Reina looked herself over from head to toe and, shaking the dirt off her sleeves, noticed that she was now very dirty and would like to take a bath. Arata told the girl that he would prepare everything in that case, and Reina could go there as soon as she was ready. Reina smiled at Arata and thanked him. She said that she would definitely do so in that case. The guy smiled kindly at the girl. Arata looks at the sky and sees that the sun is still high, but he still enjoys spending days like this sometimes. In truth, the guy would have done all this in one day without any help. He clearly understands this, looking with a smile at the clear sky. But in the end, the guy didn't do it. After all, doing it alone wouldn't be interesting at all. Arata remembers how he worked with Reina and helped her when needed, and how he communicated with the islanders in a fun and carefree manner. The boy calmly closes his eyes and clearly understands that he just wants to enjoy everyday life. The guy clearly understands that he wants to wake up free every day, play whenever he wants, work whatever he wants, and sleep whenever he wants. In this world, you can behave like that. Arata smiles as he watches Reina walk away, stretching her back, and clearly understands that he chose this reincarnation after all. The guy thinks that being a little selfish is quite normal. He waves his hand at the girl. However, despite everything, Reina and the others are tired of this selfishness. Arata and Reina decided to build a road to the village of divine beasts. At this stage of the work, the road was already very wide and long and went straight in the direction of the village. Thanks to the help of the islanders, the work is in full swing. Reina helped delegate tasks between the boys. Many beastmen came to help in removing the remaining logs. The guy is sitting on the riverbank, which was made entirely of rocks, and is fishing. He is thinking and talking about how, despite all this, they are not even halfway there. Arata smiles, as he clearly understands that getting together with Reina and the others to build something is already quite fun. Arata closes his eyes and thinks that there is no need to rush now, and he can relax a little, however. Contrary to all his expectations, his attention is drawn to a log floating down the river. On the log was Katima, whom the boy recognized almost immediately. He was very scared for her. Arata pulled the girl and the log onto the shore. Katima sat on the shore, trying to cough and come to her senses. Katima then sincerely thanks the guy for his help. The guy smiles at her. After that, the guy wanted to ask why the girl was in the water again, but suddenly stopped. The girl's clothes were slipping off, leaving a part of her body slightly exposed. Drops of water were running down Katima's stomach. Arata, noticing this, was shocked. Arata asked her to put the thing on, despite the girl's objections that she was not cold at all. The guy still insisted on his own. Katima, putting on the boy's cloak, asked him if he was now satisfied. Arata thanked the girl for so kindly fulfilling his request, and breathed a sigh of relief. The guy pointed with his palm at the fast flow of water and suggested that Katima had been carried away by the river again this time. The girl confirmed this. Katima says that she actually needed to visit the guy, which Arata didn't expect at all, pointing at himself and asking the girl this again. Arata waves his hand from side to side and casually says that he doesn't see any connection at all between the fact that the girl needs him and the fact that she was carried away by the river. Katima explained that the mountain where she lives turned out to be much further from the guy's house than she had previously thought. In this regard, the girl firmly decided that going downstream would be much faster and easier. Then she proudly stood on a large log, facing the fresh tailwind. But on the way, unfortunately, the girl slipped and fell into the water from the log, unable to maintain her balance on it. Katima's leg cramped, and she was unable to return to the shore. Arata, with some sympathy, clearly understands that the girl should stay away from the water and tells her so. Arata asks the girl what she wanted from him. Katima remembered why she came to the guy and got down to business, agreeing with him. Katima explained to Arata that the elves never forget good deeds. That is why she wanted to introduce the boy from her village. Arata came home and told Reina what Katima was offering them. The guy looks at the girl, waiting for an answer. Reina asks with a sincere smile what's wrong with that. After all, she would love to see how the elves live at home. Reina reminds them that they are currently busy building a road, and she herself is not very happy about it. Arata remembers this with regret. Arata thought about it seriously. After all, he really didn't want to postpone the construction, since it was in full swing now. Suddenly, Katima entered the room, surprising Reina and Arata, who were sitting next to each other on the couch. She asked the boys not to worry about building a road to the village of divine beasts. Arata was surprised by these words. The girl said that she would definitely contact the village so that its residents would be ready to accept them as soon as the guys finished building the road and were free from their work. Katima tells Arata and Reina that the elves are rather leisurely. She thinks and says that they will not be offended even if she stays for 50 years. Arata understands everything clearly, but still chuckles thoughtfully. He asks the girl what she will do while she waits for the road to be built. Katima began to think about this question. Katima, without thinking twice, looks at Arata and Reina and says that she has nothing to do at home anyway, so she is going to stay with the guys until the very end of construction. The guys sighed regretfully. Katima noticed it right away. She put her hands on her hips and asked Arata if there were any problems with this. The guy said that there was nothing like that. Arata looked at Rain, who only smiled softly at him. Katima said that she was a wonderful girl and would be useful in any endeavor. Arata agreed and recalled that Katima had been pulled out of the river twice, so they had a new neighbor. A week had already passed. Katima was demonstrating her skills to the fullest, helping with the construction of the road. The girl was able to cut down a huge number of trees with just one wave of her hand. Reina and Arata were completely shocked by how the girl could work without getting tired. Katima asks the boys if they are now convinced of her skills. Behind the girl lay a huge pile of felled trees. Reina agrees. Arata clearly understands and tells the girl that Katima is truly wonderful. Katima stands and smiles proudly, holding a large broken tree branch in her hands. Katima proudly adds that she can even hunt boars, emperors. Reina clearly understands that nothing else should be expected from the inhabitant of this island. Arata, looking at the fallen trees and the partially cleared road, noted that, thanks to Katima, everything was happening very quickly. Reina also noticed this and agreed with the guy's words. Arata told Reina that he was going to go lift some big trees, and asked Reina to clear the way while he did this. The girl with a smile on her face agreed to do this job without any problems. Katima wondered what she should do in such a case and asked Arata about it. The guy closed his eyes and thought hard. Arata said with a smile that the girl could easily continue working in the same spirit. Katima said that she understood everything. The girl began to work. With ease and amazing speed began to cut down trunk after trunk. Arata approached Reina. He turned to her and said that the girl should definitely say if she suddenly gets tired. Reina agreed. She raised her fist up and said that she, despite everything, wants to continue working. The girl is full of determination. She believes that she cannot relax in order not to tarnish the reputation of the 7 archmages. She tells Arata this with a proud smile on her face. Katima waved to the boys, holding a large axe on her shoulder with her other hand, and told them to catch up with her quickly. Reina told Katima that they were already on their way to her. Arata, with a smile on his face, urges Reina to at least not lose to Katima in that case. The girl agrees and considers this remark to be very true. Reina realizes, with some regret, that her powers will most likely run out halfway through the journey. So all the remaining work will fall on Arata. The guy agrees with a smile and has nothing against it. Several hours passed. Katima, with a sad expression on her face, asks the boy what they should do now. After all, they have no food. Arata, with the same expression on her face as the girl, agrees with Katima with understanding. Usually Reina knew her limits, but today Katima had been working too hard, and because of that the pace had been lost, and Reina had completely run out of magic. The girl lay exhausted on the bed. Now that Reina had collapsed on her bed in her bedroom, only Katima and Arata were left with their powers. The girl confirmed the guy's words, looking at him. Arata puts his hand on his stomach and says that after work it would be nice to eat. Besides, they still have some meat left from the hunt. However, the boy remembers one very unpleasant thing. But now Reina is not with them, who could so easily cook something tasty and feed all the guys. And the guy can't cook like her at all. Arata says that's why they should choose one of the two options, showing 2 fingers up. Arata, with a completely serious expression, says that they have 2 choices. One is to grill the food, the other is to boil the food. Katima clearly understands that they don't have much choice. The girl asks what they will do with it. Arata seriously thought about it. The guy honestly admitted that there was not much choice, so he was going to leave it to Katima. The girl was not enthusiastic about this idea. Katima, without thinking twice, firmly made her decision. She wanted the food to be grilled. Arata agreed with Katima's decision with a sincere smile. Katima firmly says that she has decided to choose the first option. Arata is very happy that the girl has made such a decision. Now they are going to cook meat on the grill. Arata stuck his hand into the magic source and said with a smile that he and Katima only had to choose the type of meat they would cook, but suddenly remembered one thing. He turns to Katima and asks with interest what dragon meat tastes like and whether it is tasty. Katima agreed. She said with a smile that dragon meat is the best in taste and quality. Katima smiles and says that a steak from a strong dragon can satisfy not only Katima herself, but also all her friends and relatives. Arata says that everything is clear to him. Katima wondered why the guy suddenly started talking about dragon meat. Arata looked at the girl in surprise. A moment later, she was completely shocked and immediately approached the guy closely. She asked Arata if he really already had such a rare type of meat. The guy said with great bewilderment that he doesn't have it. Arata clearly understands that a lot has happened during this time. In fact, Arata just remembered that he had recently seen a dragon named Walpurgis. It had a belly that looked very appetizing. The dragon was so big that its belly was much larger than the guy himself. Now Arata, who had been dreaming of a hearty piece of dragon meat, felt very sorry because he couldn't take the dragon with him. He clearly understands that it would be quite wasteful. Katima told the boy that she understood everything. She points her finger to the side and says that the dragon that appeared has even more powerful power. She asks Arata if she is right in her judgments. Arata wondered. It turned out that Teltu was standing at the gate, ready to burst into tears. She clutched the iron bars of the fence with her little hands and looked at Katima and Arata with eyes full of tears. The girl was very upset that her husband was going to eat her like that. Arata said that this was not the case at all. Teltu asked if Arata had really been planning to do this from the very beginning of their acquaintance. The guy said with regret that this was not the case at all, but he did not have time to utter words of justification. Teltu took a few steps. She couldn't believe that her husband could do such a thing. Teltu started running. The girl called herself names, screaming at the top of her lungs. Arata tried to call the girl to explain everything, but he failed, and Teltu ran away from the house at high speed. Katima folded her arms across her chest and realized with a casual expression that she was witnessing a domestic dispute between a boy and a girl. Arata angrily denied it. He was already in a bad mood because Teltu had misunderstood everything. The guy realized that he urgently needed to catch up with the girl. He looks after her and says these words. The girl ran so fast that she left behind large clouds of dust on the road. The trees bent on both sides of the road from the strong flow of wind that the girl created behind herself. The guy tries hard to catch up with Telta and tells her that she simply misunderstood everything. Teltu stands her ground and says that there can be no mistake because she heard everything with her own ears. She closes her eyes tightly, from which tears flow endlessly. Teltu is sure that the guy and Katima wanted to eat the dragon meat and pointed at her. Arata continued to catch up with the girl and tell her that everything is not like that. The boy, with his last breath, stretches his hand forward. It seemed that he had just a little bit left to reach the tiny piece of Teltu's clothing and stop her, at least for a little while. However, despite everything, the girl loudly screams "No" and jumps high. The girl turns into a huge black dragon with large and sharp spikes almost all over her body. Teltu looked at the guy with her big eyes and turned to Arata. Calling him her hubby, she told him to give up, because now he definitely won't be able to catch her. The girl soared high into the sky with her large wings, flapping them and rising higher and higher. Arata could only look after Telta and say her name with some regret in his eyes. Arata remembers the appearance of the little girl from behind, and clearly understands that if the girl does manage to escape, she will most likely cry alone. The guy remembers that when he found himself alone on this island, the local inhabitants were very kind to him. Among them was Teltu herself. That's why the boy can't leave her like this. He rushed through the air, hoping to catch up with the dragon. Arata soared into the air with great force, using magic, stretching the fist of one hand forward. Teltu couldn't help but notice this, and turned her head towards the guy. She wondered why her husband could fly so easily. The boy flies forward, meeting the wind currents with his face and body. His hair was disheveled because of this. Arata says that he watched how Will did it and tried to do the same. Teltu says that such a spell is quite difficult to remember. Now she clearly understands what the meaning of the phrase, as expected of Arata, that everyone says so often is. In fact, the guy doesn't want anyone to say that. Suddenly, the guy staggered in the air and lost his hard-won balance, and almost fell head first. Arata is having a hard time controlling this magic. He can't fly properly with it. Now he's falling down and can't get his balance back. The boy shouts to Telt and reaches out one hand to her. The dragon notices that the boy has lost his balance and now can't catch him again. The girl had to slow down a bit to help the boy. She did so without further ado. Arata, grabbing Telta, notices that she is genuinely worried about him and asks her about it. The guy asks the girl if she has forgiven him. Teltu turns away and with some embarrassment says that this is all real nonsense because she already knew that her husband would definitely not eat her. The guy clearly understands from the girl's voice that she is no longer angry. She is very happy that everything turned out this way, but he still can't keep up with her. In that case, Arata is going to try the wind magic that Reina used. The boy turns around in the air and stretches his arms forward. The boy turns his back to Telt and summons a tornado. The boy is thrown back towards the dragon by the sheer force of the wind tornado that was used as a means of transportation. Teltu was very surprised when Arata flew to the side with the help of a huge force of wind magic. The boy gasped when he accidentally, as it seemed, flew past the dragon. Teltu loudly shouts at the guy about where he flew to. However, despite everything, Arata explained that he had not yet figured out how to stop in the air and continued flying further. To do this, the guy is going to use the same magic but in the opposite direction. Arata turns around and is in complete shock. He screams and wonders why a dragon suddenly appears with its mouth open and flies straight towards him, preparing to eat him. Teltu calls her husband and says that this dragon will make an absolutely amazing steak, and this opportunity cannot be so easily and shamelessly let go. The guy listened carefully to the girl, not expecting such an answer, and with a smile on his face, agreed with her words. He realized that he had to strike very carefully and directed his hand towards the prey, beginning to summon streams of magic. Arata uses the wind scythe's skill and defeats the dragon with one blow, separating its very long neck and powerful body. The dragon's head, with its terrifying open mouth, immediately flew straight down. He is very happy that everything turned out this way. Arata thought it was a great catch. Suddenly, Teltu calls her husband and distracts him. She grabbed Arata by the shoulders with her hands, being in human form again, was unhappy that the guy overtook her. Arata scratched his head, apologized sincerely, and said with a smile that he still wasn't that good at controlling his power. Teltu only sighed in understanding in response. The girl asks the boy if he is going to take the dragon and cook it at home. Meanwhile, the dragon, split into two parts, was already lying on the ground, knocking down several trees around it with its fall. Arata says that this is exactly what he is going to do. However, despite everything, the boy curiously asks if Teltu doesn't feel any disgust towards dragon meat. Teltu, with a puzzled expression, asks the guy why he decided that. Because dragon meat is very tasty. The guy says that everything is clear to him. The girl asked Arata what he was getting at, and thought that the guy considered her the same dragon as the one they were able to defeat on the fly for the sake of tasty meat. Arata explained that he didn't think so at all, and said that Teltu and their prey were definitely not the same dragons. The guy simply made an assumption that Teltu might know this dragon, since she herself is an ancient dragon. Teltu confirmed that the guy was not at all embarrassed by the fact that divine beasts eat ordinary animals. Arata said that everything was now completely clear to him. The guy also asked if this was not eating their own kind. Teltu was embarrassed when the guy said this. The girl did not respond to this, and then the guy decided to consider that this was indeed the case. In the end, Arata is very happy that he finally made peace with Teltu. He looks at the girl with a smile, The guy offered Teltu to fly home. The girl closed her eyes and, smiling, agreed. They took to the skies, taking their spoils with them. Teltu said that she wanted to have delicious yakiniku for dinner that night, but Arata disappointed her by saying that Reina was resting today, and they would only be able to eat that dish tomorrow.